A very good morning everyone and a warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton for the Metro Bank One Day Cup semi-final between Somerset and Leicestershire. A warm welcome to all the players, officials and spectators joining us from the Upton Steel County Ground in Grace Road. Leicestershire, the current holders of this competition, and led of course by former Somerset star Alphonso Thomas. So a warm welcome back to Taunton for Alphonso. The match gets underway at 11 AM, but we'll have the toss and news of the two teams shortly after 10:30. A reminder, you can pick up a scorecard for today's match from reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion reception. Members have been emailed a free scorecard for this match. A big thanks to today's match sponsor. They're also our principal Metro Bank One Day Cup partner, Hygos Insurances Services. Don't forget to visit them in the fan village. Make sure you take advantage of their giveaways. They've got lots to give away, and you can have a chat with the friendly team at Hygos, who are a chartered insurance broker, and they are Somerset County Cricket Club's preferred insurance partner for business, commercial, travel, car, home and property insurance. They were originally founded in Somerset in 1990. It's not just the latter stages of this competition that Somerset have qualified for, of course. Somerset are into the Vitality Blast quarter-finals, and it's been announced that Somerset County Cricket Club will be providing official coach travel for that quarter-final against Northampton Steelbacks at the County Ground in Northampton. The game is on Thursday, September the 5th. The deadline for booking your place on the supporters coach is 4 PM on Friday, August the 23rd. See many of you up there for that massive game. This is a travel-only option, so it doesn't include a ticket. Tickets for the match are only available from Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, but you can put your place on the official Somerset coach now. The price for return travel is £55 for Somerset members, £65 for non-members. For more information on this and anything concerning the club, please visit our official website or go to reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Ground-wide Wi-Fi network is fully operational. The Wi-Fi is completely free of charge, and to connect all you have to do is select the option _We Are Somerset in your settings and enter a valid email address. There's a wide range of food and drink offerings available from all the usual Somerset concessions today, and also within our bustling fan village. So we hope you have a great day with us here at Taunton. Thank you very much for your tremendous support during the group stages. It's semi-final time, Somerset against Leicestershire. The match gets underway at 11. Toss and team news very soon. good morning from everyone here at Somerset County Cricket Club. If you're just joining us at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton, news from the middle is that Leicestershire Foxes won the toss and they have elected to field first. So Leicestershire win the toss and they will field first. Confirmation of the two teams, starting with our visitors from Grace Road. Number 22, Ian Holland. Number 1, Saul Budinger. Number 23, Captain Lewis Hill. Number 3, Ajinkya Rahane. Number 54, Peter Hanscom. Number 17, Louis Kimber. Number 7, wicketkeeper Ben Cox. Number 80, Liam Trebaskis. Number 88, Tom Scriven. Number 49, Roman Walker. And number 31, Chris Wright. Confirmation of your Somerset starting 11 then. Sponsored by Brent Engineering. Number 64, George Thomas. Sponsored by SJM Properties. Number 1, Andy Umi. Sponsored by IT Champion. Number 44, Lewis Goldsworthy. Sponsored by King's College. Number 55, wicketkeeper James Rue. Number 66, Archie Vaughan. Sponsored by Future Media, captain number 58, Sean Dixon. Sponsored by AWP Exeter, number 54, Ben Green. Sponsored by Eurolates, number 5, Casey Aldridge. Sponsored by Holiday Cottages, number 38, Josh Davey. Sponsored by Joseph Casson Estate Agency, number 17, Jack Leach. And sponsored by Chorus Group, number 12, Riley Meredith. Those are your two teams for today's semi-final. A reminder, Leicestershire Foxes won the toss and have elected to field first. The match gets underway at 11 AM.
mate? Yeah, not bad. No?
Just 10 minutes to go until today's Metrobank One Day Cup semi-final between Somerset and Leicestershire Foxes. Today's match kindly sponsored by Hygos Insurances Services. A reminder that Leicestershire Foxes won the toss and elected to field first. A recap of the two teams, starting with our visitors from the East Midlands. Number 22, Ian Holland. Number 1, Sol Budinger. Number 23, Captain Lewis Hill. Number 3, Ajinkya Rahane. Number 54, Peter Hanscom. Number 17, Louis Kimber. Number 7, wicketkeeper Ben Cox. Number 80, Liam Travaskis. Number 88, Tom Scriven. Number 49, Roman Walker. And number 31, Chris Wright. Your Somerset starting 11. Number 64, George Thomas. Number 1, Andy Umeed. Number 44, Lewis Goldsworthy. Number 55, wicketkeeper James Rue. Number 66, Archie Vaughan. Number 58, Captain Sean Dixon. Number 54, Ben Green. Number 5, Casey Aldridge. Number 38, Josh Davey. Number 17, Jack Leach. And number 12, Riley Meredith. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our principal partners for the 2024 season: Cooper Associates Group, WPA Health Insurance, Trade Nation, Hygos Insurances Services, and Virtu Motors. And a reminder that the Somerset County Cricket Club 2024 Replica County Championship, Metrobank One Day Cup, and indeed the Vitality Blast shirts are all available to order from Somerset County Sports, which is located next to the Somerset Cricket Museum, and from the SCCC shop behind the Ondarty stands. And I mentioned the Somerset Cricket Museum that will be open again today during the interval between the innings of today's game. Entry is free, but a donation towards the substantial running costs towards this registered charity always gratefully received. There will also be a book sale in the museum office behind the museum. I look forward to welcoming you to that. You have a fantastic day with us here in Taunton. Somerset have been asked to bat first in the semi-final of the Metrobank One Day Cup. The match gets underway very, very soon. Making their way onto the outfield now is today's Guard of Honour. Delighted to have young cricketers from Taunton Deane Cricket Club. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Because I played for them a bit.
I was waiting for us two to be on together.
Well, we can mention it several times.
I mentioned Bennett today, as
Good morning. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's semi-final day. Leicestershire County Cricket Club have won the toss and they've elected to bowl on what looks to be a somewhat typical Taunton pitch. I was out there. There's a little bit of a stripe of fresh green-looking grass down the middle of the pitch that almost goes from stump line to stump line. It looks quite heavily watered and rolled. I think as a Somerset fan, even though we are completely non-partisan.
Keep going. We're unbiased, yeah. Go on.
Okay. Well, you can be that one, and I'll be the other one. I think it's not the worst toss to lose, to be honest. I feel like first innings against the new balls probably going to be the best time to bat on this pitch. It does look like it might just get a little bit more two-paced as the day goes on. I could be wrong, but that is how I assess. I am joined by Vic Marks. Pleasure to have you in the commentary box, Vic. Semi-final day. You played in a few yourself. Great days for the lads.
It is, and it's a nerve-wracking day in a way, because in the old days it was let's get to Lords. Well, it's now let's get to Trent Bridge, but that's good enough. Lots at stake. Somerset, if I'm right, they felt more comfortable batting second this year. But I have always had the theory that the bigger the game, if conditions are equal, there is more merit in getting those runs on the board, because there is more tension in the semi-final. There are obvious consequences. It's not like a group match. And the more that's riding on the game, the more first innings runs can be invaluable. So I don't think it's a critical toss. I mean, it's a nice light clouds day, bit of sunshine, the wicket. I mean, it's not going to change radically, I don't guess, throughout the day. So it's a question of getting out there and getting your runs. The trouble, I suppose, at Taunton is you never quite know what a par score or a better than par score is, because once the ball starts moving, we've seen Derbyshire chase 300 here against Somerset in this competition, when you thought 300 plus would be enough, but it wasn't quite. So we're in for a treat, I think. I mean, everyone's excited that this young side has got this far. And let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think, I echo your thoughts, actually. I do think there is a tax that you can add on to a first inning score when there's a lot on a game. You know, getting to a final is a massive achievement in itself, and Trent Bridge, a great ground to play a final at. So, yeah, there's definitely an associated pressure with chasing. But I think Taunton, I don't think, even though there might be a little bit of hold in the pitch later on in the game, pitches at Taunton never really change enough that I think the principles of if you play the best cricket, you win the game, whether you bat first or bowl first. So, yeah, I mean, like from our day, if you had a flat pitch, you'd want to pile runs on the board. So I know the modern game has changed slightly in terms of chasing, but when you've got a Riley Meredith in the attack who's going to bowl those death overs, some experienced bowlers, you wouldn't want to be chasing 7, 8 and over off Riley Meredith in the last few overs at Taunton. So, I'm unfazed. The Virtue Motors Range Rovers just made it out to the middle. He's passed the ball to Jack Chantry, who's passed it on to one of the Leicester players, who I don't quite recognise from here. It's Holland. Maybe he's going to bowl from the Trescothick stand end. Yes, Holland is going to be bowling to George Thomas.
Facing the first delivery of the match will be number 64, George Thomas, to be bowled from the Martin
exciting
Pavilion end by number 22.
5 or 6 weeks with George Thomas.
Enjoy the game.
Yeah, he's done well. I mean, he's taken an opportunity. Will Smeed pulled a hamstring, and he comes in a couple of 40s and maiden professional 100. He's done really well. He got an absolute brute of a delivery in the last game, a massive booming in-swing. Did you see it? Oh,
first ball,
almost unplayable, really.
Well, first ball, you don't expect it to move now. Anyway, off we go. Semi-final comes to Taunton. And a nice mundane start, nice gentle start. No great pace, just back of a length. Ground filling up.
Yeah, I suspect there's going to be a pretty nice crowd in today. Nice little bit of movement away there towards Ben Cox, the Leicestershire wicketkeeper. Be more familiar seeing him in a Worcestershire shirt. Very good player. Had an incredible finals day a few years back. Pretty much won the trophy for Worcester that particular year. So pretty dangerous player, good wicketkeeper. Made some good signings of Leicestershire. As we spoke earlier, Vic, they've got Hanscom and Rahane have been in very good nick. A couple of dangerous players at the top. Travaskis towards the back end, who's been finishing games off pretty well. And, you know, that confidence, as you mentioned, of being the trophy holders as well.
Yeah. I mean, there were two, it's only 2 days ago, there were two cracking semi-finals, in fact. Scores of 290. And I think in both instances, the side batting second got the runs, and Travaskis got significant runs. Feel a certain tension too. Thomas, he likes to get on with it, but no great pace on the ball. Everything's in the more or less the right place, and he's just biding his time.
Nice, consistent start from Ian Holland. Just plugging away in that off stump. No great pace on show. But I always think, certainly the thing that I was taught and I talk about now coaching, is I almost view that 10 overs as in sort of 3 segments. You've got 4 overs when you can assess the challenge, assess the wicket, get yourself in. And then you've got that like second 4 or 5 overs where you maybe using all that information and trying to apply a bit of pressure back to the bowler, and if you're, you know, without damage, those last 2 overs of the power play, you really try and press accelerator to maximise it. That's how I see it, and that certainly looked as though that was an assessment period. No huge amounts of movement there, but good, pretty well executed maiden there from Ian Holland.
So you opened the batting quite a bit in one-day cricket, and I suppose one of your roles was also to just give an indication to the dressing room when you're out as to what sort of pitch this is and what you felt. You know, sometimes you can get overly greedy, can't you? It's Taunton, we've got to get 350, but it might not be that sort of pitch. To give some sort of guidance to those that come, what sort of surface this is and how greedy you need to try and be.
Yeah, definitely. Chris Wright from the other end, who looked to shape the ball a little bit more than Holland. He's definitely an away swing bowler. We look to try and find that outside edge. I mean, very privileged position really, because throughout my career playing here at Taunton, I opened the batting with Marcus Trescothick, and if Craig Kieswetter wasn't away with England duties, I would bat 3, and I think is absolutely crucial, and it's one of the real sort of secondary skills, I think, of a good opening batter is how quickly you can assess whether it's a good pitch or a pitch where you're probably going to have to do a little bit more what we used to call 4-day style batting, just to try and lay more of a platform. And you know, once the white ball, the Kookaburra ball, gets a little bit older, it becomes a little bit easier, and you know, it just take the game a little bit deeper. You know, for me at Taunton, there were very few occasions where it wasn't just a case of like, you know, give yourself 3 or 4 overs, you know, maybe 15, 20 balls to get yourself in, try and get yourself to somewhere near a runner ball, and then you saw enough of me playing, Nick. It was the hammer went down, and we see.
Yeah, and I guess also T20 has changed things a bit in that it's almost given you more license to take your time, because you know from the T20 experience that if you've got 2 batsmen in and not many wickets down, and there's still 20 overs to go, you can notch up another couple hundred. Or, you know, would be brilliant, but it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, one of the real relevant stats not relevant right now, but when you're chasing a score, is it seems quite predictable that I think it's like if you're less than 5 wickets down, whatever you have in after 30 overs, you can double in the last 20. So if you're chasing 300, for instance, and you'd say in a 20-20 game, 120, you're going to win 9 times out of 10. So that means in 30 overs, you actually only need to put 180 on the board. So, to put that into perspective, it means you don't have to go as hard. And that's why I think a lot of people love the 50-over format. That it's not complete bish bash bosh. It does ebb and flow a little bit more. There's a little bit more of a cricket IQ required to be a very good 50-over cricketer, I think.
Yeah, and early wickets are very significant, aren't they? I mean, there's a couple slips stationed at the moment. No great pace from Wright, but he does get a little bit of movement usually, and there's just a fraction of away swing. He's been around a long time, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I was just about to say. I mean, he must be 40. He must be coming up.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, he must be getting close. Certainly in the very late 30s, but a very good, consistent bowler. You know what you're going to get from him. And I think as a captain, that's quite a nice place to be. A good start, I think, from both sides at the moment. Thomas and Umeed have played technically quite tight, 4-day style, and the bowlers have executed well. So definitely a semi-final tense little start here, Vic.
Although I've seen, Umeed quite often shimmies down the pitch very early in his innings, doesn't he, to play one big shot. He did come down the pitch in that first over once, but then ended up defending. But he likes to shimmy down and play one big shot just to get him going.
Yeah, I think it's one of the easy ways. I mean, it's something that, again, I talk about when I'm coaching. Certainly top order batting is. I think so you see your first few balls, and you've got to make that quick assessment. If this bowler bowls me a bouncer, is it going to worry me too much? So if I was, facing Riley Meredith, I'd maybe think twice about coming down the wicket early on. I'd be playing deep in the crease and using his pace. Yeah. But if Ian Holland was bowling at me, I'm thinking, you know what, I'll come down the wicket. I'm not going to go down with the intention of playing a massive rash shot, but I'm just going to show intent. And I think that's the key, is you've got to show the bowler you're not just going to sit and wait for a bad ball, because bowlers like Holland and Chris Wright, they don't bowl many bad balls.
So this is the Ian Holland who played for Hampshire, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's a line bowler. Both of these bowlers aren't going to miss dramatically. No. You're not going to get a high percentage of cut balls or over-pitched 4 balls. So you're going to have to show some endeavour. And, Andy Umeed, very comfortable walking down the wicket. Like I said, I don't think at this stage it always means he has to play a big shot. But like I said, I like batters who show some intent to the bowler.
Yeah. And by professional standards, actually the lack of pace of these two opening bowlers can torment the odd opening batsman. If they're very steady, very straight, you've got to take the initiative. It's not quite like facing a spinner, but it's not just, you can't use the pace so easily.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it was one of the fascinating and sometimes quite funny parts about being in the dressing room I was in here at Somerset. And, we all saw the videos of Trez taking down Brett Lee and Sean Tate and Glenn McGrath and all the great fast bowlers, like genuinely fast bowlers. But he would sometimes come in after a county cricket match and he'd be kicking stuff around and throwing his bat down, and it would always be like, how the hell do you play Dave Masters or Mascarenas or Darren? He's like... Yeah. And he would say, if you give me Brett Lee any day compared to these blokes, and he'd get so frustrated because, again, you're exactly right. You have to sort of, you manufacture shots, A lot of the players that had success against those sort of players, if you think back to that era, like Mal Loy, who used to slog sweep them, play them like a spinner.
Yeah.
But it's, it was funny. But, real good, consistent start here from the Leicestershire attack. 3 overs gone, 4 runs on the board. Definitely a feeling this is a big game, the way the two batters have started.
Yeah, and they're trying to torment this opening pair, who've both had good tournaments. by just nagging away. There's no great obvious movement, not much swing. We haven't seen much movement off the pitch, but we've seen immaculate line and length. And there's like two boxers, I suppose, at the start of a contest, just gently sparring and not trying to play any big shots.
Well, I predict this over.
Somebody
the Amid down the wicket, over the top bugle is going to sound.
Yeah, well, maybe. They've taken a slip out, so it's just the one slip now.
Yeah, Rahane's gone into a catching cover. Amid just clipping into the leg side, should pick up 2 runs. Both very good between the wickets, good athletes, George Thomas and Andy Amid.
It's what you find in this tournament, isn't it? That you've got some gnarled old cricketers on the one hand in a team, and then you've got some exciting young pups. You look at the Somerset side, that applies. I mean, dear old Jack Leach and Josh Davey now coming into the almost gnarled old cricketers. That's well put away, isn't it? Not a great ball, but he hasn't half-timed it well.
That's one of the rare gifts from Righty. Chris Wright doesn't bowl many bad balls, and when you do, you've got to pounce on him. That's beautifully played. Nice high top elbow. Andy Amid's got a lovely bat swing, lovely technique, and it's a very classy way to score your first boundary of the day, and Somerset's first boundary.
And just going on that theme, Chris Wright's been around for ages. Ian Holland has as well, Ben Cox. They all come into the gnarled old pro category, and in a way, in their own different ways. I suppose Hanscom and Rahane, well, they're more than that. They're ex-internationals. Rahane's played goodness knows how many test matches for India, 70 more, I should suspect.
Yeah, great players to have, and it's been good to see a number of really high-quality overseas players coming into the Metro Bank and
we have the prospect.
Trade.
We have the prospect of Riley Meredith bowling to Rahane. That's international cricket, isn't it? Well, not that Riley Meredith played that much, but it's of that standard.
Certainly is. He certainly is. The crowd's starting to fill up nicely. I think the war cry was sounded that we try and pack the place out and support the lads. The crowds have been pretty consistent, or very consistent. A little bit of a misfield there at extra cover by Lewis Kimber. Allows George Thomas to sneak another run. Somerset innings just getting a little bit of momentum here. Delivery there. It looks like it's nutmegged him, that one. Very peculiar.
It's very full. He was playing it on the leg side. Umpire Blackwell not interested in the LBW shout. It's gone down the leg side, hasn't it?
Yeah, just
brisk off the pad, but
little team runs.
They'll
Little
do.
tickle off of the pad. Looked like it was threatening to shape back towards the stumps, but comfortably down the leg side. And a lovely little over. Somerset. No risks taken. But 12 runs from it. Lovely over. Just gets a bit of momentum going as they go into the 5th over. It's going to be bowled by Ian Holland. 16 without loss.
just off it away a little bit. Thomas still waiting for that sort of boundary off the meat of the bat that just kind of relaxes you.
Yeah, he's quite, like, technically, Tomo's quite very similar to Will Smeed. He's quite led by his right shoulder. His right grip looks quite strong. So those sort of cover drives where you need your top hand to get that little bit of reach, I feel is maybe a work on for the future if he wants to play red ball cricket. With the ball swinging away, I think you need to be a little bit more led with the the left shoulder from a technical point of view, but obviously being right arm dominant just means he's got immense amounts of power whenever the ball's in straight to him. That's a real strength, and I think there's a lot of similarities between him and Will Smeed from what I see. And I think fair play to him when Will Smeed was lost from the blast. We didn't actually miss him because of how well George Thomas played, and I think that's a real credit to him. A little bit of movement down the wicket, but a big what looked like an in-swinger by Ian Holland that's just wrapped him on the pads.
Well, he's posing a few problems, Holland. He got one just to beat the outside edge, and that one just drifted in. Of course, sometimes these balls, they take 3 or 4 overs before they start to swing.
Yeah, I think that point of impact there, I think, really does demonstrate that slight right shoulder, strong grip bias. Again, the same there as he used his bottom hand to sort of shovel the ball through
that first
gully
game,
region.
The first game, it showed a lot of character actually, but the first game he came in for in the blast, I can't remember who he was playing, but he must have played in this 4 or 5 times in 1 over, and maybe hit the other one for 4. And you thought, well, he's out of his depth here, poor fellow. Oh, he's really struggling. And yet he came, suddenly hit a couple off the middle, and he got 50 in no time. That's a slower little he's almost already taking pace off the ball.
Yeah, he's certainly got ball striking ability, George Thomas. Yeah. He's a strong lad, good athlete. And I think it's just adapting to. I think that's generally the difference is that the bowlers at first team level have got some slightly better subtle skills that can expose a little bit of technical frailty from time to time, and just getting used to that. But he's a young lad, and he's certainly proven that he can be an asset at the top of the innings in one-day cricket. Absolutely, and his bowling's been really quite useful as well. So hasn't done himself any harm whatsoever.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's quite handy in this format, or in any format. Actually, he bowls these little seamers, but it's always with the keeper standing up, and it does sort of pose a different problem to a batsman who nowadays, most of the time, like we started here, even though there's no great pace, wicketkeeper standing back, but have that wicketkeeper up, it just constricts a little bit if you can still get it in the right slot. So his bowling has been quite useful.
That's right. Continuing, looking to maybe jump on the clutch back train a little bit here. Last over went for a dozen runs. I certainly want to drag that back a little bit. 4 of them were leg by, so not against his figures, but you certainly feel a little bit of pressure on his shoulders right now. Thomas, bottom hand, just manoeuvring the ball past mid-wicket's left hand, picks up a couple of runs.
I think the early signs are that at the moment it's quite an attractive pitch to bat on. It's popping on, especially when Umeed's timed the ball sweetly without playing anything exotic. But it's coming off his back quite smoothly.
Yeah, there aren't any demons in the pitch.
Oh, look at this field.
Just a bit of sloppy fielding there from Kimber at extra cover.
Well, Lewis Kimber, of course, has played one of the innings of the decade, really, I suppose. Out of the blue, really. That amazing double 100 down at Hove, I think.
He's at 40 odd off of Ollie Robinson over, and yeah, that was a real day in the sunshine. Before Umeed advances and tries to park him into the Lord Ian Botham stand? Feels like it's the right time. There's nothing going on out there. Very, very good batting pitch.
But it's a semi-final, Triggs. It's a semi-final. It's not quite the same. Knockout cricket. There's something special about knockout cricket. When you get to the knockout stage, you can always, I think, play with a bit more freedom if you know you're in a, in that table, like in the T20. You just want to get to the top of the table, but you can play with more freedom on the basis that if you're playing 8 or 9 games, being bowled will work 6 times out of 9. Sudden death cricket's slightly different. That's why in the World Cup, in English World Cups in recent times, sides that say, oh, we like to chase, and they start off the tournament putting sides in, but as it gets tenser and tenser, by the end of the last World Cup in England, everyone wanted to bat first. And it's that special tension that makes it just a better spectacle in many ways, because the consequences of a mistake seem so much greater.
The words of Justin Langer echo in my ears thinking about this.
What did he say?
Like whenever we played big games, he was always of I suppose the old school of ploughing a big score on the board and defending it, and he always used to say that the winning runs are always the hardest runs to score.
I was bumped into Jamie Cox on the way in here. He played, I think, in 3 semi-finals. He might have won them all, I'm not sure. But he said they were the greatest games I've ever played in. It was Plaque Taunton. There were 3 epic games that he played in. You would have been knocking around then, just about.
Yeah, I was probably servicing the drinks.
Okay, you'd be good at that as well. That's a good shot, and he's going to get full value, I think. Yeah, he's just palmed it, but can't stop it. That's good timing.
Another average piece of fielding in the context of the modern game. Not sure who is down there at mid-on.
Scriven, that is Tom Scriven.
Be a little, that'll be a little black mark on the old coach's Filofax.
There was always one.
I wonder if they have Filofaxes or it's all iPads these days.
I don't expect they have Filofaxes now. Even I don't think I ever got one in the first place. But
very yuppie, wasn't they? Filofaxes.
Yeah, wasn't it? Ooh,
big shot there, attempted by George Thomas. Just sitting back, that's very Will Smeed, that kind of tactic there. Just loading that back leg, looking for the ball into length to swat over mid-wicket. Seen Smeed do that many times here at Taunton. Looks like George Thomas is potentially going to be the aggressor of the 2.
He is, but he's actually faced a lot of balls. So that's another sort of good wicket shot, though, isn't it? He just waited on that and hit through the line. He's timed it nicely, just wide and mid-off. He's got the single.
Yeah, it's going to be a 280, Vic, I think. It's going to be a 280 plus if you want to be in the game today.
Okay, well, you're taking on your opener role now from a distance.
Yeah, I think 280 is a minimum.
Yeah.
You'd be confident if the total starts with a 3, and you'd be like, lads, we've got to scrap for everything if you get 280.
Yeah. Yeah, 280, not a winning score, but a pass score, you're saying.
You're in the game at 280. I think anything sub 280, I think it will take one player to come off for Leicester, and it will be game-setting conkers. I suppose a little bit of ominous form. Peter Hanscom and Rahane batting in that middle order. Travascus coming in after, who's been in decent form. The dangerous Budinger. He's a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde character, Sol Budinger. You're never really sure what's going to turn up on any given day, but the good version of him is very, very destructive. I've seen it in person myself a couple of times. It would be certainly a wicket that Somerset will have to get. Good start from Ian Holland, 4 overs. Only gone for 10 runs, so he'll be pretty happy with that. I think that's always the subplot here at Taunton as a bowler. Is yes, bowlers are motivated and certainly told tactically to try and take wickets, But I think there is an underlying subplot here at Taunton that if you go for anything under 5 and over, you've done a really good job for your team. If you can have figures of somewhere in the region of 1 for 50 off of 10 overs, you've done a real good job.
Yeah.
So it's something to always have your mind on. I've said that to a couple of the young Somerset bowlers when we've been discussing bowling at Taunton. Yeah, sometimes you've got to swallow that ego side of you that wants to take wickets all the time and actually just do a job for the team. You know, bring the keeper up when you don't want him up necessarily. You know, have the fielder out that you maybe don't want.
It's an interesting start. It's not a spectacular one, but you can sort of sense a tension, and neither side giving too much away at this stage. Oh, that's a good stop. That did stop for that.
Sol Budinger there at backward point.
He did time that. He had to bounce into the ground. He did well to leap up and prevent even the single.
Yeah, certainly getting to the stage of the power play where I would like to see the Somerset batters take some slightly more aggressive options. Don't really want to get out of a power play here at Taunton.
What's the minimum you want?
Well, you want 55 really, I would have said, out of a power play.
Well,
it's heading towards
45.
45 at the moment, unless these two make that decision that, come on, it's a good pitch here, the keeper's back. I think that the obvious option is to come down the wicket and hit straight. There's nothing for 180 degrees in front of the wicket if you get it over the infield. And the power that these lads possess these days, you've got to back yourself to clear 30 metres. That would be the way that I would be calculating it in my tiny little brain, Vic. Just if you were
plenty of room over the
wondering.
back. Well, it doesn't entirely surprise me because I enjoyed watching you in your opener's role. It prompted people to turn up on time. The prospect of Trigo and Trescothick, you've got to get there on time just in case.
I mean, I always felt very special, that, Vic, you know, being a Somerset man and, you know, being around the club when Trez started playing for England. You know, he's a teammate but became like a bit of a hero of everyone's because he was obviously, you know, flying the flag for the club and doing so well. And having the opportunity to walk out with him, full house here at Taunton, always used to make the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. But, yeah, a little bit of imposter syndrome, if you can believe that I would suffer for such a thing. But
hard.
I always used to do this funny little stretching routine. So I would do that as soon as I crossed the rope. So I was always a few yards behind Trez, and you'd look at the back of his shirt, Trescothick #1, and you're like, wow, this guy, you know, I'm back with this bloke, and it was such a cool feeling. I don't tell him those sort of things when we're on the first tee though, because he's in my world now. I took him down this week.
Oh, did you?
I took him down.
Did you? Were you giving him some shots as well?
Yeah,
just a few.
He was brave. He wanted to. Me and Waller played at the wonderful Burnham and Barrow in the week. And, you know, I'm quite happy to sort of have the game suggested to me. He said, should we play off the stick, lads? Oh, yes, we shall.
Right.
It was a lovely sandwich. There's nothing better than a free sandwich, mate. Nice bit of touch play there from George Thomas. Just brewing here this game at the moment. 34 without loss into the 9th over. Totally
so in a curious,
it feels tense. When are the shackles going to come off?
Well, I mean, obviously the fielding restrictions disappear after 10, and we are now at the start. We're into the 9th over. There's only 11 balls left, but wickets in hand are lovely. You know, so you can accelerate.
Yeah, I don't think I'd necessarily change the field if I was Leicester in the 11th or 12th.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
I would.
Yeah.
I would, as long as as long as Leicestershire can elongate this period of, you know, as you say,
measured progress,
throw in little protected left jabs, which is what Somerset are doing at the moment. You know, as long as they can keep that going, that's very much in their favour on a pitch like this, in my opinion.
Do you know, I played in a semi-final here, epic semi-final in 1978 against Essex, and I think we got about 280 in the end or something like that. It was a tied match. Anyway, Rosie, our mate, Brian, I think he played about 4 or 5 maidens from a Essex bowler called Stuart Turner. I mean, it's unthinkable now, but if you have a look at that scorecard, Turner ended up bowling. You could bowl, I think you could bowl, it might have been a 60-over game. You know, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 36 or something like that. Which I don't think would happen now.
Unlikely.
Yeah. But we ended up with, you know, 280 on the board or something like that, and it was an epic last ball finish with a run out, and I think we won because we lost fewer wickets or something like that.
I mean, I think the Brian Langford.
I saw that.
I mean,
I watched it.
That will never happen. That will genuinely never happen again.
I wouldn't have thought so, but I did.
8 overs, 8 made.
Yeah. It was at Johnson Park at Yeovil against Essex. And one of the balls he bowled was to Keith Boyce, West Indian all-rounder, who used to smash it. And he went for a big lap. I mean, I can't remember the detail from first hand, but he went for a big smash. They took a single, and it was given leg by. And I was quite sure whether he nicked it or not. But the bloke at the other end, and this is way back at the start of the John Player League, the ball was turning, I think, and Blanky bowled off spin. But it was a bloke called Brian Ward who just thought, well, it's turning, I'll just play him out. And Somerset won with about an over to spare with 7 wickets down, with, I think, our other good mate, Robbo, at the crease, I think. Peter Robinson. You know, 40 overs. And I think Somerset had to get about 130, and they got there in about the 39th or something. That was the sort of score. We'll have to
Sounds
look
like
it up one day.
a glamour tie.
Well, but I don't suppose many people recognised at the time that Langford had not conceded a run, because there wasn't sort of a lot of PA work or anything at Johnson Park Yeovil. Look, he came down there, but it wasn't quite in the slot. So this is the last over of the first power play. And
Holland's gone for 3s. Chris Wright had 1 expensive over. He's into his 5th over now. He's only gone for 19, and gut feeling is the Somerset batters are
just a bit
tentative,
wary
at this stage. Not batting with any real confidence at the moment.
He's bowling already. He's taking pace off. That's like an off-cutter, isn't it?
Well, I think it lends to, you know, that I think they've also seen what I saw when I walked out there, that there's a dryness to the pitch.
Yeah.
That, you know, wobble seam, cross seam balls, off cutters going to be the way forward, changing the pace. But there's no lateral movement, and the best way to probably counteract that as a batter, when people are changing the pace off, is to swing your bat a bit harder, especially if you're committed to going over the top as well.
It's great timing.
Misdirected one into the pads and click down to, I suppose, backward of deep square, and Somerset's most famous supporter, Tractor, has horribly misfielded and the ball has ricocheted off of the skip. So obviously Tractor after 6 or 7 pints is never going to misfield that. He's obviously only had a coffee this morning.
He's not fueled up yet.
This boundary just breaking the shackles. Oh, brilliant stop there from Sol Budinger at backward point. Somerset creeping into the 40s with 3 balls left of this power play. Looks like tactically they are not seeing the power play as
critical,
as important as maybe I did. I thought that the new ball on this surface was going to probably be the nicest time to bat.
Yeah, well, there's another sort of, it's almost like an off break, that, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, definitely an off cutter that.
And treated with respect. It's a semi-final syndrome, and it's getting the balance right. But I think they'll be reasonably content in the Somerset dressing room. In fact, both sides will be quite pleased with their work after 10 overs, but it's nothing decisive yet.
Off cutter. No one out. Cow corner. Oh,
I'm going to have to easy.
I'll be looking to put a dent in James. I'll be looking to put a dent in James Hildreth to that one.
In his stand, you mean?
Oh, of course.
Well,
here we go. Match summary so far. Umid and Thomas, both very sedate in their making of their 19 and 18 runs, respectively. Good opening partnership from the Leicester
So
pair.
tell me this, I know you weren't always opening the batting, but you've got to 10 overs, it's still there, and the fielding restrictions have now disappeared. What's your mindset? Do you, as a batsman now, do you want them to put some more men out, or do you want them to keep the same field as a batsman? If you're, how are you thinking?
I think the best scenario, because I think it's probably fair to say that one of us, Keys, West, Trescothick, Tree, would have been a lot more aggressive.
Yeah.
So if we get through the 10 overs, what would happen a lot is the team would go to spin straight away, spread the field, and then that's where you're looking. That's when you've got that. What I would call, like, you need to try and turn on your batsmanship head, where you can then get in against a different style of bowling. But once the field's spread, if you play spin well, you can milk 5-6 runs and over. And again, thinking about 50 over cricket is is one of my favourite formats. You've got your 100, 120 strike rate, 20 or 30. You're now being gifted a runner ball for the next 20 overs if you want it. You pick up, you get a couple of nice angles on a few, well struck shots. You pick up your boundaries, and that's when you really set your stall out to get that big score. I mean, I can genuinely remember standing on the field with James Hildreth as an opposition batter. Would be helmet off, kissing the badge, celebrating 100 off 130 balls, and Hildy would be like, he's just lost him the game. And we had, that genuinely happened a number of times, and you just think, we're going to chase this. Let's have a look at that little replay there. Looked like it was just a little bit high on the bat. If we can have a replay of that. Ian Holland ball, he's pretty much, the threat from Holland feels like it's on the inside edge. Yeah, it's just nipped back a little bit. Andy Umid has been struck. I'll tell you what,
it's back leg too, isn't it?
I think you probably have a good review of that one. I'd say he's probably got away with that. That's very, very close to the top of, I would say, middle and off stump. Benefit of the doubt to the batter because it's hit just above the pad onto the inner thigh pad, but bent back knee.
For your information, in terms of that field, what Leicester have done is that they've got, I think, they've got 4 men on the boundary, so they have adjusted.
Yeah, I like the 3.
Yeah,
I like the 3. I would still like to have cover up at this stage, especially with Ian Holland moving the ball back into the right-hander. You think it's got to be a pretty poor ball for him to be hit out to the cover fielder, but they see it a different way. I would imagine Leicestershire as a team would be ecstatic at this stage.
Ecstatic? I think might be pushing it a little bit. Somerset might be contented that they haven't lost a wicket, and therefore give them more licence later. We'll see.
Well, someone's going to have to put the hammer down at some stage, and that's nearly a run out.
It's nearly a run out. I'm going to run off.
Nearly a run out. Vic Marks is going to run off. I'm going to join him. Because Sam and Harry are going to come into the commentary box now, and hopefully they're going to bring with them some slightly braver batting from the Somerset pair. Oh no, I'm staying. we've got an official rota. It's been written in crayon, so that must have been Harry.
Definitely not. My handwriting's better than that. Apparently, Pete, you requested a rota. Rumour has it.
Well,
and then you've got to try to go against it
we
after.
normally go as a three-pronged attack.
Yeah,
it's
we do.
unprecedented that for a semi-final we brought in the big gun of Vic Marks.
4 at the back today.
So he's thrown our algorithms out the window.
He's been
You're
alright,
gonna have
hasn't
to
he?
put up with me a little bit longer, ladies and gentlemen.
Just a lovely lap around the ground, Pete. Nice to see the fans enjoying the sunshine. We'll mention a few times Heathcote Cricket Club down in Knightshays and Tiverton. I've been chatting to a few of their guys as wander around the ground. Awful news, you might have seen the tragic fire that swept in Thursday morning in the early hours. That's a club I was meant to be playing for today in the North Devon League. Played there quite a lot in my old village, Sanford Peveril. Merged with them. Vic played for them a few years ago as well. So big shout out to the guys at Knightshays. Got the game on yesterday, fair play to them. Flick.
I'd imagine tea wouldn't have been much cop though.
No, they were very, very good teas and
A
scones.
little bit overdone. Nah, terrible joke.
Too soon for that, Pete.
No, it's terrible. I think we're going to pop up at some stage a QR code for any of those cricket fans that would like to pop a little donation onto their page,
Yeah,
just
good
to
fun.
help with the costs of fixing up that place. I think we're going to do that at the end of the over. It'd be magnificent if you've got a spare couple of quid lying around, you know, in those smaller parts of the counties. You know, cricket clubs, football clubs, rugby clubs really are the heart of the community. So anything you can do will be greatly appreciated, no doubt. Somerset 45 without loss here in the 12th over. You'd have to say a slightly stagnant power play. The Leicestershire bowlers haven't really been put under pressure. They've just been allowed to bowl a tidy line and length. No great foot movement used by the Somerset players. No big shots attempted. But that is a very classic cover drive. It's going to be cut off on the cover boundary. Andy Mead's going to pick up a couple of runs. But yeah, slightly underwhelmed, Harry, with the way that the Somerset pair have gone about the power play in what looks like a pretty good wicket.
Yes, yeah. Should we applaud good Leicestershire bowling as well? Two sides to that.
Well, I think they've been allowed to bowl. I think that's
Yeah.
my point. They've been allowed to bowl a 4-day area, and the Somerset batters haven't felt confident enough to use their feet. There's been no real aggressive swing of the bat. No shots have been played over the bowler's head, which is really unusual from these two, because they, over the last few months have been parking many a ball back over the opening bowlers' heads for 4s and 6s. But as Vic said, just feels like there's that semi-final tension.
Yeah, a bit of nerves, understandably so. But when will we first see the shackles come off? Andy Mead with mid-on and mid-off up in the ring. It's a lovely shot. Should be two.
There'll be one man in the ground very happy with his start. Coach Alfonso Thomas obviously did a lot of bowling in one-day cricket. He'll be very much selling the no emotional bowling and fighting for 4 and over, all the catchphrases that he used to use when bowling here for Somerset. He knows this ground very, very well, and he'll be pretty pleased at this stage.
A chap you're still in touch with a lot? You still speak to Alfonso?
Yeah, well, we very occasionally, life gets in the way of all these things, but keep in touch, see what's going on the old social media, flick him a reply or a like every now and then. That's kind of the way forward when you live in different parts of the country. Little drinks break here. 12 overs. There's a QR code down in the bottom corner there for Heathcote Cricket Club. Terrible incident there where pavilion has burnt down. Like I said, a hub of the community. So anything you can do to support their quest in raising some funds to build back better.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can achieve that as soon as possible.
Playing against Exmouth yesterday, great win for the club. They managed to make do with changing outside and no roof over the head, but they got the game on. I was meant to be playing there in the North Devon League this afternoon, but Somerset doing well in this cup has got me here, of course, instead. But fair play, go well the lads. Horrible news. Oh, aerial. It's going to be 4 runs though. There's that little bit of intent people were just talking about there. George Thomas down the ground, just past mid on for 4. A little bit earlier on that. I don't think he meant it to go aerial. But it's kind of well enough in between the bowler and mid on.
Very nice. A little bit of endeavour there. Hopefully not too late. I think that's one thing that you do when you chew up a little bit of time at the start. You really do put the flag down. You say to your teammates, "I'm going to take responsibility." This innings will blossom, no doubt, into a good one. But one thing these two can't do now is give it away in the 20s, in the 30s even. They've got to put a score on the board now that they've invested so much time in their innings.
So, deep third man and deep square leg here in place for George Thomas. Nice line and length there. Should really have been fielded by the bowler. A bit sloppy letting that through.
Roman Walker on at the Marcus Trescothick stand end. Big, tall, strong bowler. Played a little bit for Glamorgan before moving to Leicester. Big, strapping lad.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see whether he opens the batting again today. That weird sort of pinch hitting role in the playoff. That game on Friday against Hampshire. Seeing him open batting was a slight surprise. Good cheeky single here, George Thomas. Wasn't that cheeky at the end actually. Bit of a way from it on to get round.
One of the things that might slightly trouble the bowlers today, there's one of those sort of sprinkler boxes right on the I suppose, one step before the takeoff, which I know would certainly have driven me bonkers. You see that there, that little square of Astro green. Mostly played by Andy Amid. 24 off 34 and 25 off 43. Just a shade over 4 runs and over at the moment, which is, you'd have to say, subpar for Taunton at the moment, but I suppose one of the crucial numbers is 0 on the board at the moment. 0 wickets down, so a platform being laid by these two.
Cool. He's just trying to play that so fine, get that dab, get it down to 3rd for 1 run. Nearly got the inside edge. A little bit of luck there for Andy Mead. I've been commentating up at New Road, the England Lions Sri Lanka game this week. It's been great to see some quality batting from Casey Aldridge, some decent bowling up there too. Excited to watch him play later. Also went and trained with the Birmingham League club Ombersley on Wednesday night. They play in the same league as Andy Mead's Moseley. You might remember Gareth Andrews.
Yeah.
Andrew. I was there netting with him on Thursday night. Good seamer for Somerset and Worcestershire a few years ago.
I think he was the first bloke to score 100 with the mongoose bat, the small one.
Yes.
But then I remember watching him in the following game, and he got out because he got caught sort of mid-off, caught off the shoulder of the bat, which obviously on a normal bat would have gone for 6.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh, okay.
My
great bloke was Gareth Andrews. Good start of the career here at Taunton. Did brilliantly for Worcester. Heavy sort of seam bowler.
Yeah.
Middle order batter. Did a bit of pinch hitting, as you say.
Still bowls pretty decently. I reckon he's one of the better bowlers in the Birmingham League still, one of the better leagues in the country as well, that.
Yeah, I can imagine he would be. He's probably in his mid-30s now.
Yeah, even 40 I think he is now. He still goes to gym, does a lot of CrossFit stuff. Oh, he's got away with that, George Thomas. In between mid-wicket and mid-on. Bit of intent though, run down the wicket.
Definitely what you want to see. Just slightly concerned that is a little bit 5 or 6 overs too late. Almost minimal risk to that sort of shot really with the fielders up. But nevertheless, a well-needed boundary here. Tomo looking to press the accelerator. And he comes again. Oh,
great,
brilliant bit of work there from Ben Cox. Like a salmon, a leaping salmon.
Yeah, as we were doing the lap round, myself, Annie and Sam had a lap round the ground. Bumped into Josh Thomas, had a good chat with him. I thought he'd be on 12th as duty in the squad. just missed out on selection for this game, but he's enjoying from the crowd. I can see him there actually, just above the Cooper Associates sign and the Lord Ian Botham stand.
Yeah, and that's one of the things actually, Harry, that I really like about the feel of the club at the moment. Even lads that are disappointed, maybe not made the squad or made the 11, they're still here, they want to watch, they want to support, they're always in the dugout, and that's a real good sign that the club's operating well. And I saw Alfie Ogborn. I know you said in our little pre-match thing you were a bit disappointed that he'd missed out because he'd bowled really well in the last couple of games, and I said, oh, unlucky mate, gave him a little bit of a hug, great lad, I said, oh, unlucky pal, you've been bowling really well, stick with it. And he literally looked at me with a massive smile on his face. He went, don't care, Trees, I just want us to win. And it was just,
what an attitude.
But it was a genuine, there was no pause, you could tell with his facial expressions, he absolutely meant it, which is a great sign.
You don't get many better blokes than Alfie Ogborn. Top fella. Team man. He'll come on the field, I'm sure he'll be involved in the field at some point.
Shot down the ground. He's going to pick up one there, George Thomas. And keep an eye on the comments on the live stream. Any Leicester Foxes fans tuning in? Obviously on Somerset's live stream, it's all free, so you can enjoy a day's cricket.
Yeah.
No cash required.
Well, we'll have you $3.99 put in our pocket, shall we?
Well, it's the old sausage rolls aren't cheap. If you fancy, well, maybe we can find another QR code for Harry's Lunch Fund.
$3.99. I think the chat was that there's 4 commentators today, so 3 of us will take £1 and you can take 99p.
Happy with that, mate. That's amazing. We thrive on having lots and lots of followers, over 5,000 watching at the moment. That's what we want. Plenty of people getting to watch this home semi-final today versus the Leicestershire Foxes. Thanks to all our partners, WPA Health Insurance, Hygos Insurance, Virtue Motors, to name but a few. We've got the Eurolay speed gun here, all the technology.
And some
I mean, to be fair, why would you even turn on Sky Sports, Harry? Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
We should branch out.
Well, Sky Sports Somerset, no? There's nothing on Sky Sports today. Keeper just making sure the field is set properly. Ben Cox with the gloves on for Leicestershire. Rowan Walker is happy to go. Remember, in the middle overs now, so could be a few more men back on the rope. 4 out now. Deep cover, deep third, deep fine and deep square leg. Forward, deep square leg. Rowan Walker not rapid, but any potential short ball. Andy Mead does love a pull shot. All sorts of chat in the live stream. We can't keep up with it. Too much to get hold of. We will update on the other massive game between Glamorgan and Warwickshire today. Hamza Sheikh and Rob Yates back in Warwickshire shirts. Andy Mead is feeling the charge just for 1 run. Yeah, Colin Ingram and Will Smale. Will Smale who play for Taunton Dean. They are currently at the wicket. Bit of trouble though. Barnard. Well, we say Andy Mead is the king of the One Day Cup, but elsewhere they might call him the prince, because Ed Barnard is probably the king of the One Day Cup with runs and wickets. He's got another 3 for opening the bowling. He's got Asa Tribe, Kieran Carlson and Sam North East already. Glamorgan 36 for 3. One of those two will be playing one of these two in the final at Trent Bridge in September. Yeah, so Rob Yates and Hamza Sheikh have spent the last 4 days with James Drew and Casey Aldridge, but fair play, all 4 lads straight back into their county sides today. So early assessment, Pete, what do you think's par on this wicket?
Well, I don't, from what I've seen in terms of shots like that, if you can play a shot like that, you've got to say that it's a pretty true Taunton pitch. Slightly underwhelmed by the first 10 overs batting. I'd have liked to have seen a bit more of this earlier. You know, the way that George Thomas can waltz down the wicket and probably get 25% of the timing right and still get a boundary makes me think that both of them probably could have showed a bit more endeavour early on. I think they're behind where they want to be at this stage, maybe 20 runs. But again, 0 wickets down, so that gives us a big platform to really press on. Like I said, I do feel like we're 20 runs behind, irrespective of the wickets lost. I think both sides would be pretty happy at this stage. My assessment doesn't change. 280 minimum, 300. You're chest out confident. But we'll see how it develops. It's going to take someone, scoring a real high strike rate, 40 or 50 at some stage, to get Somerset up to where they're going to need to be, which is somewhere in the region 6 and over. 4.38 at the moment, not quite enough.
Yeah, we generally say here, most of the one-day cup games this season, the group stage, you've got to get to 280, 300. Derbyshire played really well here on that Sunday, that cracking 100 for Manoj Dal. That was the big chase, but Somerset have been successful in all the other games. Thanks to Hygos Insurance, they're doing some brilliant work in the car park. If you're wandering around between overs, if you're listening in your earpieces and you've got kids with you today, go and have a go at the Beanbag Challenge or Hook and Duck. Get your free sunglasses, your pens, all sorts going on down there. Thanks to Hygos.
Hook and Duck?
Yeah, I had a go at that in the last game here, loved it. I did. How many can you hook in a minute? I think it's a challenge. I think I got 4. I don't know if that's a good score or not, really.
Hook and Duck, that sounds like a Saturday night kind of job, but
steady on.
Yeah. George Thomas, Andy Mead, both cruising at sort of a 65, 70 strike rate at the moment. Definitely has that semi-final feel. Both want to make contributions, but you've got to be careful that contributing personally doesn't end up being a little bit on the selfish side of life. Goldsworthy, Rude Dixon in particular. I mean, this is where the lads have maybe accidentally put a lot of responsibility now on their shoulders, to one of them at least to go pretty big, is you're chewing up balls that Rude Dixon could potentially face later on. And we know that they naturally score, in particular Dixon, that when he gets going, he's scoring like 140, 150 strike rates, sometimes even higher. So these two have really set a stall out, really, that one of them's going to have to get 100 to get Somerset up to that 290, 300 par score.
Yeah, James Reeves batted very positively in this game. That Middlesex game at Lords, he won with aplomb, hitting those boundaries at the end to get Somerset over the line alongside Lewis Goldsworthy. Played some really expansive cover drives, inside out over extra cover sweep shots, without getting big scores. James has got a lot of 50s, 70s, 80s. And then before, as I say, a little bit low. He'd wrapped on the pads. Looking at the spin options for Leicestershire Foxes, it's Liam Travaskis is the main man, but there's going to be a lot of seam here. I've already seen the 4-seamers, whereas Somerset will definitely bowl 2 left-arm spinners. Potentially could go to Archie Vaughan as well, maybe even Andy Mead. So many bowling options for Somerset.
You've been talking a lot about Andy Mead's off-spin.
Yeah.
I've not seen him bowl a ball.
He bowled in the first game here. Bowled quite a lot last year. He changed it up, off-spin, leg spin. He got 3 for.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see it.
He probably won't bowl now. But I think because Archie Vaughan's coming to the side this year, he's taken a few of Andy Mead's overs. And Jack Leach, of course, playing. Jack Leach bowled in the Test match last year, so Andy Mead bowled a fair amount. Even Lewis Goldsworthy's not always got through 10. So many options for Somerset. I mean, look down that side. Who doesn't bowl? James Rue will say he bowls left arm spin. Maybe Sean Dixon, the skipper, is the only one that doesn't bowl. Anyhow, a long way to go yet. No spin introduced yet. Lovely shot from Andy Mead. That should be at least 2. Might go for 4. Deep cover's done really well to get around there. Good slide and stop. Nice piece of fielding. Seen Harry Swindles on the field. He's on 12th duty for Leicestershire, not in the 11, the hero of the final. Great story, really, the Leicestershire Foxes to win this competition. They talk about being cash-strapped and one of the smaller counties, but great for them to get the silverware. Can they defend their title? They've got to win today first. Myself, Harry Everett, and Pete Trigo on commentary with you. We've got Sam Dowling and Vic Marks as well. An awesome foursome today in the commentary box, and cracking weather and an ever-increasing crowd all set for the semi-final. Easy leg bite.
Roman Walker, real tall, physical bowler. Generally looks to smash the ball into back of a length. He's a good 6'3", 6'4". A little bit of change of trajectory to the bowling of Ian Holland. Down the pitch, and a beautiful shot over extra cover from Andy Ameed. One bounce into the fence. Lovely use of the feet. Beautiful technical swing in the back there from Andy Ameed. Beautiful shot there. Absolutely nailed. And a fine piece of fielding to the man in the check shirt next to Tractor, who's let us down this morning with some very sloppy handling.
Good running as well. 4, then get down the other end, the old school way of batting. You get your boundary, then you take the strike over and say, George Thomas, hand over to you, you have a go. Yeah, Roman Walker had that amazing start for Leicestershire. Back in 2021, that tour match against India got Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and Jadeja in a 5-wicket haul there. You think, some way to get going in a Leicestershire shirt? I think he's older than that, but he's only 24. Wrexham born, but done pretty well for Leicestershire in recent times. He's into his 3rd. 6 at the top for Ian Holland. Decent opening spell from him alongside the experienced Chris Wright. So 4 right-arm seamers. No Josh Hull, of course. He was playing. He was the man playing in that England-Sri Lanka game. Bowled well. Pull shot from George Thomas. This time he's going to get 4 as well. So Andy Mead's got the 4 in the single. Give him a strike over to George Thomas. He's got 4. Somerset getting going now. He talked about the slightly slow power play. Well, already got 9 runs off this over.
Yeah, it feels like the shackles are just off a little bit here. Partly to do with a bit of endeavour from the Somerset batters, but the first change bowlers have bowled a couple of sloppy deliveries. I mean, that bit of a drag down hit ball there doesn't have much of a future here at Taunton. It's a better area. They could come back from the bowler, but 10 runs from the over. I suppose if we did have the Manhattans, there aren't too many tall ones at the moment. Leicestershire bowlers have been very professional, very consistent in their areas. 77 without loss after 17 overs here. The umpires are Jack Shentry, left arm seamer, and Ian Blackwell, left arm spinner. Played a lot here at Somerset. Always nice to see him back umpiring. I think we've got a change of bowling. We have. I think we've got Travaskis coming into the attack from the Lord Botham stand end, or river end, or other end, whatever you want to call it. He's going to bowl his left arm spinners, trying to just change a little bit of momentum here that's been picked up by the Somerset pair. Run rate's crept to 5.5 and over. Still a solid run below what I think it probably ought to be on a pitch like this. Got a good foundation laid by the Somerset pair. Thomas 38 off 56, Ameed 33 off 46.
Interesting to see how they play the spin hit. Former Durham man, left arm spinner. Might remember rose to prominence in that amazing 4 for 16 against Lancashire in that Old Trafford T20. That sort of really catapulted into the Championship eye. Won that game out of nowhere when Durham looked down and out, and now is a pretty key part of this Leicestershire. I got 50. That's a big appeal. He was actually got 60 not out off 55 balls. Back at number 8, the quarter-final on Friday.
Slightly unusual action. Looks like he gets a little bit past the Oh no, arm comes over
Good fielding.
pretty nicely. He's got quite a quick shoulder, so I think looks like changes of pace are going to be his skill rather than enormous amounts of spin as it looks at the moment. We know here at Taunton it doesn't offer a huge amount of spin. It's more about playing with the flight, the trajectories, just drifting in towards the pads there. No spin on show at the moment.
Yeah, quite early, I suppose, more skidding on that one. Tickled down to short fine for 1. Yeah, having Travaskis at 8 and get you 60 not out is pretty useful for this Leicestershire side. It's a clean ball.
Yeah, 2 real big chunks of land. One of them, that ball just been pushed into. You've got that.
Cheeky too.
Oh, that would have been close with a good throw.
Direct hit, he's gone. I think he would have just made it if Travaskis had taken a nice throw and taken him off.
You can always tell when there's a panic on if there's a massive dive. George Thomas was concerned there. Poor throw in the end from the deep. But yeah, you've got that pocket over mid-wicket. You've got the pocket over extra cover. There's an enormous amount of acreage over there for someone like Andy Umeed, who's got those really cultured hands and can just hit that over extra cover pocket. Left armers hate it. If you can access that shot there, it's almost like they need a 12th fielder, which obviously you can't have. Tidy over though from Travaskis. 5 from it.
Yeah, so Jack Leach often bowls from the far end, the Lordian Botham or river end. Left arm spinner likes to come on from there, so it makes sense. We're going to see seam continue from down below us, just Gothic Pavilion end. And Walker into his 4th.
Returning at the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end, number 88, Tom Scriven.
No, we're going to see a change of bowling. Tom Scriven is going to come on and bowl from the Trescothic Pavilion end. Tom Scriven, who has 2 overs for 11. Is now going to change ends and bowl from the MTP end. Something slightly different angles. Not massive differences, not really much of a slope here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, but will he prefer it? Calm single from Andy Umeed. Andy Umeed, well known to hit the most balls of anyone in this Somerset squad. He'll put the self-feeder on at 7 o'clock in the morning. Lives on site helps. He'll just hit balls every waking hour he can. Loves batting. George Thomas just getting someone to move behind the bowler's arm. We could call it a sight screen, but it's more of a sight sheet. The black sheet at the bottom of the Trescothic stand.
Scriven's bowling with the keeper up, taking the option away from the batters to use their feet down the pitch, trying to pin the batter on the crease, I suppose. Thinking about the wicket-taking option, you're probably banking on a missed LBW, but that is certainly not missed. A beautiful shot from George Thomas. I think it's fair to say that was the good version of a slog, straight back over the bowler's head. And I mean slog in the respectful manner. Beautiful shot there, a good old-fashioned slog.
A beautiful slog.
Bowler's head. Love that. Great bit of intent showed by George Thomas. He's had plenty of balls faced to get himself in. Now's the time to maybe look to put the old pedal down a little bit. He's on 43. And another slog. That big, strong right bicep coming into play there. Bludgeoned through mid-wicket, not timed. That's the power of George Thomas. I reckon he's got about 50% of that, and it's raced away for 4.
Will Tom Scriven, will he regret changing ends? Not starting particularly well for him from this end.
Exactly what's required here. A sedate start. No, Somerset Opens looking to press the advantage down of batting all of those 62 balls he's faced. 47 not out. One more boundary away from what would be a good start to his semi-final.
George Thomas got runs here in the Baker Cup final on Monday night. George and Josh Thomas got 130 for the second wicket. Josh Thomas got man of the match in that game. Those two whacking quick fire 60s. George gave himself time to get going then, so similar pattern today. Got himself in, back pretty slowly at the start of the innings. Now he's building up, improving that strike rate. Taunton Andrews beating Taunton CC in that Baker Cup final Monday night. Some great club cricket here last week. I've had 8 games of commentary in 8 days, with the 3 club finals days here last Sunday. The Somerset Cricket Foundation Major, Minor and Intermediate Cup. Baker Cup here Monday night, but the pros back on here today.
Oh, that's going to be out. Yes, that's going to be out. As I said, that's what he was waiting for. Keeper up, pinning him in the crease, hoping for that ball, missed on the inside edge. He snuck one through. It looked close. Jack Chantry does not let the bowler down. Yeah, that's salmon trout, that one. You can't miss those.
That's your favourite saying, isn't it? Salmon trout.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a slight issue with that pretty unproductive power play. Now that Thomas has been trapped for 47, he's batted a lot of balls. He's away. Yeah, it's just nipped back, but I think it's fair to say it's hitting somewhere in the region of the top of leg stump.
For Lewis Goldsworthy coming to the wicket, he's in the top 10 for the PCA rankings for this tournament. He's looked really good with bat number 3. A couple of 90s, not got that 100, but really crucial knock he played up at Durham particularly. And he's bowled well. I really like Lewis Goldsworthy's form. I think he's a key cog at number 3.
Yeah, I think a lot of the rest of the order are going to be under a little bit of pressure to make sure they don't have an innings like the last 2, really. George Thomas and Mead are not really striking at the strike rate you want here at Somerset, so I think between Goldsworthy, Rue and Dixon in particular, someone's going to have to step up that scoring rate almost from ball 1 really to get Somerset to a total that you'd be confident in defending. Yeah, I think Mead, he's probably going to be the man to stick his hand up and look to anchor 38 off 50 balls. George Thomas played nicely.
Well, Lewis Goldsworthy has been a sort of an anchor, a 3 that pivot often for Somerset, but he's actually scoring a lot quicker, a lot more positively since he had his great loan spell at Leicestershire, of course. So he's playing against a lot of his mates here now. All this talk about Leicestershire trying to sign him, trying to get him up there permanently, but he's looked really positive since he's come back with the bat. Batted well in the T20s for Leicestershire as well.
I mean, putting together a total, you can certainly transfer if someone gets out who's going to be the anchor, but you can't ever have 2 at the same time, certainly not at Taunton. So Andy Mead looks like he's set his stall out, so it means the batters coming in are going to have to play with a bit of positive intent, as I'm sure they will.
Yeah, look at the economy rate of Ian Holland, 2.83.
Criminal.
24 dots, but the other 4 bowlers all going at over 5s now.
Just a sign of a hint of hold or spin there. Goldsworthy trying to work that ball maybe a fraction too square. A bit of a leading edge. Travaskis into his second over. Nicely played down the ground from Goldsworthy. That most valuable run of the day, the first one. Get yourself off the old duck. No batter wants to pick up one of those.
Yeah, I thought so often in one-day matches they'll bring in. Would they bring him mid-off, mid-on? I just think when Lewis Goldsworthy's on strike for his first couple of balls, could they have stopped giving him that easy one? Actually, let him get off the mark easily. Is he going to try and go over the top to get off the mark? Well, he's off the mark already now, and Mead should have 2 more to add to the total. Maybe even 3, actually. Yeah, this is good running from Lewis Goldsworthy. Really good running. It's his call coming back to danger. And superb from Lewis Goldsworthy. Fit lad, played a lot of football down in Cornwall. A decent engine for left-arm spinner, number 3 bat, but dare I say, I think a little bit of a meal of that was made by Chris Wright chasing back. Could have got down to the ball quicker and saved a run there.
Yeah, he's into his 40th year on the planet, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Done an awful lot of bowling in his time, and those little long chases, slides and stuff, they're the skills to first start to disappear. Poorly directed delivery from Travaskis.
Squared him up.
Just shows like there's a little bit of hold, a little bit of spin. I'm going to take a break now. After the first 20 overs, Somerset at 97 for 1.
Thanks, Pete Rico. We'll bring Sam Dalling in to join myself, Harry Everett, for the next 10 overs. Vic Marks will be back on a little while after that. Do engage with us on Twitter at HarryEverett_14. Sam J. Dalling, or in the live chat. Let us know your thoughts, where you're watching from, where you're listening from. Great to hear Somerset fans across the globe absolutely loving 50 over cricket in the sunshine. Free to air on YouTube anywhere in the world. So brilliant stuff. And good to see Somerset posting pictures of Somerset players posing for selfies and autographs with the players as they do so brilliantly here. But Tom Scriven is going to continue. Having been a little bit expensive at the start of that over, to get that key wicket of George Thomas, definitely deserves this follow-up over from the Marcus Gothic Pavilion end. Welcome to the box, Sam Dalling.
Hello, Harry. You're right.
Yeah, Pete was very critical of the Somerset start to this innings. What's your thoughts?
I don't mind it.
You don't mind it, or you don't mind the criticism?
I don't mind the start.
Okay, I think
I
I'm
can
with
see
you.
the criticism, but I think the way the game is going, and that's what the beauty of... So 50 over cricket, traditionally, there was always that middle period, wasn't there, in the early 2000s. There's 20 overs, 15 to 35, where not a lot happened. And we've almost seen a slight return to that. But it's about wickets in hand, and what has changed...
Leg stump half volley, absolutely nailed by Lewis Goldsworthy. Good piece of fielding by the experienced Indian Test batter Jinky Rahane at mid-wicket.
Is T20 and T10 even.
Yeah.
And teams back themselves. You think, right, so we get to 30 overs. If Somerset if they got on at 5 and over, and they're 150 for 1 after 30 overs, they'll back themselves to get to 350 plus. We saw it with the finish of Josh Thomas against Derbyshire and Sean Dixon at the back end.
That's good wristy play by Lewis Goldsworthy. Should be 2 here, in between deep fine leg and deep square leg. Really good wrist work to get that in the gap.
Yes, they lost that game. They didn't get 350 though, but you can score explosively at the back end, so you're suddenly 50 for free trying to go at it at the power play. There's different approaches. I just think 50 overs is an awful lot of cricket.
Yeah.
50 overs, we forget, right? It's the longest period of time a professional cricketer will ever field for.
Yeah, I always think that. Without a proper
Without
break.
a break.
Yeah, just a tiny drink. But they don't ever go to the toilet either. Always makes me laugh. Goals where they should get, just a single go down to deep third. That is the 100. They'll clap here for that, the round figure of 100. But Somerset will hope to at least double, if not triple that. I think also, don't underestimate how aggressive 4 to 11 are in this side.
Yeah, exactly.
These are the only two batters that you'd see as sort of, Red Bull take their time batters. George Thomas goes harder than he did today normally, yes, but 4 to 11 can all get on with it. Even Archie Vaughan, the young lad, came in and played brilliant sweep shots in previous knocks here against the spinners. Can they push 2 here? And if he fancies it, no, good call actually, probably not going to make it. Good arm, good work in the deep.
Well, and Lewis is amongst the leading run scorers in the tournament. He's been fantastic. And Andy Hamid, I'm just trying to get the numbers up because we put something out, didn't we, in the week about his numbers, and I think he might be close. I just need to find the graphic, but I'm pretty sure he's passed 1,000 runs in this competition in the last 2 seasons at something like 70s.
Well, this season, Andy Mead, after 8 matches in the Metrobank One Day Cup, high score of 114, an average of 55.71, 390 runs, just the 1 not out. Not bad, but not as good as last year, we should say.
Let me find me metric. Liam Travaskis, good signing actually for Leicestershire, this lad.
pitch there down the leg side.
Just to think, just knock it around. Take 5 and over. Maybe if they could push it up to 6 and over for 10 now, that'd be nice. The wickets in hand. Beautiful day out there. We did a lap actually. Very rarely, the one downside of this job, which is a glorious job, is we rarely watch much cricket outside. Goldsworthy tries to find some width. Just a single. 103 for 2. Yeah, I don't mind this. It's fine. Semi-final nerves. Like it's a big game, right? Sounds obvious, but that can change the approach a little bit.
We talked about the king of the One Day Cup. Well, Ed Barnard, how incredible he is in this format. He's into his 10th over straight through. He's 4 for 30 off 9.2 overs. He's got all 4 wickets. Glamorgan 61 for 4 with Billy Root, and Colin Ingram was a pretty key batter at the crease. But how good he's been.
So I reckon
with ball and bat.
So what we're saying here is, Harry Everett, if it were to end up a Warwickshire Somerset final and it rained all day, rather than a bowl off, we should just get a Mead and Barnard and the Indoor Kings indoor school to play off for the king role.
Andy and me can bowl, I guess. They got a bowl back
as you keep telling us.
I think it's a little bit harsh. I think Ed Barnard is a genuine all-rounder, whereas
pushed for a single.
Andy and me would be a batter who can bowl a bit.
What kind of retainer are you on for mentioning Andy Ameed's off spin?
Well, it's more that he was a leggy, and then he bowls off spin, and he keeps changing it.
Very talented man, there, Andy Ameed. End of the over, 103 for 122 gone. Sam Dowling alongside Harry Everett. To a lot of people, we just sound the same, don't we? So we could just pretend there's only one commentator, almost talking to each other.
Yeah, we're going to see right-arm seam continue from the Tchaikovsky Pavilion end. I think that's going to be the plan. They'll rotate the seamers from this end. Trisvaskis will bowl potentially 10th straight through from the river end. I love the way Ajinkya Rahane is. It's so much intent all through. The 12th man for Leicestershire. That stump at the non-strikers end, the pesty stump.
Got a little
saves
finger
Andy
on
Ameed a run. Did he get?
I think he might have got a little finger on that.
Lewis Goldsworthy was back in the ground comfortably.
I found the thing, right? So Ameed, this was after the game at Lords last Sunday. Since the start of 2023, 15 matches, 981 runs at 70s, 400s, 550s. So he's gone past 1,000 runs in this comp in the last 2 seasons. Comfortably past it.
He loves this format.
Do you remember when he first signed?
Yes.
He signed just before, was
Vividly.
it the 2021? We were up here for a 4-day game. You and I were both very excited about that, I remember. It's just been wonderful. He was on the, I need to listen to it actually, the County Cricket podcast that you were doing a bit of comms with, actually, the cricket connoisseur up at Worcestershire.
Yeah, got him in for Friday.
Lovely man is Aaron, but I'm going to need to listen to the Andy Ameed episode because that'll be brilliant.
That is a cracking shot from Andy Ameed. No run, straight to mid-off.
What have we got in the live stream? Let's have a look. With all the regulars. Plenty of big numbers as well. Big game, that's why.
Keeper stood up here. Andy Ameed pulls that straight to deep square leg for 1 run. I guess the thinking here is keeper stood up. Don't let Andy Ameed come down the wicket, use his long levers, play that beautiful shot over extra cover for 4 a couple of overs ago before George Thomas departed. Now the keeper is standing up for both batters. Don't think Lewis Goldsworthy will use his feet to seam anyway, but he's going to keep his lid on and stand up to both. There's the pull again, a little bit short for Scrivens. Goldsworthy wasn't miles away from picking out Ajinkya Rahane there. I've got to be honest. We're trying to be honest. We're a neutral stream up here, but
yes, we are.
We try and be neutral stream, but we're always going to have a little bit of Somerset bias. But I am delighted that Ajinkya Rahane is playing. I am so excited to watch him play. We've got plenty of people watching from India, people from Barbados, Hong Kong, Greece.
Charlie Taylor's somewhere on holiday, isn't he?
Spain, yeah,
Is he in
he's out in
Spain?
Spain. His other half Spanish, so he's out there.
He did a video for Siders Press this week, topless Charlie Taylor.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could get away with that. He's gone to Spain and suddenly he's very risque.
No, but Charlie Taylor's body, he can pull that off.
10 years of Tom Abel.
Special that, wasn't it? Absolutely special. We got some good little videos for that.
Oh, Triggs did a good one, didn't he? Fair play. He pulled that out of the bag.
So if you haven't seen it, go on the Cider Press Instagram, Facebook or Twitter. Pete Trigo got Marcus Roscothic and Max Waller in his video. Now my wicketkeeper is the greenkeeper.
Your wicketkeeper?
Burnham and Berry.
You have your own wicketkeeper.
Well, yeah, he's the only one that can handle one.
just go around whenever you fancy a bowl.
Most keepers can't be bothered. Most people, I bowl so slowly, most keepers take the ball in front of the stump, so I can't be bothered to keep to me. But the one who does it best, Liam Pigden, he's Burnham and Berry greenkeeper. And I was saying to him yesterday, it must have been exciting. You had Triggs, Trez and Waller playing golf at Burnham and Berry. And he's like, yeah, sadly golf course aren't that bothered by cricket names. And I was quite upset and offended by that comment.
That's strange, because cricketers are very bothered about golf.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the place they can
So
go.
we have Justin Rose here. And I said, oh, well.
Hampshire fan in the YouTube comments, welcome. Ask if there's any Leicestershire fans. I saw a few this morning.
Yeah.
I came in early. Big appeal. And you need looking for the run. Going to be 107 for one. I saw a couple very early before the gates had even opened. They were wearing their shirts as well. I saw a Ben Mike shirt. Great to see him back at Leicestershire. It didn't quite work out at Yorkshire, but brilliant cricketer. Saw a Louis Kimber shirt as well. I've got someone watching from Poland as well. Excellent. All over the shop. I mean, he uses his feet. Well bowled by Travascus. They saw him coming, actually.
Talking of names on shirts, we saw an Alvira Peterson shirt, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
I like that.
But weirdly, so you and I both saw it. We were probably 50 yards away, but for some reason we both went, was that a Jim Allenby shirt? Even though it wasn't. I think he was 27, not 73.
Is the E's? A couple of E's in there?
Yeah, but they're not really that close, just a single down the round. Anyone else from further afield? Torquay, yeah, that counts. Still got a miniature railway down at Torquay.
Yeah, Babacoom. Just along from Torquay. Beautiful. Yeah, down there a few months ago.
This is good from Liam Travascus. He just couldn't see a way into the side. He played really young up at Durham, didn't he? I think his maiden first class wicket was Ravichandran Ashran. But I'll check that. I'm pretty sure it was. But he was in that side before they brought Borthwick and people back.
Back in 2019?
Yeah, leading edge doesn't quite carry Travascus. But it's a very good over. Lewis Goldsworthy. Watchful. Partnership is 17 from 30 balls. Travascus is through 4 overs for 16 runs. Bathed in sunshine here, the Cooper Associates Canny Ground. Came for a bit of rain. I was driving down. Foolishly, I was in Newcastle yesterday.
Very foolishly.
It was a bit foolish, yeah. But I stopped in Nottingham. There's a brilliant kebab shop by Trent Bridge.
It's not very near the motorway, though.
No, we've got friends that live right by Trent Bridge. They've actually put me up for Somerset games. They put up some of the Somerset
very nice.
colleagues of ours. And Eva's Grill, wonderful kebab shop if you're ever up there maybe for the final. If whoever gets to the final, get yourself to Eva Grill if you're up there. Someone watching in Mongolia, fantastic.
So we see long on go back now for Andy Mead. He's going to tickle it into the leg side. Can they come back for 2? I don't think they will. Oh, he's risked it. He's gone for it. Andy Mead, good running, really good running. Got his long legs going there.
Very excited for a relatively comfortable 2 there.
Well, that's what I love about Somerset, is a 2. Sophie Love said it before. She's never played at a ground where a 2 is clapped more than here. And I always remember that comment. And I actually noticed it, having commentated at Gloucestershire and Worcestershire lately this month, and noticed they don't get such a big cheer for a 2. But I think, I criticised Chris Wright in the previous over. He is pretty old now. We should let him off. But I think he should have stopped that 2. I think as a bowler, I'm annoyed. If you're at fine leg at short ground, no 2. As Andy Mead comes through for his 50, he's going to raise the bat. Well batted, Andy Mead, so far. Long way to go in this innings yet. He's laid the platform. He's lost his partner, George Thomas, for 47 off 64 balls. Andy Mead is improving his strike rate as he goes here. He's going to try and bat through this innings and get Somerset up towards 300.
Bit rude of Andy Mead to interrupt your running 2's monologue there, wasn't it?
Well, yeah. we've missed enough mark. It's only a milestone. 49's only one better to get 50, isn't it? This obsession with round figures that people have in cricket, I never quite understand.
Darren Hart's watching him from Bideford, North Devon, top of the North Devon League. So
I was meant to be playing against him today, I think.
Were you? Because my grandparents was with my dad's from down in Barnstable, Fremington. So Instow we used to go to all the time. We used to go to Bideford. I know where Bideford Football Club is. I'm not sure where's the cricket ground.
I've been to football club as well. I went there on New Year's Day actually.
It's odd, isn't it? Because there's a big field the other side of
Bideford. It's Westwood Ho and Littleham. They've all merged, haven't they? So they play at Westwood Ho now by the go-karts.
Oh, beautiful.
I've been hitting to the go-karts as a 14-year-old when I played there, I'm sure. And then then got a duck as a 14-year-old and went and played in the arcades.
Ian Tweedy has a question, probably for you, Harry. Does anyone know if Hamid bowls?
Have you not been listening to the commentary? Maybe you need to turn it up. Yeah, bowls lovely. Part-time offies or leggies, whatever he fancies, really. Bowls a bit for Moseley in the Birmingham League. Or for Somerset. Not so much for Warwickshire moves there.
Any Leicestershire fans tuning in, listening in? Do get involved in the comments. There we go, Harry Go Lucky. I'm from Fremington. My sister owns the Key Cafe. We used to go down to the Key Cafe. I haven't been for a long time. We had I don't know why I'm going down this route, but my granddad's wake there, but this is years and years ago. What does Harry Everett bowl? A mixed bag, I think, is the... There's a wonderful photo, actually. We'll get when we get commentary box cam on next. In fact, I can send a photo to our team. We're going to have some drinks. Oh, there we go. Can I see this on combox cam? The intensity on the face of London the wrong way. Which one am I going? That way. I'm not doing this well at all, am I? You do that, Harry.
I don't know my own picture.
Yeah.
I think
sending
a picture to the WhatsApp group is probably a better idea than my.
That's what Harry Everett bowls.
Yeah, that's what I buy. Okay, leggies. Not quite as good yesterday. 1 for 45 for me yesterday. Normally I'm a 1 for 25, 1 for 30 kind of guy. A little bit expensive in a depressing loss. I've already seen Will Abel walking around the ground and he's given me a bit of stick for us potentially gifting the title gift wrapped to Taunton CC in Whipple Somerset after my Wemden lot lost to Bridgewater yesterday.
Drinks here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, as ever, to our partners at WPA Health Insurance for bringing us the live stream. Sam Dowling alongside Harry Everett. Triggs is with us, Vic Marks is with us. Wonderful to have Vic. So we've got a quartet up in the commentary box. Leicestershire will be quite pleased with their work. They'd like another wicket. They'd like Drinks to bring wickets. The one that they've got so far is that of George Thomas, who made 47 before he fell. LBW to Tom Scriven. What do you reckon, Harry? Where's this game at?
I think it's right in the balance. I think it's how it should be at Drinks, really. Pete, and some people would like Somerset to be more 150. Yes, fair enough, or even 130 than 113. But I think wickets in hand in a knockout game, particularly, is great. So I think you've got a lot of batting in this lineup. Don't forget, Casey Aldridge is back in, having scored some beautiful runs at New Road off a proper Sri Lankan test attack. Don't forget, Ben Green is also playing. Archie Vaughan will probably bat at 6, and then those two all-rounders at 7 and 8. Jack Leach can whack a few, so don't think that the tail are not going to get some runs.
Now, I'm gonna give you a bit of praise here, but you're not going to like it because of what it references. So, Nick Hitchcock says, my claim to fame currently is hitting Harry for a 6 in the Baker Cup a few months ago. Now, Harry's gutted that he wasn't in the Baker Cup final. He did tell you afterwards that you're still his favourite commentator, but Harry still bangs on about how his team should be in the Baker Cup final. Yeah, so... Nigel Parrott, sorry, Nigel. Now, I'm going to butcher this name. I apologise. You're in Estonia.
I'm going to go...
Kivioli?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Is that how you say it, Nigel? It may well not be. Laurie's in Adelaide. What time is it over there? I could Google it, Laurie, but it's not.
Adelaide, I think, will be... They are half an hour different to Melbourne and Sydney, I believe. So Melbourne will be 9:30. So at 9:30 in the evening, I reckon Adelaide will be 9. It's a weird... I'm sure it's a half an hour time difference, Adelaide. Yeah, 9:04.
9 p.m, there you go.
Not bad for me.
Good from you, H. That's Charlie Castle there. Barry's watching from Reunion Island. Come on, Leicestershire. Very
Reunion,
welcome.
yes.
Very welcome. Reunion.
French-speaking island off Africa, isn't it? I'm learning about that in my French GCSE.
Yeah. Very welcome.
What are we kicking at now? You're reading these live stream comments. I wonder what's coming out here.
No, nothing. What do you reckon, Barry? What's your take as a Leicestershire fan? You pleased with where they're at so far? Restricting the runs? Would you like another couple of wickets? I'm sure you would. Dr. Mason is in Bangkok. Montana is a mountain in eastern Spain. The co-founder of M&H. Beautiful bats. Not a bad attempt. Okay, that's decent. Prague. I can do Prague. I love Prague, actually. It's a cracking city. The Monaco. Plymouth is the Monaco of the Southwest. What do you reckon, Ace?
No, I'm not so sure about
Well,
that.
I think Wayne Rooney thinks so. He loves it down there.
How long will he last?
Right, we're back. Andy Hamid's on strike. There's a catcher in his eye line as well. A short mid-off. It's not silly, it's just short. Pushes it down the ground. And I think that's maybe because that ball just stuck in the pitch in the previous Travaskis over from goal to
Yeah,
Levy.
just stuck in that leading edge. No, it's one earlier to Andy Hamid as well. Slight leading edge.
What do we think, folks, from here? What's minimum? What would you like? Both sets of supporters as Goldsworthy pushes it down the ground. He's on into double figures. 10 off 17 he's got. Halfway through the innings.
A lot of love. We should mention the cider press kit, really, Sam.
Oh, we can put some on later. I've got my hat on.
You got it on now. You got it on now.
Barry's pleased. Yeah, it's great to see Leicester. I mean, it's lovely to see them win this tournament last year. And they are very competitive. Look at that middle order.
I can't wait to see
Rahane,
that.
Hanscom. As Vic said, I think, in the preview, they can have 20 minutes each. Little dab from Andy Hamid. And Ben Cox did read it, and he tried to get there, but he couldn't. And Hamid moves on to 56. A deft touch, a much-needed boundary. I can't keep up with the comments.
Well, yeah, no, neither can I. People now tweeting me separately saying where they're from. Watching live stream from Slovenia, hiding from thunderstorms in the Julian Alps. Come on, Somerset, said Ed Boyce. I've had 6 different tweets of where people are watching just in the last 5 minutes, Sam. People are very keen from holiday destinations, I'm guessing.
I know. Rodney Wood's anchored off Tresco. I assume he means
the
island, not microscopic. That would be quite something, wouldn't it?
Oh, silly, that's beautiful down there. J.R. Nobby is watching from Garden in Cornwall. Sadly can't be there today.
Wide Awake's in Nakhon. Kingston Oval, Osama.
Montrose in Scotland.
Just a single.
Oh, I disagree with Dave from Cork. Problem is Somerset don't have the big power hitters in this comp. Just because there's no Overton and Gregory, I think there's plenty of acceleration down the order. Ben Green, did you not see Ben Green's innings here against Durham? Same game with Sonny Baker had all those wickets. Ben Green's 150, still in losing cause.
16
yes.
6s or 17 6, I think. End the over. 120 for one. Yeah. Simon Manley's popped into me comments. Worth mentioning to Harry about Taunton Cricket Club going above Wemden, top of the table. He's in the Whipple Somerset. He's mentioned that a few times off air to me, Manners, don't worry.
Yeah.
He saw Will Abel and basically conceded the league. Dodgy umpiring is how Harry described it.
No, that wasn't the reason we lost. We got lucky with some
if
of them, but we still lost. Oh no, it wasn't. You can't blame the umpires for us losing.
All gone up.
Should be caught. Yes, he nearly fell over. Great catch in the end. Running back is Ian Holland from mid-on. Over his head, and Hamid trying to clear mid-on. Now, Pete Trigo talked about one of George Thomas or Andy Hamid having to get 100. And Andy Hamid has got out soon after getting to 50. Ben Cox is absolutely ripping Ian Holland, taking the mick out of him for his slight tumble spin catch. But Ian Holland clings on. And Somerset in a little bit of trouble here. Plenty of batting to come, but Andy Hamid's got to go.
He just didn't quite get there, and he was almost a little bit indecisive, which is unusual for Andy Hamid. He was a little bit too straight. He'd be disappointed with that. He set a platform to, you ideally want to kick on from there. 120 for 2. Is it a little bit of trouble? I don't think it's quite trouble. A little bit of work
maybe
to
not
do.
ideal work to do, yeah.
James Rue, Sean Dixon both can score very quickly. Ben Green,
I think today for James Rue, I had a cracking, probably an hour and a half for James Rue on commentary today. I texted him saying, do you want to come on commentary? Because his mum was watching. I saw her in the crowd on day one up at New Road for the England Lions game. And he said, oh yeah, I'll come on commentary, why not? And he turned up 5 minutes before the lunch interval. So I gave him a stern ticking off, chatted to him for 5 minutes, then he went back, got his lunch. And fair play to him, the good bloke he is. 5 minutes before the end of the lunch interval, James was back on comms and then stayed with me for about an hour and 45 minutes talking to flanking fans all across the world. Absolutely loving it. Brilliant stint. And Chris Rue then came and sat right below us with there's no earpieces up at New Road, so he had his YouTube on his phone next to his ear, listening in and chuckling and pointing up to us. It was a cracking stint of commentary. So James Rue, delighted to see after 4 days up at New Road, playing a bit of golf, a bit of cricket for the England Lions, is back in a Somerset shirt, back at number 4, back with the gloves in hand. His brother, you might have seen, got a big 100 for Taunton St Andrews yesterday. Thomas back at number 5. As low as 5, but still with a massive score, getting the Saints the win yesterday. James, you'll be delighted about that. You saw his smile when George Thomas scored that 100 alongside him the other day.
Beautiful, wasn't it? More than just a smile, it was a genuine celebration. Just so pleased for his mate, and that's one of the things I love about this club at the moment.
Richard Atkinson in the YouTube comments. Do you want to send me a match report of that for the Devon Cricket website?
Of the Lions?
No, Plymouth CC third 11 won the 8th Division West title. I haven't had any match reports from Plymouth thirds all summer. Nothing from Yelved and Bohemians either, so send a few words to them at Harry_14 on Twitter, or try and give a shout out to some of the Devon
So basically
clubs.
getting people to do aren't you meant to be doing the match reports? Are you getting people to do your work via the stream?
No, people are meant to send them to me, because there's no point me reporting off play cricket. I amalgamate the match reports. If you write a match report off play cricket, it doesn't tell you how many drop catches there are. It doesn't tell you what the weather's doing. Play cricket's great and tells you a lot of information, but you can't get everything. So I always try and get people to tell me who's actually there, who's present at the ground. Torquay seconds, won E Division West. This is Gordon Avery. I had a chat with Gordon Avery on Dartshire Box of the day. He's a massive fan of the stream, the free live stream for anyone anywhere in the world who wants to watch semi-final one-day cup cricket. Shouldn't give too much stick. I did work with Sean Jarvis for a few years up at Huddersfield Town. I know they're trying to do a few different things up at Leicestershire, trying to make money in different ways.
Conversation for another day, I reckon, that 1H.
Oh, this is poor. Michael Stuckey's watching from Staple Grove Road, can hear the ground, but is not here. The most exotic location. Got to be the nearest to not be here.
I used to play at Taunton Cricket Club, and we could always hear the appeals over at Staple Grove Cricket Club. I've never heard a team appeal more loudly.
Another leading edge from Lewis Goldsworthy. Just getting a little bit squared up here. Decent little spell of bowling here from Roman Walker. Got that key breakthrough. 1 for 25. Off nearly 5 overs. James Taylor just having a chat with Louis Kimber on the boundary there. James Taylor, of course, that terrible heart condition. Though we should say, talking of heart conditions, Ben Wells retired from Gloucestershire professional cricket, but he did play for Bath yesterday. Fair play to him to come back into the club game after these scary things that happen to your ticker. Really interesting, just picking up a bit of James Taylor talking to Louis Kimber about the plans. Great work, the effects mic. He stopped talking now. We should go quiet really and listen to the James Taylor. He's now moving away from the effects mic. We could hear the plans of the Leicestershire bowling attack. Very good goal for James Taylor.
He was a wonderful player, wasn't he? Really good white ball
short
player,
leg.
actually.
I just always remember him at short leg.
Do you remember? I think he averaged something like 80 in one-day cricket for a few years before he...
When he was at Leicestershire?
Yeah. And then when he went to Notts, I think. Yeah, but such a shame. But yeah, he's a brilliant pundit as well. I love actually listening to him speak about the game.
Knows the game inside out, doesn't he?
Travaskis to Rue.
Now, I think James Rue, in this over, will use his feet and go over extra cover, over mid-off. I think that is going to be the way I go. Looking at the field here, I don't think he's going to sweep. Deep square leg back.
We'll find out. Flick that one into the leg side. Won't get past the fielder though, so won't be a run.
I feel like I've seen almost every James Rue knock since he first made his debut in the Somerset Show. All the players, he's a game I got to know fairly well, but he might surprise me. If he's going to sweep, it's probably going to be a fine paddle sweep to try and beat 45.
Tries to find a little bit of width.
That's the ball he got
Just
out to on Wednesday. Do you see that? Went back to one, tried to punch out to cover, got done by Prabhav Jayasuriya, the Sri Lankan left-arm spinner who had those amazing figures on Test debut.
So long on, long off to Goldsworthy. Deep mid-wicket as well. I think Point is going to come up to third. Sol Buddinger's at backward point. Looking forward to seeing him bat. He's explosive. Top of the order, he'll score runs quickly. And there's a third. So they're cutting off Goldsworthy's cut shot. They will know him. They've seen a lot of him. He's just trying to make that space, but there is a sweeper out there on the offside. So
You know what? I reckon that might have been James Taylor's idea.
Yeah.
We know Lewis Goldsworthy's game inside out. Get Point in really close, squeeze that. When I watch Lewis Goldsworthy and James Reed bat, I always think of that Southport innings. When Keaton Jennings had that amazing 300, these two had that brilliant partnership together.
There. Root doesn't go inside out over extra cover, it goes past extra cover and picks up a boundary. It's a lovely shot from James Root, all about timing. It really is a joy to watch. Moves on to 6, Somerset up to 127 for 2.
Yeah, I'll take that prediction. Not bang on, but that was the gap, wasn't it? You've got extra cover in the ring, mid off up. So anywhere in front of deep cover, just going to beat that man that's for to crack a shot.
The way he accelerated at Lords to reach 50 after a watchful start. He's watchful again there, James Root. End of the over. Travascus has bowled 6 overs for 30. Somerset 127 for 2. Remember, they were stuck in by Leicestershire a couple of hours ago now. Beautiful day here. If you're close, if you're on Staple Grove Road watching, pop down for the second half. Second half, we call it second half.
Slightly cheaper tickets.
Slightly cheaper tickets, isn't it? Tickets available on the gate. Good crowding. Still a bit of room, so you can come and have a seat free next to you, so you can spread out, enjoy yourself in the sunshine. Hopefully, I know we're meant to be neutral, but there's no real disguising who we prefer to win this game. But we want a good game of cricket.
Well bowled. Rowan Walker is bowling good areas here. Lewis Goldsworthy and James Root just trying to rebuild here. I think we now talk Lewis Goldsworthy will probably now try and anchor this innings. Take the strike around, and Root, Dixon and the bowlers or the all-rounders will be aggressive around him. James Root's so good at clean hitting against spin. Talk about inside out over extra cover, all that cover drive, all the sweeps. He's got all the shots. Lewis Goldsworthy, there we go. He's not nailed that pull shot, a bit toey. There's a lot of space there for 1-1.
It's a bit toey.
It's going to be interesting to see how many Goldsworthy specific plans Leicestershire have here. It must be such a weird game for him, playing against mates he was playing with just a few weeks ago.
Starring for them as well.
And Green, of course, had that Leicestershire spell as well. So 2 recent Leicestershire men in Somerset, back in Somerset shirts today. I suppose, can you call it your former club? You can, not officially, but their loan club. What will James Drew do against Seam here? Early in his innings, he's 6 not out. The inside hedge, trying to get that through the covers. Jinky Rahane in front of squares just seems odd to me. Always in the slips for India. Seems brilliant, brilliant slip fielder. I've always said he's my favourite non-English test batter. Watching Rahane bat, his silky drives. Got that different gear now. Playing for CSK in the IPL. Started playing a bit more aggressive shots. He used to be that real solid opener for Rajasthan Royals, but there he is trying to stop that drive. He just cuts the angle off, but well mopped up, fielded by mid-off behind him. We can hear for the effects, Mike. Come on, boys. Go on, lads. Brilliant work we have here. There.
I think they'll be quite happy, won't they?
Yeah, I think so, so far. Good wrist work again from James Root. Just turning a straight ball into a 1 into leg side.
What are they doing here, H? Is 30 overs going to be a turning point? Do they have such linear turning points? 120.
I hope not. I think it's ticking it around and picking off the bad ball for the next 4 or 5 overs, I think.
Root needs to get in. Capable of scoring so quickly. Did he hit 7 boundaries in a row, was it? At Lords,
7 boundaries
know
in
that.
8 balls.
And 8 balls, 8 or 9 balls. Beautiful player.
Change of bowling at the
There we are.
number
We're on top of the
17, Louis Kimber.
The Thatcher Terrace is just below us. Marcus Gothic Pavilion looking in.
Yeah, Casey Aldridge's dad was enjoying the view from up there.
Change of bowling then.
On the Thatcher's Terrace. Yeah, we've seen
Gone from one spin to the other. We're going to see a bit of Louis Kimber actually, which we weren't sure if we'd see.
Yeah.
Kimber. And I can see with the left-hander maybe.
There's not many spin options in this Leicestershire attack. We talk about the Somerset bowling options, so many down that 11.
Does Andy Mead bowl?
We've already mentioned that a few times. But I thought Travaskis might have bowled straight through. But yeah, I think you're right. The left-handed James Root has probably brought this change.
So Kimber, who we saw, I mean, he's a record holder after that over against Ollie Robertson in the Championship. Root pushing that behind square for just a single.
Now, does Lewis Goldsworthy bring out a slog sweep or a hard sweep, trying to get a boundary? Does his eyes light up to an off-spinner?
I wonder if that's what they're thinking.
James Root's going to have a chat here. His hand signal is looking to me like he's saying there's a bit of drift.
Holland's bowled 6, Wright's bowled 5, Scriven and Walker 6 each as well.
I'm not sure Holland comes back with a death, you know. Bowled well up top, I just don't see him as a death bowler. Medium pace with a new ball, great. I just don't see him at the death. Could be wrong.
Push down the ground. So they've got 20 overs left after this one. Potentially 17 overs between those seamers, plus 4 more of Travaskis. So maybe you're right, maybe that's why they've gone to Kimber. Ian Holland, MLS winner, wasn't he?
Yeah.
All-star side he was in as well.
Well, he also, didn't he win that? No, he didn't win it. He won that brilliant TV show.
Lovely shot off the back foot from James Root. Raced his way for 4. It's all timing again. It's that same area, the extra cover area this time. Just made his own whip. Pushed it between a couple of fielders out there. Lovely from Root. He did, yes.
The one that just ready. Darno was also in.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I interviewed him about that. He ended up winning because he would go to the academy over the winter and basically playing with the test team. And real experience around the wicket to Root. Good fielding off his own bowling there.
It only lasted one
Nice
series, didn't it? I was gutted about that because I never saw it. I don't know if you can find it on YouTube. That would be my favourite TV program, I reckon.
I wonder if there was a link in the interview I did with him.
I found information about the series, but not seen any video footage of it.
That one.
Skidding
Maybe
on
keeps
quickly.
a bit low, skids on. Cox is such a good keeper.
Yeah.
I spoke to him 3 or 4 years ago.
Canny bowling from Louis Kimber.
So they had 15 finalists from 1,000 applicants. And the winner was basically got a state deal. Imagine that, a pro cricket contract. There's no width again for James Root. He's trying to work his own width. I mean, at that point, he was doing all right in grade cricket end of the over. He said it fast-tracked him. Jake Fawcett was in there. Ben Cooper, the Netherlands star.
Yeah, Justin Amadano played for Taunton Andrews, don't forget.
76ers. So they get people like every week. They'd have someone like Ricky Ponting, Brett Lee, Matt Hayden would come in. And I think
Talking about coming in, nice segue. I'm going to get Vic Marks to come in for myself.
Beautiful.
I'll be back in a few overs time.
from one off spinner to another.
Leg spin set.
You bowl leg spin, do you? Well, you can do both. It doesn't really turn out of the way, does it? So Walker is continuing to Goldsworthy, who's got a baker's dozen. James Root's got a dozen. Somerset have 135 for 2. And Vic Marks has returned. Hi, Vic.
Hello, Sam. Welcome back to Taunton
Thank you.
for your travels.
Yeah. I'm always on the road.
Yeah.
The cardrobe, the back of my car is always packed with clothes. It's nice to be home. So I did realise, you said hello to me, you asked me how married life was, and I looked at me left hand and I've lost my wedding ring. Which is a bit
Well,
of a
it's
blow.
very public loss there too. Well,
Well,
fairly
it's-
public. You haven't found it yet?
Screen. Well, it's only a rubber version that I use, so it's not my real wedding ring.
So you've probably got a few spares.
Yeah. Feel lost without it. Pulled hard. Front of square, the fielder down there.
He does well.
Keeps it to a couple. Brilliant work from Louis Kimber down there. Cox makes that take look so easy. Such a good wicketkeeper, Cox. There's that side-on angle. Goldsworthy's aware that there is a fielder out there, so just keeps in complete control. Slower ball, top edge. A couple more. Where's this game at, Vic?
Well, it still hangs in the balance, doesn't it? Both sides have been quite cagey. I mean, the batsmen haven't quite broken free. The ball is gripping a little bit, as Trees has. Just, I mean, Walker here, he's bowling off-cutters all the time, taking the pace off the ball. No one's really been able to get after him seriously. I mean, in one sense, that's quite encouraging, because I think there's something a little bit there for the likes of Leach and maybe Goldsworthy, you know, the slower bowlers.
Ben Green, potentially. As
Yeah. So whilst it's a blameless pitch, it's not an absolute belter from what we've seen or from how the batsmen have played, but there is that caginess element too that attaches to a semi-final that tends to make people value their wicket a little bit more. There's a bit more tension. It's knockout cricket. Knockout cricket has got a lot to offer. Just adds that little bit of spice and tension.
Did you not end the over? Did you play a wonderful semi-final here where you basically finished in the dark? You told me about previously. You were fielding out on the boundary.
Well, I played a wonderful semi-final here in the year of, as recently as 1978, against Essex, where we ended up with neither side had ever won a trophy.
There's Tom Abel's come home. Great to see him here.
Yeah, well, he's just in the stands. He's not in the dressing room. That's a great piece of fielding, by the way, for their own bowling. Yeah, well, he's a fan. He's a fan for the day.
He won't be relaxed watching, I don't think. He'll be very into it.
He probably won't. He'll be quite looking forward, I'm sure, to strapping on his pads for Somerset again before too long. Next week.
Used to the feet by Goldsworthy, inside out. Full run.
He's had a stint with Welsh Fire, and now he can go back in the ranks. So, I mean, so talk about semi-finals. One of the best games I ever played, it ended up, although I did bowl 1 over, no maidens, 13 for naught, was against Essex in the year we tried to win our first trophy. We got to the final but didn't. But it was that 1 or a 2? That's the one. But it was a match which was tied, and we went through on the grounds of fewer wickets lost or something like that. Can't remember why, but a tie was good enough. We knew that at the time.
What was the chairman's name?
Herbie Hoskins.
That's it there.
Yes, well, I've often quoted Herbie for the fact that, I mean, the ground was packed. They shut the gates, and Herbie, local farmer from Sparkford, promptly opened the gates again on the basis that you've got to make hay when the sun shines. A lot of people stood, but they were happy to do that. So this match, though, it still hangs in the balance. No one's really taken charge. Not too many wickets have fallen, but the run rate's not extreme.
It just looks like Goldsworthy is going to try and pick up the pace a little bit. Single to finish the over, 147 for 2.
But they're still, I mean, we were talking with Pete, a very rough guy, can be, double 30 over score, but it's not precise. Someone gets going, goes berserk, you can get more. I didn't make a precise note, but Somerset were in the region of just under 140 to 30 over mark. But you can't take anything for granted. You can't sit here and say, it's 280, isn't it? I'll get 287. But it's not that straightforward. Wright's coming back. Just been over the other side, though, talking to a wonderful cricketing man who was coach here for a little while. Jack Birkinshaw, who's done everything in cricket. Playing for England, playing for Yorkshire, Leicestershire, Worcestershire, coaching here at Leicester where they won the championship, umpired at Test level, one of the most cheerful Yorkshiremen I've come across, really. But a delight, and who's now president of Leicestershire.
490 first-class games he played.
Jack
Birkinshaw.
Yeah, well, he had to. Jack was an off-spinner, so we had that in common. We had a lot of things in common, actually. But he left Yorkshire. I can't give you the precise dates, but in the 60s, quite early 60s, because Yorkshire had Ray Illingworth. Probably mid-60s. And Ray Illingworth was, of course, the prime off-spinner. So his chances were limited. He went to Leicester. Blow me down, he said 3 years later. Illy turned up at Leicester. And he played under Illingworth. The joke was, not a joke. Jack would go on, come on to bowl his off-spin. If it was flat, he kept bowling. If it turned a bit, Illy said, just have a little rest.
He played one first-class game for Yorkshire. Took the wicket of Jim Parks in both innings and never played.
He played more. Did he only play one game for Yorkshire? Amazed.
Or at the age of 17, maybe that he played that one time.
Okay. I thought anyway.
Yes, sorry. In all, he played 30-odd games.
Yeah. But he's one of cricketing's great men. He's coached all his life. He still keeps in touch with them. That's a miss hit, but it'll clear mid-wicket just. Sense they want to increase the tempo, but it's not straightforward. Leicester's made a virtue of their lack of pace. And they've bowled, particularly Walker, he's finished his spell, but even Wright now has come back on, and he's bowling little off-cutters, odd seamer, pace off the ball. That is a cracking pull shot, and it's also almost a very good stop. Dribbled off the floor.
153 for two. Just starting to push his foot to the floor a little bit more firmly.
I was thinking about Jack as president. He was talking about Lewis Golding, who was very happy at Leicester. They loved him, and they thought the world of him.
And likewise Ben Green. They said both as cricketers, but as people who came up.
Well, you can understand why. No surprise to us down here.
No.
But I think Goldsworthy is the one who actually on the field had the most to offer. They might pick up a second here. So just a sort of slight increase in the tempo. Goldsworthy, like a lot of little men, he judges the length and he's looking to score off the back foot. Just a fraction short. He's got the pull shot out. Rue's been terrific, of course, in this tournament.
And the over 33 gone. Don't forget, it's nearly upon us. Wednesday evening, that evening with Joel Gardner and Pete Trigo as well. I don't know.
Oh my goodness, he's being grilled by Trigo.
Yeah, he's being grilled by Triggs. So, still tickets available.
I'm waiting for the Trigo. Well, we pace bowlers understand, Joel, don't we? Oh, good. Well, that'll be terrific. And sadly, I'm not going to be here, but Joel's one of the great characters. Adored by everyone. I mean, when we played here, unlike Viv, who would like to keep himself to himself sometimes, during a match anyway, Joel would, if we were batting and going okay, he'd just walk around the ground. It would take him an hour and a half probably, because he'd be signing every autograph that was requested, having a chat here.
Jason Kerr as well.
He's back.
Everyone's back.
Yeah.
And a canine with him. Not sure if someone in an Archie Vaughan shirt as well.
They got them out for sale, didn't they?
Yeah. Oh, beautiful canine there as well. Great to have everyone back. And I think Ian Holland is back into the attack. He's pace off the medium pace. Plenty of cutters, I expect. Just talking about how he won the MLS, the American T20 tournament, Ian Holland, very recently. He's eligible to play for America.
Is he?
Yeah, Australia. We won a talent. We've got a state contract via a talent show, like a weekly talent show. And a remarkable story. He's got a lovely man.
So when did he leave Hampshire then?
He might be on loan, you know.
Okay.
He opened the batting for them very successfully in first-class cricket for a few years. Good all-rounder though. Single to Goldsworthy. He was over playing for Washington Freedom in a side that had Travis Head, Steve Smith, Rachin Ravindra, Glenn Maxwell,
Right.
Marco Janssen, Andrew Tice. Yeah, decent. I believe he was eligible as a local for that one.
Do they have to play a local to win that? Probably not.
I think probably do.
Okay.
There are quite
He's quite valuable then.
good gig if you can get that.
Because Liam Plunkett was playing initially, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. He was a big part of almost the face of America. Interesting stuff they've got going on over there. Be interesting to see how it goes. Very different setting here. Got a job to do. Bowled beautifully first up. Very frugally.
That's very high, and that's going to be caught. If it is, it'll be a brilliant catch. He doesn't touch it.
He just never looked comfortable, Roman Walker, did he?
It would have been a brilliant catch. He had to run back further than I initially thought.
And I think we all misjudged it, actually. From up here, it looked like it was just going to drop into his hands.
Yeah.
And I think he thought that initially, too. And it was swirling. So difficult. Jack Leach would have caught it. We've seen him some wonderful catches. Never
Well,
in
I
doubt.
don't know about that. I think Casey Aldrich would have caught it. Jack might have done. That's a better. Yeah, he's going to get the same number of runs for that. I think he'll stop that. A couple more, but without any risk. So Roux is also looking to up the tempo a bit here now. It's been a great sort of reminder that he's been able to offer James Roux that actually, I can get red ball runs, but I can get white ball runs really quite quickly too. And, I'll be ready for the T20 blast perhaps next year.
Well, it's the beauty, isn't it? They won the second 11 T20 tournament.
Yeah,
You've got the top four here. I mean, George Thomas came into the side, but Hamid, Thomas, Goldsworthy, Roux. Goldsworthy starred for Leicestershire in their T20. And other coaches, as well on the Durham live stream, and Ryan Campbell immediately said, I'll tell you what, one of the lads I've liked the look of is Lewis Goldsworthy. So he's picking up admirers. 162 for 2. Is that the great man? Alfonso Thomas?
Oh, well,
I think it was. Right on. Maybe it's
he's
not.
around.
Can't quite see.
Great time here. Maybe we're getting a hat-trick.
The best
In the
T20
championship,
bowler, wasn't he? And championships. Brian Rowe signed him. No one had really heard of him.
Yeah.
Chris Wright around the wicket. Fielder out there. Just feel them starting to pick up the tempo.
Yeah, well, they need to. There's now 16 overs left.
300 plus they're looking for from him.
Well,
that's big going.
I mean, they would do well to get that, I would suggest. But they do have wickets in hand.
We saw Dixon and Josh Thomas put on about 112 in the last 11 or 12 overs of that Derbyshire game. They need something like that, you feel.
Yeah, and that wasn't quite enough as it happened on that day.
Particularly that middle order. Be interesting to see how Somerset go because, I say, pace off has worked. What Somerset have got is pace. Pace that not many other teams, if any, in this competition have in the form of Riley Meredith.
Yeah. Well, Meredith, you don't want Meredith taking pace off too often.
If he does, it's still 80 miles an hour.
That's well struck. He's not bothering to run. In fact, he's cleared the boundary. Beast, Lewis Goldberg. That feels like the first 6 of the day.
Feels like it, because it is a bit, yeah. Just a quick double check. It was in his slot, wasn't it? Just where he wanted it.
Yeah. But it's not in his usual area, dead straight, actually.
Very generous with mid-on and mid-off.
Very strong square of the wicket, but that was in his slot, and he cleared him easily, cleared the rope.
The 50 partnership between Lewis
50 partnership up between this pair then, from 51 balls, so run a ball. So good, positive stuff. Setting themselves a platform. That last wicket was that of Andy Amid. He went for 57. So all 4 Somerset batters have got starts. They just need a couple now. They're going to post something really imposing, particularly against the side who are defending champions, who are Ajinkya Rahane and Peter Hanscom, Louis Kimber, Sol Buddingham, and you need a big total.
Ooh. That was sort of in the slot, but that was not the slower ball. That was one of Wright's quicker ones. But it was just a little bit of width. He was disappointed he missed out there.
I think that's a drop catch, you know.
Yeah.
It's very harsh.
It's very harsh. It wasn't that short, but he's both this pair are starting to pick up balls that are just a bit short, but not very short, and getting into a position to pull. We'll see in a replay whether it carried the orthodox mid wicket.
Peter Hanscom. Rude does well here. Look, he just shuffles back.
There we
Off his
go.
leg.
You're a tough master.
I am, I know.
There might be a technical chance, we'll give you that.
It's one of those the sticks, you don't really know much about it. You're just happy you've stopped it, actually, against the boundary. Really starting to get going. Expensive-ish over. And that's what I'd like to see, actually, from Somerset. A little bit more. Don't let these bowlers settle. They've got a plan of what they want to do, Leicestershire, and Somerset can't afford to just let them do exactly what they want for the next 15 overs.
35 have gone now. But
Holland's in. Good bit of work from Travaskis, actually, because if it gets past him there, it wasn't a great ball. It gets past him, it's short and fine. It's thought.
Yeah, no, he's happily give the single there.
A little limp on. Goldsworthy up to 40.
Yeah, well, he's getting up to... Both these batsmen are almost going to run a ball, but they'll want to accelerate even more. But they've done it not by mighty hitting, just 1/6 in this innings. That's quite unusual, isn't it? But they're finding the gaps and scoring. That's a sweet shot, but it's only one. They've got a bit more protection now.
People are relearning in this tournament. I think it's spectators as much as players that you don't have to hit 10 sixes in an innings in 50 over cricket to score runs. You can make 100 at a decent lick without always clearing the ropes. It's just a long time, isn't it, to play cricket? What would you have played, 55, 60? Did you go to?
Yeah. He's got a read, but he's in. Well, I played, when that semi-final I talked to you about, 78 would have been 60 overs. Yeah. I would have played 55, 50, 40.
Any advance on 40?
Well, I did play in one sort of reduced over 15 over match in a semi-final of the Gillette Cup after rain, which we lost.
Were you trying to slog sweep?
Probably opening the batting with Botham and Richards. I remember going into bat, 6, 7, 8 wickets down, thinking it's quite important I try and bat the overs here because we got bowled out by Middlesex for about 80 or something like that. It was in Brian Close's last year, I think, or 76 or 77, and we didn't really adjust very well in difficult conditions. It has to be said, but It had rained for weeks, and this is the only way we could get the game in. A farce, closely had to describe it as a farce.
59, all out Somerset.
59, I didn't really only got 59.
Didn't bat the 15. Vivian Peter Denning.
I was run out for 3. Dear, oh dear.
I don't think it falls on your shoulders, any of that. Some brilliant names there. 178 for 2.
Yeah, Denning, Richardson. Both wasn't playing. No. He must have been playing for England.
Rosie, Joel Garnett.
Yeah.
Burgess. Colin Dredge. Dredge is still up at Frome. Holland is in. Buddington fields it back point. Oh, Wayne Daniel playing for Middlesex, though. He must have been a difficult man to get away.
Well, I think that's one way of describing him, yeah.
You'd be jumping out of the way of him, wouldn't you? Mike Selvey from the other end. So 3 run-outs in that Somerset.
Yeah, we didn't really adjust very well. It didn't work out well. Anyway,
78 for 2. For 86 gone.
So, so essentially, cricket is, it's always been open to change. We played a whole, and then after I retired, of course, it went to 45.
Yeah.
And I think it was David Ackfield who was sort of chairman of some committee. Said, well, obviously 45 is much more reminiscent of closer to 50 than it is to 40 overs, which you had to sort of work that out somehow. So, when they started, this is a history lesson. It was 65 overs, which is a lot of overs. It was 130 overs in a day.
It's a long time to field as well, isn't it?
Well, we used to have lunch and tea.
Ah, you did too, because these guys doing 50 overs is a long time.
Yeah,
but Tom Scriven back into attack for Chris Wright. What was a good score in a 65 over game?
Well, I never played in a 65 over game. That was right at the start. I played in a 60 over game.
Shot from Root.
Sweet shot for a single. And I would say if you got 280, you felt you had a match-winning score. Not always, but, you know. There were scores of 300, but not always, depending on the surface.
300
but the going rate, there's been an inflation.
In many areas of life.
Yeah.
300 is what Somerset will be looking for here. It's minimum, really, 14 gone to go.
They'll do well to get that.
Wickets in hand. They'll back themselves, though. Goldsworthy just push it down the ground.
Yeah.
It's a big aspect. I mean, 10 and over here gets them to 320.
Well, in a curious way, I think they've done quite a good job, Leicester, by shrewdly just having the attack that is taking pace off the ball. No one's really tried to bowl quick. They bowled pretty straight. A lot of cutters. Walker was pretty good. Travaskis looked pretty good. Got 1 or 2 to just hold.
Which is encouraging for the likes of... Yeah, they took Alex Green out. You and I were talking about Alex Green before.
Yeah.
Reading up on him. This tall, relatively quick young seamer, 16, 17. They've not got Josh Hull in this tournament, which is a shame.
But he has been playing in the 100, hasn't he? Hull?
Yeah, and played in the Lions game.
So that was an amazing. I mean, I know it's early days. That's an amazing Lions victory, really. Test team bowled him out 139. Aldridge 78. Rue playing, but a very, very inexperienced looking Lions side beating Sri Lanka. I know they've just arrived and it's all a bit hectic, but a notable win. That's a good shot, but he hasn't quite timed it, to be fair. No, he's just having no one. Just off the bottom of the bat. I'm not sure it's an absolute belter, this. Just holding a little bit. But there's some experience. It's the sort of pitch where the experienced middle order of Leicester could be invaluable with the Rahane and Hanscom. No, he's fallen over. He can't go back for a second. The sort of pitch Rahane in particular will be able to pick off runs, Bristolly and all of his experience. So they need to be able to put them under pressure with, schoolboy pressure, run rate pressure at some point. It's I think we're in for a slow-burning thriller.
They had that in their quarterfinals, didn't they? And they were in a little bit of trouble. They've had a couple of games, actually, very much to our match sponsors today for this home Metrobank One Day Cup semi-final, Hygos Insurance, who have been huge partners of Somerset County Cricket Club for the last couple of years. Front of shirt sponsors in this competition.
Returning at the River End, number
Another
8,
change of bowling.
Liam
It's going to be
Travascus.
Liam Travascus back into the attack. We did wonder at one point if he might bowl right through. They gave an over or two to Louis Kimber. And then they went back to Ian Holland, who's still got a couple left, and now they've gone to Travascus. So 13 overs left. Travascus could, in theory, bowl 4 of them. Don't think we'll see Kimber again, but you never know. And then each of the seamers, well, Holland's got 2, the other 3 have got a trio of overs each left. Just a single. The goals will be 44, 45 from 49. Run rate just a shade under 5s.
That'll do. It wasn't. I think he was aiming a bit square than that, but it'll pick up a couple.
You're right. Backward point was where he was aiming. Very fine. Keeping an eye on events elsewhere. There are 2 semi-finals. Glamorgan 145 for 5. So a bit of a recovery.
Ooh, he's hit the field there. Glamorgan are playing Warwickshire.
Correct. Partnership between Billy Root and Kellaway's worth 55 from 51 balls, so they were in a bit of trouble. Ed Barnard. Kellaway is the bowler you might have seen you when they played at Surrey, took wickets bowling left arm spin and right arm spin.
Ah, good. I'm all right behind him.
That is quite something. Definitely looking for the sweep shot in this over. He's connected with one of them, the orthodox sweep, went straight to Budinger. A couple of reverse, he hasn't got away. Travascus has fired them in actually and not given him the width to do it. Seen him coming.
No, we're going sort of, he's decided to reinforce the offside field, which means that you've got a slightly peculiar leg side field. What I'd like him to do is just deftly pop it towards mid-wicket and run 2. He's popped it to mid-wicket. I don't think he'll be able to run 2 though. He's quickly off the fence there, but still.
Almost struck it too well, didn't he?
We've got to the stage of this innings, from a bowling perspective, as if you yield 1 run per ball, you're content. A single you don't mind. Obviously you can't have an entire 50 overs like that, but right now, if you like in T20 mode, where a single is a result for the bowler. There's 12 left, 189 victory.
Just have a quick look. I feel like, and I know it wasn't a winning score, but Somerset were in a virtually identical position in that Derbyshire game.
Yeah, well, there was mayhem, wasn't there?
Yeah.
There was mayhem.
We like a bit of mayhem.
Well, it depends who's receiving or inflicting it, really.
That's who you support.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's all about. Wicketkeepers coming up.
184 for 4, sorry, they were. In the Derbyshire game after 38 years.
Well, I mean, I don't feel that's going to happen somehow, but I never know.
Just kind of keep morale up in the live stream.
Well, morale shouldn't be too low. And there are probably, hopefully, people in Leicester enjoying it. good shot. That's terrific placement. Crowd just rising to celebrate that 50 from Lewis Goldsworthy. 50 or 52 balls. Against a county he's played for quite a lot earlier in this season, and where he's made many new friends and admirers for that matter.
Making a few temporary enemies now, mind, amongst that. He's brilliant. Harry's getting nervous. I can feel it. He knows Triggs is on next. He doubted him being here before the game, and Triggs turned up just on time.
Yeah, he's become an old pro.
Third 50 of the tournament for Lewis Goldsworthy. 11 wickets as well. Might play a part with the ball. He's so
Could be
good.
a wide.
We should talk about Ben Cox as the keeper. I just think he's one of the... You could list now almost a full 11 of batters who keep that could play for England, of which Somerset have got a couple. But actually, a couple of the best keepers in England go under the radar, and Cox is one of them for me.
He must be quite a senior citizen there, relatively speaking, though, I guess, is he?
32.
Is that all? Well, I think it was you who described Michael Burgess as about the 12th or 13th choice for, was it you? As England wicketkeeper, after he'd scored a silky 100
Yeah,
here.
well, maybe.
You write so much you can't remember now. The bomb nose. But I mean, I remember watching him bat here in the championship match. Burgess just cruised to 100 and kept perfectly reasonably. That's a beautifully controlled, lofty drive, wide and over mid-off. Seems to need more of that. It was clinical in its placement. Hit it that hard, but hard enough. Saw the gap, knew where the gap was. These boundaries Somerset made now. Picked up a couple in this over. The shuffle of the field, third man's coming up, then it's making the decisions where we're going to have our men on the boundary. So that brings up the 200. Feels a bit better from the Somerset expected. The crowd getting into it. Nice crowd now built up.
Partnership's worth 80 from 7 balls.
Yeah, well, still scope for a bit of acceleration, but picked up the boundary count. Haven't been that many boundaries. There certainly have been a dearth by modern standards of sixes.
As I say, just the 1-6, 18 fours. Leicestershire, if you'd have given them that this morning, 19 boundaries in the first 39 overs. Thank you very much. I'd have loved another wicket or two.
Well, it does give a bit of freedom. And now, looking, how's Rue going to go? Where are the boundaries? Well, if you could hit him over mid-off, that's one. He looks to drive towards extra cover quite a lot. There's a lot of men on the offside. 5 men on the offside. Just the short, fine leg is the leg side fielder within the ring. Boundaries are probably to be found on the offside, though, if you can get past the infield. Or fine on the leg side. He's just got to beat that short, fine leg, and he managed it. He's a clever player. He could be wise enough to be 32.
So he didn't rule out that option. Just wasn't on the top.
Ruled it in.
Well, I think implicitly you had it. I was interested to see if he'd keep going with that reverse sweep. He tried it a couple of times in the previous.
Well, the reverse sweep, there's 2 men sort of protecting the reverse sweep. I think he might like the extra cover drive if he can pierce that infield. Well, he's gone reverse sweep. You're ahead of the game here, Sam.
He does like the extra cover drive.
He does, but he quite likes the reverse sweep too. So 2 sweeps, both brought 4 runs.
It was in the air for a little bit, that one, but it was right between those two fields. You
Yeah,
can see the teapot almost, the Louis Hill, like, oh, if only. James Taylor doing the fielding down there?
And now he's going to try, I don't know if he's going to come round the wicket, the left arm spinner.
Just having a little think about this one then. Block off that extra cover area. Change of angle too.
Oh, well, he was looking to exploit the offside. As it happens, he gets a bye. That ball was missing leg stump, of course. So he made room. He was looking for over extra cover, but it didn't work. But he's still there. Another run added. Goldsworthy. I think he'll try and go over extra, but I don't know. He can't do it to that, but it's been a good over so far from a Somerset perspective.
See, Harry Everett's doubt is misplaced for a second time again. Triggs has appeared. 3 balls, full stop.
He's an old pro. He's meticulous. His timing.
All about timing with Triggs.
Race to 50 now. He can score quickly without clearing the boundary, just reaching it. 2 lovely orthodox sweeps and a reverse sweep with this over.
6th half century of the tournament for James Root. Okay. He's brilliant here as well. He's got 5. Potentially 5 home games, actually.
And he's not getting 2 here. No, slight misunderstanding, and they're okay. He's going to keep the strike too, but I don't think there was 2 there.
We've got County Cricket Matters editor Annie Chave in the back of the box. I'm just hearing her. I think she's off to celebrate James Root's half-century with a Jaeger bomb, which is an interesting approach. Tequila, okay, well...
Okay, I thought this was an alcohol-free zone up here, but obviously not.
I'm going to leave you on Triggs is going to come in.
Okay. So we've got... it's much jollity. There are 10 overs to go, so it's worth making a mental note, 2:15 for 2. See how they get. It's a crucial 10 overs. We were talking beforehand, you know, the par we reckoned was around that 280 figure. Well, they're on course for that.
Yeah, I think
they would like a bit more. There's a lot of wickets in hand. Rue's the key, isn't he? He's found a way to find the boundaries in recent overs.
Yeah, it shows a lot of faith, I think, in the lineup, with the depth of this middle order and how explosive they can be. It's, you know, clearly a tactic to take the 50 overs deep and let players like Goldsworthy, Rue, Dixon still to come, who's put in a couple of very explosive knocks that can get them up to that stage. So yeah, the lads have done really well, this middle order. You know, in particular, James Rue has really put the foot down. Goldsworthy's batted beautifully. He's batting against a team he spent a fair bit of time with this summer, so he'll know what the opposition bowlers are looking to try and do. And I suppose the icing on the cake now is, if Somerset in an ideal world would probably be looking at 10 and over from here, there or thereabouts, that would give you that total that starts with a 3, and I think everyone will be happy from a Somerset perspective.
Yeah, but it doesn't happen automatically. You can't sort of sit there and think, oh, well, we're on for it's going to...
No, I think one of the signatures of this innings so far It's not been reckless, has it? It's been quality cricket shots, good angles played, and especially the last couple of overs when Rue's gone to reverse sweeps and sweeps, pick in the pockets, and that really is what good one-day batting looks like at Taunton. These two have been exceptional.
That's because he's just managed not to hit that hard enough. I think Leicester deserve some credit. They've got an attack that is quite defensive. They've taken the pace off. All the bowlers have taken pace off, and it has sort of worked for them. They haven't picked up wickets, but it's not been easy to run riot. A lot of cutters from the seamers. Spinners have looked quite good until Rue got the sweep going in that last over.
Yeah, I think Chris Wright, I think I'm right in saying that Chris Wright, in maybe his third over, started bowling off cutters, and that sort of ratio has gone up and up from there. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that, I suppose, respectfully, there isn't an X-factor bowler in the Leicester lineup. Is that where you were going with that?
But they've been partly but they've adjusted.
They've been very workmanlike, haven't they? And they've done a good job. Yeah. The danger is that there are 8 still in the shed, and Somerset pretty much have a licence to thrill now. So they're certainly going to be tested in the remaining few overs here.
So lovely shot for one.
It's the 100 partnership off 88 balls, exactly what Somerset needed. A super knock from these two. We've seen it time and time again. The reason why these two teams are in the semi-final, and why in particular Somerset finished top of their league, they had that brilliant knack, to use a golfing phrase. They've dovetailed. There hasn't been sort of one standout performer, but there's been lots and lots of contributions throughout the order.
Yeah, just a quick tangent, because I know you.
I love a tangent, especially Vic Marks tangent.
Well, no, it's just James Taylor down there, who's batting coach or whatever at Leicester, that had to give up prematurely because they discovered this heart condition. But the thing that intrigues me about him is the golfing thing, is the fact that, as I understand it, he'd never really ever played golf until he had that heart problem, and was sort of barren. Suddenly he can't play cricket anymore, and he's a small team now, and then took up golf at the age of I suppose he must have been about 30.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah.
And now is basically playing off scratch. So
yeah,
I mean, that's an amazing thing to do. Go from start at the age of 30 and then get to that level.
Well, he's a super talented sportsman. I think because of his stature, he's not the biggest bloke in the world, but he's incredibly athletic. Was a brilliant runner, agile. For England when he fielded at short leg, he's brave as well as a batter. The batters of his sort of height, they get peppered early on. He showed a huge amount of character, and had a magnificent first-class record, and did pretty well when he played for England as well. As Goldsworthy tries to go big, he's just been up on it all the way into the Botham stand. I think the fielder at long on was interested for a while, but great shot, and I think that is exactly where Somerset are at the moment. They can play some risk-free cricket. Beautiful swing of the bat there from Goldsworthy.
Just enough, wasn't it? He was interested at long on, but it just cleared him.
A little bit of a trap pitching wedge, just over the bunker onto the front of the green. Beautiful shot.
That's a lovely shot, but I only get one for that.
Yeah, but I think going back to the James Taylor thing, he did the really smart thing. I think it happens, in life in lots of different ways. You don't necessarily have to be a sportsman, but he replaced something he was told he couldn't do and found something else, and that's a massive lesson in life.
Yeah, golf helped him, but he embraced golf,
of course,
to be able to utilise those sort of competitive instincts that we'd seen as a cricketer.
Well, it's
amazing that
knowing him relatively well. I mean, and.
Because he was at Notts.
Staying in touch. Yeah, we played a fair bit of cricket against each other, not so much with. But I can remember I'm taking up golf. Got any pointers? What clubs do you use? All those sort of conversations. And then a month later, he built himself an indoor studio in his garage. So there was no sort of half measures with James Taylor. Nice, those attributes will serve him very well as a coach. sure of that. Nice bit of running there from the Somerset pair.
Well, I mean, it's post his premature leaving of professional cricket as a player. He's had an interesting days. He's an England selector for a while, isn't he? Now doing some coaching.
Yeah, you saw him around the grounds quite a lot. Yeah, he was sort of one of Ed Smith's eyes, I think, at the time, and yeah, he's certainly a very knowledgeable man of cricket. Nice to see him around. Nice to see Fonz back today. Tried to get a little selfie style interview with him, but he was having none of it. Didn't want it. He said,
he's got busy. He's busy.
You know
he's got other
me,
things to do.
It's not my style. I was like, what? Avoiding the limelight? Get out of it.
It's the first short ball I remember seeing, and it was a sort of slower ball bouncer. We might see one or two from Riley Meredith, I would have thought, just to test him out.
Yeah, I mean, that is, that's the one in particular. He's really the standout, I think, in the lineup, because I think there's a lot of bowlers that will probably deliver similar to what we've seen this innings. He's the one that's got that,
possibility
2-3 wickets in a short burst potential, and that'll be a massive challenge.
I think he half meant that. There was a man there, a sort of short third man, dived to his left, couldn't get a hand on it. I don't think that he'd opened the face.
Didn't look at in the context of the modern game. It didn't look like the best of efforts. It looked like he went through his hands a little bit. Yeah, he's definitely got a decent paw on that. Unfortunately, not enough to hold on to it and not even stop it. So, right, he'll be a little bit disappointed.
He was looking, to be fair to Rue, he was looking for that gap, wasn't he? He was opened the face a bit, and that's where there was a 4 if he could beat that man, but it was pretty close to him. So,
I think that's what Rui does really impressively. He maybe not be. He's got enough power. Don't get me wrong, but he's not a bludgeoner. What he does do, he just stays. He gets leg side of the ball and opens the face. He gets inside the line and hits that pocket to mid wicket. He's a brilliant angles player. Very cultured hands. Really has good control of that bat face. Scrivens from the Trescothick stand end.
You can only get one there, I think, but they're thinking about it. Well, what is unusual about this innings so far in the modern game, is, I think I'm right in saying there's only been 2 sixes. You usually get a lot more of that nowadays, don't you?
Well, yeah, I mean, they've
more to add, don't we? There'll probably be more, but there's been 2 sixes.
Well, I think you spoilt the day's commentary, really, Vic. You nailed it early on. They've played well, but it's definitely had that sort of knockout big game feel where they've kind of taken as much risk out of the batting as possible.
Yeah.
But because of these two and how well they've played, they've still managed to get the team up to a score. I mentioned earlier on when we were at 4 and over, we needed to get up to near a 6. It's pretty much getting that way now because of how dynamic these two have been. It really has been an excellent partnership so far. Another 7 and a bit overs to go. Oh, beautiful shot over extra cover from James Rue. That's going to race away for another boundary.
Well, that's sort of what you were talking about, Pete, in that the ball just gently rolled over the boundary, but he knew where the gap was. Mid-off, up in the ring. He went over, slightly over him, but a bit more towards extra cover. He didn't have to hit it any harder than that. It just trickled over, but that's 4. Thank you very much.
I mean, I think that's one of the benefits of I suppose the physical sort of pathway that James Rue's gone through. You've got like big lads who are very good at bludgeoning the ball. Another brilliant bit of touch play there from James Rue. A couple of inches into the leg stump, but he's managed to flick that round the corner. Complete 180 from his previous shot. Brilliant batting. Yeah, what I was going to say is you get like big lads who dominate junior cricket because of their size, whereas James Rue wasn't necessarily a big lad, so he probably had a period where he was looked very good and had very cultured hands. And now that he's sort of, in that strength and conditioning program, he's obviously maturing as an athlete, adding power to the class hands that he's got. That's a real combination.
That's why it's got inside the head of the bowler a bit. I mean, just looking ahead, he's kind of saying to all and sundry, but particularly those who pick teams, by about 2025, I think I'm going to have to play in your Blast team.
Oh, absolutely.
I.e. next year. He hasn't been part of the Blast side, but surely he has to play next year.
I mean, the element that he adds as well is being left-handed as well. Having left-hand, left-right-hand combinations. A lot of grounds you play at will, especially when you play at your Oval, for instance, Trent Bridge, definitely, they always bias one side of the ground, so one side short. When you have a left-hand, right-hand, you've always got a short boundary on the leg side, which actually is a massive asset.
Yep.
But and the fact that he scores at a really good rate. He's a very, very, very fine player.
How's that? That's safe.
Oh, have a go, son. I was expecting a bit of an effort to that. It's dropped remarkably close to old Roman there.
Roman Walker. Never met a man called Roman before. But that's by the way.
I only know one. And I don't think you're the type of bloke that watches WWE wrestling.
You're right there.
Roman Reigns.
There you go. You're ahead of me there.
250 up for Somerset.
Well, that acceleration is significant. We've had 3 overs of the last 10 and 35 runs. That's just what Somerset are looking for. Race to 250 for 2. Been some terrific, calculated, clever stroke play, especially from Ruse. Just found the gaps on the boundary, looked around, saw where they are, and has batted accordingly. He's overtaken Goldsworthy now, 71 from 55.
And there's a semi-final 100 up for grabs for both of these players if they keep going.
There's enough time, just about, some acceleration, but they both, they won't be too worried about that. They just want to make sure Somerset maximise this base now, which is looking pretty solid.
I still always think, though, Vic, in this situation where you're motoring along, there's that tendency to go really, really, really hard now, and then always forgetting that the next bloke's got to get in, and it's never easy. These guys have been batting for plenty of time now. They've got the wicket, they've got the pace of the bowlers, they've got it sussed at the moment. Yes, go hard, be very positive, but I would like them to leave the real reckless stuff for maybe the last 2 overs, because the way they're going at the moment, 300, 320 is probably up for grabs now. They've played absolutely stunning cricket the last hour and a half or so.
And there'll be a few little juggles perhaps in the batting hall, I imagine. Well, there's Dixon who's become a swashbuckler. I think Green might come up a bit higher. We shall see, probably. But these are critical overs. I mean, Leicester, if they have a good 7 overs and keep it, let's say, below 300, we'll think, well, it's not a bad job there. It's flat. It's another slower ball. It's worked.
Yeah, I think when I was having a little bit of a wander around the ground in my time off, it was starting to look like Somerset were going to have to do well to get 260, 270 at one stage, just to put into context how well these two have played. Yeah, you've still got Ben Green and Sean Dixon, Casey Aldridge, I suppose the known big hitters. Oh, great shot that from Ruse. He picked him out. He has picked him out. Brilliant catch on the boundary. That's a top catch, and James Rule will be bitterly disappointed he's managed to pick out the man on the boundary. Yeah, that's Louis Kimber out there. Had a couple of fumbles early on. Second, brilliant catch.
He would have thought he was all right when he hit that. That was in the middle of the bat, and picked out the solitary fielder who dived to his left. It was travelling. I mean, it's a sort of routine catch now. You don't often see people drop those, but they're great catches.
Yeah, that's a top catch. As you know, the game goes. You remember early on in that power play, he had a couple of fumbles. Didn't look like he had his hands on the right feet. And then all of a sudden, a diving worldie to dismiss James Roux, who's played, you have to say, an excellent knock, and he's very deserving of his round of applause, walking off 71 off 57 balls. That brings to the crease Somerset captain Sean Dixon.
Sponsored by Future Media. Captain, number 58.
He doesn't hang around nowadays. He's had an amazing Somerset career, really, because he was, of course, signed to shore up the opening batting in the red ball game. Well, that's never happened. But by contrast, he's become
All I'm going to say is don't go 2 doors down to Latham and Walsh.
Oh, right.
And make that statement. You'll be there all day. Yeah, it's been amazing, and you have to say,
he's evolved as a key one-day
player. He's a good player. He's a good cricketer, but absolutely, you know, the players who were involved in that finals day, Somerset wouldn't have gone anywhere near that trophy if it weren't for Sean Dixon. He played 2 immaculate knocks when Somerset were pretty much dead and buried. So yeah, I mean, he's signed for X amount of years. However you quantify success. Won the team a trophy. He's stepped up massively. So yeah, he's been excellent.
His role
in a lot of
has
ways.
changed. Anyway, here he goes. He's off and running, and he is running. They're looking for 2, but I don't think it's. No,
he's fully transitioned from red ball to white ball.
Yes. Well, maybe he'll come back in red ball. You don't know.
Yeah, I think he's a good player. I mean, red ball, white ball.
Well, his problem is getting in the team now, actually.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Good competition. But I think as the games evolve, as one-day cricket has evolved and changed. I mean, red ball cricket, multi-day cricket and white ball cricket are different sport. Beautiful shot there from Lewis Goldsworthy, just getting inside and using the pace just to paddle that round to backward square. Tractor's been busy down there.
Is he picking up? Is he
I think he's looking a little bit more agile. I think he's got the old Thatcher's GTX in the system. He's flying now.
It's a good shot from Goldsworthy, isn't it? It's placement again. Knows where the gaps are. Another one. Sort of slow bounce. He couldn't get that too fine, but he's just yielded a run therefore.
Chris Wright, 1 for 65, 9 overs. It looked like he was going to get out of his spell in the 40s at one stage, and thanks to the batting of Rowan Goldsworthy, he's taken a little bit of damage. Holland. Trescothick stand end. He's got some relatively tidy figures in the context of the day, and Somerset will be looking to pounce on it. It's very miserly in that initial power play.
Yeah.
I was a little bit surprised actually coming out of that first power play that Leicester opted for a double change, field out.
Thought they might have kept going.
Yeah,
exactly the same way.
Yeah. Massive believer in,
if it's working, stick with it.
React if you have to react, and it was almost it was a double change. Both side fielders went out, so they were able just to tick around a little bit. Maybe things would have been a bit different if Holland had had a couple more overs. He's doing really well, 8.1 overs, hasn't got a wicket yet, but only gone for 30 runs now. Ooh, beast, 36 runs. Goldsworthy, he's a slight fella, but he can pack a punch, certainly enough to get it over the ropes here at Taunton. Beautiful shot from Goldsworthy.
Well, I think that's the third 6 of the innings. They've all been hit by Goldsworthy.
Oh, he's a beast. He's a beast.
he'll be sort of enjoying this, but they won't be surprising the Leicestershire lads because they rate him so highly after his little spell there.
They're stronger than they look, them Cornishmen, aren't they, eh?
But this one is.
Brilliant shot.
Where's the ball? The ball's disappeared.
Ball's disappeared into
the
the coaching bag, and the problem is there's probably about
55 balls
200
there.
balls in there. Oh, give 'em.
Which one is it?
Find the really old one.
Is it this one?
Don't think I've ever seen that before.
We think it's this one. Ian Blackwell's going to have a look at it, see if he recognises it. And then he's going to have a chat with his... Is it Mike Burns, isn't it?
Jack Chantry.
Oh, it's Jack Chantry, is it? Beg his pardon. Why did I think
Blackwell
it was Mike Burns?
to Chantry.
Well, we assume it's the same ball.
Left arm spinner from Worcester.
Right.
I think he was famously described by a commentator in a live match. They had an action like a frog in a blender.
Well, that was Adams from
He's
South Africa.
Well,
as well,
I think Jack Chantry had like the seam bowling version of.
Okay.
And he did very, very well doing it as well. He's a brilliant bowler, Jack Chantry.
He became sort of quite a cult figure, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, sort of a funny little run-up, but used to bowl a lot of around the wicket in red ball cricket, swinging it away from right-handed. Yeah, he's very, very canny customer. Goldsworthy eyeing up the boundaries.
Yeah,
oh, beautiful
He's
use
done
of
it
that
again.
wrist. Another 6 from Goldsworthy. Ian Holland is like, Skip, really? Did I have to come back on? Couldn't I have bowled a few more up top? That's some serious shot making there from Lewis Goldsworthy. Slightly into leg stump, and that
Fairly big boundary, that too.
rapid little use of that bottom hand to flick the ball for 6. I mean, the one thing he is doing, because I know that he's very well thought of at Grace Road. I think he might be putting a few noughts on the offer they're trying to get him away from Somerset for.
Yeah.
You never know. He's doing himself no harm.
Well, it's certainly true too that loan period has done him the world of good. And you're right, he will be a cricketer in demand, and it's going to be a puzzle actually for the setup here. That it's a consequence of this run in this tournament. There's a lot of players who are suddenly marketable.
Well, I think that's where, I mean, this is not a conversation for today really, but that's where you think that some sort of like transfer system in terms of remuneration is appropriate. You know, Goldsworth, you know, there's a very heavily stacked middle order here at Taunton, but they've invested hundreds of thousands of pounds into Lewis Goldsworthy, and he can just ultimately just say, I've got 2 years left, but I want to leave. And the club are kind of tied a little bit into that. So, yeah, maybe sometime in the future you'll see that. There are second innings tickets available, just £15 if you like the sound of how this game's ebbing, flowing, brewing up.
But it is, I think it's going to. It's all the makings of. It's a slow burning game, but it's suddenly caught fire in the last hour or so. Run rates increased, but I think you'll find that Leicester will put up a pretty good fight for this final slot.
There's a couple of players in the Leicester lineup that would definitely be worth 15 quid to watch. Ajinkya Rahane and Peter Hanscom, to name 2 of them.
Yeah, but not to mention, well, not that Lewis Kimber, who played one of the most extraordinary innings in first-class cricket one was ever heard of down at Hove. But Rahane, 70-odd tests for India.
I mean, this sort of pitch you'd think would suit down to the ground an Indian batter, you know, of his quality as well. I mean, the reality is here at Taunton, you know, you're going to get, you know, there's going to be 300, 320 on the board, no doubt about that. But there's probably at least 2 wickets that you have to get, or you don't win the game. Goldsworthy, another slog sweep. He's got enough of it. He's parked it into the Somerset stand. Unbelievable batting from Lewis Goldsworthy into the 90s.
We just have to remind him that county ground at Taunton is just that little bit smaller than the one at Grace Road. And he might have been caught on the boundary 3 times at Grace Road, so Lewis will stay here.
He's done his calculations. He knows what he's doing, Lewis. He's 1 shot away. He's going to maybe have to do it in singles. You'd have to say that 3 figures will start to play on his mind, and I don't think many people in the ground would begrudge him.
No.
He's played immaculately today. Dixon just giving himself a couple of balls here to get going, which I think is a really smart way to go about it. Get Goldsworthy on strike while you just get yourself going.
Yeah, you don't want 2 batsmen on, who playing themselves in simultaneously. He's looking for that extra cover gap. He couldn't quite get it. Still, sound progress. 4 more overs left. 282 for 3.
Yeah, it's been super stuff here. But yeah, I just think the modern game, I think for me, Budinger, Kimber, Rane, Hanscom. If you don't get those 4 out, it's going to be a long day. They are going to be key wickets. Second innings tickets available, 15 quid to watch the crescendo of what looks to be, as Vic said, brewing up to be a classic here at Taunton. Ian Holland continuing from the Trescothick stand end. He's already been parked into the leg side boundary a couple of times. You won't want to revisit that.
Well, they didn't bother looking for 2 very vigorously because Goldsworthy's seeing the ball pretty well. It's a big boundary. He's favoured that sort of pulled, I don't know what you call it, slog sweep almost. Square of the wicket on the leg side. He's brought one of his leg side fielders up into the ring, so I think he's going to bowl wider. I guess he's going to try and bowl wider off stump.
I think it's almost bad timing to be nearing 100 in this stage. But he's gone. He's got a great angle on it. It's going to be an unbelievable effort on the boundary. Looks like he's caught it and purposely dropped it back into play because he was going over the rope. He's picked up a couple of runs. Interesting to see that replay. I'm going to give the benefit to the fielder. It looked like he got it and he's got rid of it. Hard to say.
Hard to say, but he certainly ended up over the line.
Yeah, it would have been 6 if he'd have held on to it. Yeah. There's no stopping that. Lewis.
He needed that misfield. That was not a great delivery, but he just got the single for it.
I love that from Goldsworthy, though. He could easily just do the sort of, dare I say it, selfish thing and, won his way to 100. He's gone for the maximum. Love that. Great intent. There's Matt Henry just having a little look. Maybe he can get his bowling boots out at half-time and slide himself onto the pitch.
He's going to scamper. He's fit too. He is fit. He's just scampered too, having been out there for 2 and a bit hours.
Yeah, he's a fit lad. He's certainly not carrying any weight, is he, Vic?
Also, Somerset have to, I think, try and keep him here because I gather he's the best footballer they've got.
Yeah, tidy footballer, good sportsman, as Pete Robinson would say. More fat on a butcher's apron. Shot. Don't even have to look round for that.
That's the first non-Goldsworthy 6 of the day, and it's the biggest one actually. He's got that out of the meat, he's Dixon. Way into the stand.
Somerset rapidly closing in on 300.
Yeah.
Well, a couple of hours ago you wouldn't have thought that was possible, but Goldsworthy, Rue, and now Dixon into the party.
Could be 4-2, I think. Yeah.
The touch.
It's amazing how you figure. I mean, Holland's been very economical, but suddenly it's still respectable. He's ended up going for 59 runs, but he's gone for a lot in his last 2.
Just a classic case of why they call it Tauntonitis. You could just have really bad days here as a bowler and do nothing wrong. But you have to say credit to the way the middle order are played here. Good opening partnership by the top 2. Lacked a little bit of endeavour. 4 and over power play, you think way behind the 8 ball, but they've got faith in the order in its entirety, and the middle order have really stepped up here. Goldsworthy, outstanding. Rue, high class, and Dixon is just showing signs that he's going to ice this cake and get Somerset to 310, 315, which would be a great score.
Yeah, it's not an unassailable score, dear listener, because anything can happen here at Taunton, and Derbyshire successfully just got that sort of target, but it's going to be a substantial one.
But one thing you can be assured of, if you're thinking about that second half ticket, it's going to be good viewing, whatever happens.
He's going to get 2 here,
yes,
surely.
He is going to get 2,
an odd
and
shot.
that's his 100. Great cricket there from Lewis Goldsworthy, a semi-final home century. Celebrate loud, celebrate proud. He's deserved to remove that helmet.
It's quite interesting.
And wave that back to his fans.
Looking at the Leicester players, there's quite a few just putting their hands together. They don't like it, but they do like Lewis Goldsworthy. I saw Ben Cox and Mike there, and 1 or 2 of the others. Just sort of almost surreptitiously say, "Oh, I've got to collect that."
Absolutely outstanding from Lewis Goldsworthy. I'm sure there's a man holding the checkbook at Grace Road that's just maybe having to sharpen his pencil a little bit to tempt him away. We hope he stays here. But Lewis Goldsworthy has done himself no favours and put his team in a great position here, in with a chance of making a Trent Bridge final. That'll be a day out, Vic. Fancy it?
Yeah, yeah.
Might be able to get that game of golf in.
Yeah. Where's that gone?
That's going to go for
nowhere.
2.
That's going to be a 2. An easy, beautifully chipped 2. That is a lob wedge.
Oh, Sam Wedge with a chrome soft, little bit of spin. It's just going Somerset, so you can just sense it, can't you? There's that momentum. Everything is going against the Leicestershire Foxes at the moment.
Well, you've seen a couple miss hits that have produced, 4 runs in the last 2 deliveries. They were miss hits. The 300's up. Dixon has raced to 18 off 8. And he's started to see the ball pretty well. How well has he hit that? Not well enough. But it's a noble departure. Fair enough.
I thought you said no ball then.
No ball.
Oh, no ball.
I mean, all I'm saying is it's the right shot to play.
18 off 8 balls there from the skipper. He's done the right thing. You got Ben Green, Casey Aldridge, big, strong strikers at the ball. I'd probably be surprised to see Archie Vaughan come to the wicket, being a slightly
orthodox,
slighter built young man. I'm not saying he doesn't have that quality, but
it looks like Ben Green. But you'll be the expert.
Yeah, that's Ben Green. I can see the moustache just creeping
from here
through the grill.
It's not creeping through the grill.
Don't spoil a good
I know,
line.
it's a good line.
He's a man for a moment as well. Ben Green can hit a long ball. And I'll tell you what, just over 2 overs to go. 320, definitely up for grabs now. A couple of lusty ones. What a turnaround! Brilliant batting from Somerset line.
Yeah. Well,
in all honesty, if you could sort of almost plan a 50-over innings, that they're close to the perfect blueprint at the moment in a lot of ways. The way they've kept wickets in hand and set the platform, accelerated at the right time to give themselves a massive surge at the end, and it's been pretty much 10 and over the last 10. It's really exceptional stuff from Somerset at the moment.
Yeah, well, the figure I remember is 2:15 for 2 at 40 overs. So we're just at the end of the 48th now. It was a bit of a problem for a new batsman. I just didn't quite know what he was looking for. I think he was looking for that shorter boundary on the leg side already. But the key thing is to get back on ball. He's got Goldsworthy seeing the ball extraordinarily well. Don't want any dot balls. And that's
Lovely shot there. Getting himself off the mark, getting himself on strike, and I don't think Leicester will be too disappointed with that. But that is the role. I think you're exactly right. You know, bat on ball like Dixon did. Bat on ball, give yourself 2 or 3 to have a little look, get Goldsworthy up the other end, and then have an absolute barnstorm at the end.
Was the slower ball bouncer in your repertoire? A bit too old.
I think my my actual bouncers ended up looking like a slower bounce. No, it was on the right. If I had a lot of acreage on the leg side, set 3 men back, mixture of like on pace and off pace bouncers. Didn't really bowl a huge amount of the death. It was not in my skills. I was terrible at the death really. I just bowled that nice hittable pace. Lots of fans tuning in the live streams, very healthily supported. I hope you're all enjoying the coverage. Thanks to our partners again, Virtue Motors, Hygos Insurance, our matchday sponsors, WPA Health Insurance. We've got Eurolay who have sponsored the Speed Gun, which has been very useful. We've seen a lot of on-pace and off-pace deliveries today. You can see that on the bottom ticker tape, how the players have been changing up their speeds from time to time.
Well, that's always interesting, not only for fast bowlers but also for spinners. Yeah, well, that's not quite middled, but
that's cloth. That's a classic cloth. That one. Yeah, lots of people on the stream. Over 8,000 people enjoying the stream at the moment. Bit of a shout out to Chris Newbury watching at Shrewton Cricket Club. Massive fan of Somerset. Can't get there today, but I'm sure many people are in that boat. At least you can tune in and watch the coverage. The cameraman. I mean, I always think when I was walking around the ground. I mean, what a job that needs a bit of concentration that is to be a cameraman in a. You know, because they're always on, got to follow the ball. And when it's done, I tell you what, you don't notice it here, but when it's done badly, you notice it, don't you? Big hack across the line for Goldsworthy.
Couple there.
Going to scamper 2.
No, well, it applies to photographers as well as cameramen. I mean, if you're a writing journalist, you can miss anything because it all comes up on the screen again. But if you're a cameraman and you miss the moment when, I don't know, so-and-so fells the umpire with the right hook. If you miss that, I mean, you're in trouble.
Let's be honest, Vic, many a Telegraph cricket report has been wrote by someone who has never been to the ground. What a lovely shot there, a bit of ingenuity from Goldsworthy. He's bringing the full repertoire out today. A little ramp, dab-type shot over the keeper, picks up a boundary. Somerset racing towards that, I think, magic figure of 315, which would be the 10 and over for the last 10.
It would indeed. Well, they should
sail past it. Yeah, they're going to sail past it. Brilliant batting from Goldsworthy.
That just be the one. They're going to scamper for 2, and he's quick. He is quick.
That is some serious leg speed from Lewis Goldsworthy. He is scampered up and down that wicket today. He's going to sleep well tonight. He got 10 overs to bowl first, hasn't he, Vic?
He's actually had a very fruitful time with the ball in this tournament.
Absolutely superb innings Lewis Goldsworthy. The last over. We've got to that magic 3:15. Every run is gravy.
Yeah.
The modern phrase. Anything from here is gravy.
And it's fascinating cricket. I mean, I think 50 overs gets a lot of criticism that 50 over cricket is dead. Well, I think he's dead in Taunton. That's hit the field. Oh, he did well. He recovered well on the boundary there. Got a bit of a spin.
I think a lot of these tournaments, Vic, is down to, you know, the powers that be investing in them and marketing them well, because you know, like Somerset do here, you know, we're obviously quite partisan to Somerset, but they put on a massive effort. There's community engagement, there's inflatable stuff and food stands and great shots like that on show. Whipped off his thigh for 4. Goldsworthy's on fire here today. But yeah, I mean, if you like cricket, you have all day here. You could, the kids can, you know, wander off and, you know, play on all the things that are around the ground. You can have a nice feed. You can have a few drinks.
They'll probably wander onto the pitch too.
Yeah, I mean that should
that might happen.
That should definitely come back. Even if it was like a quarter of the pitch cordoned off, where the kids can have a little run around. Great family day. And if you're here today, you've been treated to an absolute gem of a knock from Lewis Goldsworthy. He's on to 115, and look at the strike rate. 86 balls.
Yeah.
Well, he was at a runner, just under a runner ball roughly when he got to 50, and he's absolutely put the hammer down. He's not a big fella, but he's got a big heart, a big engine, and he's got a lot of skill.
3 balls to go.
Roman Walker steaming in. He's gone into length. That's gone miles up in the air. That's going to be halfway up the Hildreth stand. Fumbled effort in the second row. But 6 runs. Ben Green, fresh from the 100 with the Welsh Fires, launched that high into the crowd. I mean, if that went as far as it went high, it would mean in Morrison's.
Initially, I thought it was going right up in the air, but it kept going into that Hildreth stand. 2 to go.
3:21 now, Somerset.
That's the way they hit him straight.
Thump down the ground again. 1 bounce into the Botham stand end. Somerset are very close to have played the perfect game here, first half. There's a lot of cricket to be played, but it's been an absolute joy watching the second half of this innings in particular. Goldsworthy, Rue, cameos from Dixon, and an absolute masterclass from Goldsworthy.
Okay, well, they'll get at least 2 here, and that'll... We might get 3 if they're here.
Yes, Ben Green, what a great effort. 3 off the last ball, 334 for 4. What an innings Somerset have put together. Led from the front by Goldsworthy. That's a top knock. You have to say hats off to the whole batting lineup so far. Contributions all the way down. How do you summarise that bit?
Well, I think the crowd is summarising it better than I can. They're all standing. The Hildreth stand is absolutely packed. They're all standing up, all around that Somerset stand. The spectators on their feet to applaud Lewis Goldsworthy. But you're right, it is a sort of copybook that we wondered whether they were a bit passive in that first 10 overs. But look at that scoreboard. If you offered them 334 when they took guard at 11 o'clock, I think they'd have taken that. Ben Green just standing back, letting Goldsworthy have the applause and applauding himself.
Yeah, and he absolutely deserves that. A diminutive figure. He's quite small in stature, but he's played a giant's knock today to put his team into a great position. Leicester will be chasing 335 in the second half. Just have a little look at the match summary, dominated by that innings of Goldsworthy's. 115 off 86 balls. Brilliantly backed up by James Rue after the platform of Amid and Thomas. they've actually almost put together the perfect script. Some good efforts, I think, in terms of the bowling side of things. Maybe lacking a little bit of X factor, somebody who could really spin the ball or bowl with that extra pace. But you have to say that even after a really good start, the Leicester bowlers have all taken a fair spattering of damage.
Well, the last 20 overs, obviously the last 10 overs went for about 120, 119 to be precise. That's a lot of runs.
It's 11.9 runs an over.
Is it? Well, there you go. That's some rate. So they'll be cock-a-hoop in that dressing room, but don't pretend it's game over. We've seen strange things happen here at Taunton. We know that this is the sort of ground where two batsmen get in. Anything is possible, and there are no demons out there. You're right to point out that Leicester were dependent really on steady, medium pace, change of pace, cutters, but no real venom out there. It'll be fascinating to see whether Riley Meredith, most obviously, can get something out of this pitch and through sheer pace cause a few problems. They didn't have that option, Leicester. So they were containing almost from ball one and hoping to put pressure on, but they didn't pick up those wickets, and we wondered, well, perhaps they're being a bit passive, the opening pair, but actually you look at the scoreboard now, you're not too perplexed by that.
They played the perfect game. It did take some brilliant knocks, and I think Rue and Goldsworthy have delivered that for Somerset. 335 to chase. Regardless of win, lose, whichever side you're on, it's going to be a classic here this afternoon, and well worth your 15 quid if you fancy coming in for the second half. We'll be back in half an hour or so.
Obviously the build-up to the 2019 World Cup in the style of play and all the changes of white ball cricket for England, and then to sort of finish with that day at Lord's, which just the most remarkable game and finish you're ever likely to ever be a part of. It was just absolutely amazing, if I could relive sort of a minute or 2 minutes of my career, that would certainly be that feeling, having broken the stumps and having won the World Cup was just the best feeling. And then of course, getting the opportunity to be captain of England and lift the trophy in the T20 World Cup in Australia was very different to 2019, but equally as memorable and important and fulfilling. I just sort of can clearly see, once we won, sort of talking to Mark Wood about, can't believe it's going to be me to get to lift the trophy for the team. It gets presented to the captain, and then I can still see it now, sort of holding the trophy aloft and the team all around you and everyone cheering and stuff. That was, that'd be sort of my main highlights, I'd say, throughout my career. My relationship with Cooper Associates sort of started right from my start of my cricket career, really, at Somerset Seconds, conversation with Lee, agreeing to sort of sponsor me and support me, and saying, support me as long as my career goes, really. But actually, sort of my dad sort of saying to me once I became a professional cricketer, you're going to need to, look after your future and think about what you do with your money. And he very much as well introduced me into Glyn, and then into sort of conversations with Lee about sort of financial advice and buying a house and getting a mortgage and all those kind of things that Coopers have supported me with throughout time, really, which has been a great relationship to have, very comforting that it's you've got a very professional relationship, but with people you've known for a long time, so you've got that sort of deep level of trust, and someone on the end of the phone who can always pick up the phone and have any sort of financial advice that's needed. The sort of relationship with Coopers has been there for a long time. They've been a sticker on the back of my bat at various times throughout my career as well. And so as I said, I've probably bought, maybe 3 or 4 houses now in my lifetime, and sort of all gone through Coopers with the help sort of setting that up, financially and with the mortgage, etc. And then into the wealth management side of things as well, sort of obviously, future-proofing, hopefully, mine and my family's sort of, as time goes by, and Lee's very much always talked about, at some point your cricket career is going to finish, and you want to be in a position where, you've set the rest of your life up and set your family's life up, and because, the way it is, your earning potential is never going to be the same as it is when you're playing cricket. So that's been a huge sort of comfort to know that sort of having that sort of level of planning and everything in place to sort of look after me off the pitch certainly allows you to, in my opinion, perform as well as you can on the field, because it's just an extra worry or something that's taken care of, and you know that you can just go out and do your thing on the field, and know that sort of very important things that you need set up in your life are being looked after by some really great people.
We are Somerset Visually Impaired Cricket Club. This is our story. In 2010, the first game of visually impaired cricket was played at the Cooper Associates County Ground. In 2024, the VI team has over 16 members and the current men's and women's England captains playing for them. England women's captain Catherine Jelfs-White was one of the founding members.
The organisation that runs a domestic VI game, Blind Cricket England Wales, wanted to spread the game a bit further, more areas of the country. So they brought a few players and coaches down to Taunton. That was 2010. We all loved it immediately, so we decided we'd set up a committee, and with the help of the Somerset board, we got ourselves going, formed properly, entered the Development League the year after. We won that a few times and were promoted to the National League. Sadly, we didn't manage to win that one yet. We've got several runners-up gongs for that and the 30 Over Cup, but we have won the 2020 Cup 3 times. So,
in the UK, more than 2 million people are living with sight loss. Of these, 340,000 are registered blind or partially sighted. Living with a visual impairment can impact everyone differently.
Day to day, it's hard, especially with lighting for me. So I have really bad days with my eyes, and I have to have a lot of operations and stuff, and it does affect my mental health as well, because I can't see as much as other people, so I feel more insecure. So I keep it to myself and stuff, which impacts me. And then when I can't see anything, I just feel like I'm always in the wrong.
Every day, 250 people start to lose their sight in the UK. This is equivalent to one person every 6 minutes. 1 in 5 people will live with sight loss in their lifetime. This means that cricket must adapt to suit those with a visual impairment.
I guess the main difference in VI cricket, there's a couple of differences, but the main difference is the ball. The ball is sort of a size 3 football, and it's got ball bearings in it, so it rattles when it bounces, it makes a bit of noise. So you have to have a certain number of people in the team who are totally blind, so they're called totals. Essentially you have a spread of people along the spectrum of the sight, kind of sight classifications. Another difference is that if you're totally blind, you get double runs when you bat. The only other one to really consider is that when the bowler is about to start bowling, they ask the batsman if they're ready, because obviously they won't be able to see if the batsman's ready. But it also is a cue for all the fielders to go, right, okay, the ball's going to be in play.
These adaptations allow for VI cricket to be as inclusive as possible. Everyone can get involved, no matter what type of visual impairment they have. Like any sports people, visually impaired cricketers are trying to grow the game.
It just needs exposure, I think, and really. I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say it's widely known compared to obviously other sports. Obviously everyone knows about like your VI footballs and obviously the Paralympics and stuff like that. For us as a club, we just, I mean, the things we need is just support from families, friends, volunteers. We rely heavily on volunteers. I mean, if anyone is retired scorer or something and wants to maybe get involved in doing more scoring games, but for VI cricket and not your normal red ball cricket, then that would be great. We would greatly appreciate that.
Somerset VICC means more to its players than simply the training and the trophies.
It wasn't just about the actual playing the sport,
is the actual social side of it as well. So you might not be a cricket expert or anything of that at all, but you could just join in as a social thing.
I've met so many people, meeting other people with different eyesight conditions, learning about different vision impaired people's eyesight and how vision impaired sports has helped them and stuff, and getting involved. It's amazing. Yeah, I don't know how to put it. None of us stick out, so I love it. I actually love it.
We are Somerset Visually Impaired Cricket Club. This is our story.
High blood pressure is responsible for over half of all strokes and heart attacks. It's known as the silent killer. Many people have no symptoms. So, if like these Somerset cricketers, you want to have a good innings, make sure you get it checked to avoid serious illness or even death.
We're going to check your blood pressure today. It takes just 1 minute to have this done. I'll pop this cuff onto your arm. It'll start to inflate and you'll feel a bit of pressure. Please let me know if this pinches at all. So your blood pressure is absolutely perfect. The top reading, the systolic, is 130 and the diastolic is 64. So both of those are very healthy blood pressure. It shows you're looking after yourself very well. For having your blood pressure checked, you can go to any pharmacy and they'll check the blood pressure for you, or you can also borrow a machine from the library, take it home and do your measurements there.
Do you need to book an appointment when you go into these pharmacies, or can you just walk in?
So some pharmacies do have online booking and some just let you walk straight in. It also doesn't have to be the pharmacy you normally collect your tablets from, so if going to one next to where you work or where you train is easier, you're welcome to go to there as well.
Don't let high blood pressure bowl you over this year. Get your blood pressure tested, like our Somerset cricketers and staff have today.
Quick and easy to do, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, very easy.
Lovely. So your top reading, the systolic, is 129 and your diastolic is 80. So that's a completely normal and healthy blood pressure. And your resting heart rate is 47, which is very good. You're clearly someone who's fit and healthy and looks after yourself.
Well, we try to.
So from today, this nice normal blood pressure reading will go automatically to your GP surgery and be on your medical record, so that should you ever need to know what your blood pressure is, it's there and it's stored.
Take the pressure off and get your blood pressure checked today. It's quick. It takes just a few minutes to get tested.
Let's knock high blood pressure out for 6. With our 6 top tips for bowling high blood pressure out for good.
Keep physically active. Minimise your body weight. Take a low salt diet. Minimise your alcohol intake. Getting help to stop smoking. And take any medication as prescribed.
One of life's great invites. Thatchers have invited me to their orchard to see the process from on the tree to in the pint.
Shipplate Orchard is just 16 minutes from Myrtle Farm, Thatcher's largest orchard with 137 acres of land and home to 65,700 trees. It's got the most amazing views over the levels and across the Bristol Channel. No wonder our apples are so happy here. The apples include varieties such as Dabinet, Three Counties, Tremlett Bitter and of course the Somerset Red Streak. There's even a royal variety called Prince William, named after his favourite drink when at university. When it's time to harvest, we shake the apples from the tree using specialist tree shakers. It's fascinating to watch and a lot more effective than back in the day when William Thatcher used to shake the trees by hand. Once the apples are shaken from the tree, it's just a case of gently sweeping them up. The harvester has giant brushes that collect the apples and transfer them to the trailer that's hooked up to our tractor. Right, my lovers, we got a trailer full of apples. We're back to Myrtle Farm now to press these into pints. So we've made it to the processing farm. Here is John here, who we met earlier with my apples, ready to put them onto the weighbridge here at Myrtle Farm. Our trailers gently lower the apples onto the apple sorter and washer. So now we see nearly the end of the road for the Thatcher's apples, going into the cleaning facility. All of the, as I'd like to call them, bad apples are got rid of, dropped through the bottom, all the leaves and bits that the machines have picked up, all disappearing, and all those high quality apples going into the press a bit later on to make that famous Thatcher cider. It's ideal, this machine, but it actually came from the potato industry and works brilliantly for our apples. It's gentle on the apples, saves on water, and has been a fantastic addition to Myrtle Farm. We can shake, collect, deliver into the press within an hour. That's impressive and means we get the apples to Myrtle Farm when they are still at their absolute finest. The apples are fed into the mill and pressed into apple juice. Our cider making experts then ferment the juice and turn it into cider. This is probably the most important part of the whole cider making process. And then the juice is matured, blended, ready for tasting. The cider makers taste the cider every day to make sure it's absolutely perfect. Now that's a job to get. Hey, Martin, where do I put my application in? After a hard day's work harvesting the Thatcher's cider apples, it's only right that you taste the fruits of your labour.
We are Somerset Disabled Cricket Club, and this is our story. Somerset Disabled Cricket Club was formed back in 1997 by a wonderful chap called Dan Hodges. Unfortunately, Dan has passed away, but his legacy lives on. The club is now into its 26th year and has established 3 successful teams. Access Sport recently conducted a survey that highlighted 70% of young people with additional needs experience loneliness and isolation.
It starts to affect when you start school, so making friends at the start of school is quite challenging, and then
Somerset Disabled Cricket Club is an excellent remedy to this because not only does it bring people together, it helps develop those friendships and those bonds, a lot of which people in mainstream cricket might take for granted.
It's helped by the social aspect, so meeting new people and something just to do that is enjoyable, and especially in the hard times at school, after school then I can just go and play cricket and kind of forget about the rest of the day.
Definitely, I'm probably more for the social side overall, so just being able to sort of interact with others within her team. And it's not that she doesn't want to, but she can find that quite difficult sometimes. And I think specifically with the disability team, the fact that she's part of a group who probably understand her better and she understands them, I think that makes her feel even more part of it. So.
The years of training sessions and matches has created lasting friendships, and these bonds will always be the best thing about Somerset Disabled Cricket Club. As the friendships develop, so does each individual's confidence, self-esteem, teamwork and resilience. These are the guiding principles that I'm sure Dan would have instilled 26 years ago, and it's great that the club is still achieving these outcomes.
It's really good. They helped me bat and bowl really good. Get my confidence up.
All of those. She really enjoys the disability cricket because just the atmosphere that's created, and I think that in itself has really sort of brought her out of her shell a bit more, and she seems a bit more sort of communicative with others around her. So yeah, that's definitely helped her.
It's helped me develop as a player, helped me become probably the better player I am now, really, because it's helped me through my social aspects. It's probably helped me a lot. I think I know these boys like they're my family, really.
Somerset County Cricket Club means so much to so many people, and representing the county with the wyvern on the shirt creates a whole different level of togetherness. It's something that's bigger than any individual, team, coach or league title. It's a chance to proudly represent Somerset.
Being part of the team is almost as important as the result or the cricket match.
I suppose it just sort of means that you're representing something that's bigger than just one person and just oneself.
Just it being Somerset, still Somerset, and representing the same people. Even though it may be disability cricket, but we're still representing everyone in Somerset.
The wyvern on your shirt, it's all the same. And it's such a welcoming club, whether you, as I say, from the first team all the way down, and I can't big it up enough because they're just wonderful people.
What does success look like for Somerset Disabled Cricket Club? For me, it's about providing a level of opportunity that meets our membership. Of course, the Super Nines team want to win the South West Division and become regional champions, but we also want to recruit more players to allow us to establish a second team. Like any club, we are keen for more volunteers to support as coaches, scorers, umpires, as well as wanting to raise awareness about the club so that we can attract more players. Long term, perhaps a hardball cricket team that can compete in the regional D40. However, whatever the future holds, our players will always be at the centre of those decisions, in line with Dan's values when he started the club 26 years ago. We are Somerset Disabled Cricket Club. This is our story.
I was very excited, actually. I love the idea, the concept of a time capsule. You know, I've observed and watched a number of time capsules in different areas and different scenarios being opened, and it's fascinating to see how people used to live.
I guess my first thoughts was curiosity. You know, I think it's an interesting project in the fact that you're effectively laying a piece of history in the ground for someone to uncover in future years.
This is a terrific initiative. As a club, we've got, as I say, an incredibly rich history which we must respect, and we should be informed by our past, but it would not necessarily defined by it going forward. Well, I was thinking about this earlier, about what would we think if we were digging up things that were 50 years ago now. So what's that? 1973. So there wasn't such a thing as professional T20 cricket. One-day cricket was only 10 years old at that time, started in 1963. Every game was played in white clothing. There were no fielding rings to talk of, and they certainly weren't scoring at 10 and over in Test match cricket. So the game has changed enormously in that time, and I'm sure cricket will continue to evolve rapidly over the next 50 years.
I think it'll be fascinating for them. I think that they look back on how games were shared via a live stream. I think that'll be really interesting for people to see, especially in 50 years' time, what the capabilities of live streaming will look like then.
People will have, I guess there'll be a generation that have got incredibly fond memories, and they'll have an opportunity to look back at some of the footage that's buried and some memorabilia of the time long gone. Great question. What will it look like in 5 years' time? Never mind 50 years' time. I think that the game's moving rapidly at the minute. The advance of white ball cricket, the way the red ball cricket, certainly England in particular, playing at the minute. You know, it's an incredibly exciting time to be involved in cricket, and I think, you know, if that certainly continues, it'll be certainly exciting in 50 years' time.
I think it's possible for there to be mixed teams. I think it's possible that we might be playing under roofs. I think it's possible that we might be playing intercontinental matches. I think you look at how the game has evolved in the last few years, the possibilities in 50 years' time are, we're only limited by our own imagination.
Well, I would have said to you, 50 days ago, I would have said to you it was going to look different to the way I think it might look now. Goodness knows what it looks like, but I'm sure cricket will continue to be relevant going into for decades and decades to come.
Trade Nation are donating £50 for every 6 hit tonight and £150 for every...
Trade Nation are back. War Orange.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates Catney Ground. Sam Delling alongside Harry Everett, who, as you would expect, is just finishing off the last morsels of what will probably be helping number 4 of dinner. There he is on screen. Don't get that on a nice new white T-shirt, Harry. Nicky's been up as well. Somerset Bagpuss has made us a lovely lemon drizzle. So life is good. Life was good for Somerset at the back end of that innings. The highest ever List A score versus Leicestershire. And all that means is that A, Lewis Goldsworthy has a maiden List A 100, and B, Leicestershire will be chasing a target. They will be targeting it too. 335 for a place at Trent Bridge in the Metrobank One Day Cup final.
What an innings from Lewis Goldsworthy. I'm still buzzing from it. Even if Somerset don't win this game, that innings will go down in the history of the club for one of the great white ball knockout game knocks. Oh, Josh Davey looked like he was about to start, and then Archie Vaughan realises that he should actually be extra cover. So we're all set to go. And Vaughan with 66 on his back. No inspiration from Joe Root that I'm aware of. But Joe Root 66. Archie Vaughan Josh Davey in with 2 slips. Well defended first ball. I can hear Leicestershire la la la.
Fair play.
To the same tune as Somerset la la la.
Be weird,
Mike.
Be weird if it was a different tune, wouldn't it?
I've never heard another county sing it.
Doesn't quite fit, does it? Sol Budinger and Ian Holland are the 2 Leicester openers, by the way. Ian Holland on strike.
Yeah, very different players. Ian Holland will try and bat big, get himself in. Sol Budinger will go hard in the power play. No Roman Walker opening the batting today. He did open as a pinch hitter in the, what are you calling it? The pseudo quarter-final. I like that.
Pseudo quarter, yeah.
The playoff game. That's a lovely back foot punch for no run.
Don't get me started, H. I'll be running in from the boundary.
It's all right. Quite happy. We're on the same page. Oh, we should say, you might see when comment box cam comes on, happy birthday to Somerset. The 149th birthday, isn't it? Founded in Sidmouth. 149th birthday of Somerset County Cricket Club. So that's why we have a happy birthday banner. I think it's Ian Shepherd who did that. Great work.
Snuck in, Shep. Good work from Shep. He's next door. It's busy next door. You can't move.
No, yeah.
It's like we need a one-way system up here today.
I can't remember it being this busy. What's going on here? Josh Davies not happy with, well, Mr. Rue and Mr. Aldridge were on top of the Thatcher's deck. Surely they're not causing trouble behind the bowler's arm. They're too high up, I think. Someone on the tier below must be. Who is it? No, they're going to go now. And right-handed Ian Holland can finally take strike. Again for the 3rd ball. Oh, that's a beauty. James Rue takes that comfortably. No nick, but just gone past the outside edge. Josh Davey favoured over Alfie Ogborn for this game. Right arm seamer. Always hark back to that 2015 World Cup when he was the leading wicket taker at the end of the group stage alongside Trent Boult and Mitchell Starc. Only Scotland being knocked out at the group stage, stopping him from being leading wicket taker in the whole World Cup potentially.
I might start a game of Harry Everett bingo as well.
I've got a few favourite.
Josh Davies leading wicket taker.
Josh Davey watch we used to do. Do you remember that?
Yeah, we did. We should get that back actually on side of press. I know where he is now.
Yeah, I think. Oh, there's a cheeky single here. Good bit of fielding by Sean Dixon, the skipper at mid-off. Not far away from hitting the target there. I think it had just been in. Well run by Ian Holland. I think Ian Holland will just try and run hard, rotate the strike, whereas Budinger will bash it to the boundary at every opportunity.
He smashes it, doesn't he? Fair play, one of those. Not glad he wasn't quite getting a game. They'd brought in a few players, very good players, that he felt closed off his opportunities. Doing well down at Leicestershire. Scores quickly. Do you remember in the Metro Bank, was it last season or the season before here, when they chased down 100 in about 8 overs? I think he had 80 of them, didn't he, or something silly?
That wasn't Leicestershire, we should say.
That was Nottinghamshire when he was there, yeah.
Yeah.
Good point.
Sol Budinger. Who was the opener with him? Lovely shot, that. Back foot punch before. Don't need to run them through cover point, that area between Lewis Goldsworthy and the cover fielder. Who's Jack Leach? Was it Ben Slater? Was it the other end? Or was it Martindale?
No, I think it's too early. Here. Yes, hang on. I'll go deep into the archive.
I don't want you to tell me the answer. I want you to give me a clue or tell me if I'm right.
Alright.
I'll get it. Yeah, Notts absolutely obliterated Somerset that game there.
It wasn't a great day, was it? Not a great day.
Right, still 2 slips for the left-hander. That's another beauty from Josh Davey. So a couple of dots, then a beauty, single, then 4 runs, then another beauty. Decent first over from Josh Davey. 5 and over. What makes 250? So you could say after 1 over,
Somerset on top.
Somerset on top. That should be on the way.
Wasps 99% Somerset right now.
Well, the Wasp and the WinViz and the Trade Nation Win Predictor. It's been a bit all over the place this year, so we'll just make up our own, Jimmy.
I found that scorecard.
I'm not looking.
Well, it's not a great quiz because you've already got the answer. So Ben Slater.
Ben
you
Slater
actually made 50 not out.
Do you want to know that? Do you want to know another thing, Sam? You want to know? I've been batting.
Get told it anyway, aren't I?
Yeah.
So.
I've been batting with Ben Slater's bat the last 2 Saturdays.
Have you?
How very exact.
Honestly,
one of his bats.
Harry has many fine qualities, but I think the best one is his ability just to find himself in situations. There's the Lions game this week that we talked about. I couldn't do it. How do you go along? He ends up netting with Gareth Andrew on the Thursday night, formerly of Somerset. Right, here's Riley. Real pace. Holland, who grew up on hard pitches over in Australia. Yes, you did that. You went to watch non-league football. You just make the most of every minute.
That's it. Life's too short to be sat around doing not a lot, isn't it? Yeah, I went to Malvern Town on Wednesday night and trained with Ombersley, with Gareth
Andrew and George.
He was quite sharp back in the day.
Yeah, he's fairly sharp.
Have you jumped around, did he?
Yeah. To be fair, I was quite happy to not get out in the nets, actually, against some pretty decent bowling.
The thing is, by not get out, do you mean you just didn't get bowled?
Or Plummer with W, or
caught
snick
behind.
to the net, obviously.
Right, yeah.
Or caught and bowled.
Yeah, fair.
I could have been caught in like the ring, but you can't really tell that.
You sold it to us, though, as a not out innings.
Yeah, it felt like it. I felt quite good. And with a broken bat as well. Didn't have my good bats.
So Ben Slater didn't even give you a good bat?
No, I didn't want to damage that by sitting in the car for 3 days.
Right, he's into
stayed at home.
Ballinger. Proper pace here. We'll have the Eurolay speed gun on. Just getting warmed up. 85.5, that one. And this is proper pace. So Leicestershire, the pace off works so well. We saw Holland and Walker until the end there doing really well. Chris Wright, lots of cutters. Don't think Riley will bowl too many of those. What they'll really want is for that Eurolay speed gun to be registering 90 plus. That would be nice. Not so much if you're out there batting.
Well, I actually think this Leicestershire side are quite well set up for facing pace. I think most of the players, Rahane, Hanscom, Budinger, are pretty good against pace. Holland, you said.
But there's pace, and then there's pace. If Riley can get proper Riley.
Well, it's funny we're talking about Riley and sheer pace. I don't know if this has been mentioned already on the stream today. Matt Henry in the ground today. Exciting for people to have the Kiwi overseas seamer from last year, the T20 Blast. Well, was he man of the match in the final, leading wicket taker in the competition?
Leading wicket taker, player of the tournament.
Player of the tournament.
I think Daniel Sams was technically MVP, but I mean Matt Henry was the player of the tournament.
He's here today. Great to see him here.
Been at Welsh Fire, isn't he?
He's down here watching the Somerset boys.
Here's Riley. Budinger just uses the pace. That is the slight downside. It was over pitched. Budinger was moving around a bit in his crease trying to get Riley's lengths off, and he over pitched, strokes him away for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot. Another Kiwi seamer playing for Warwickshire today. Mr. Ray with a headband on. He was not introduced into the attack until the 20th over. Glamorgan was 66 for 4. Ed Barnard got the 4 first wickets, and then Ray came on.
And again, good bit of work though in the covers by Archie Vaughan. Saves the boundary there. And James Rue runs all the way across to give him a low 5, in fact it was.
I do like a low 5.
Good low 5, James Rue.
A game I play on board between overs is just different kinds of high fives. Low 5s, high 5s, little finger touch, little handshakes. What can you do just to keep yourself on your toes?
You must be so fun to play with.
We'll get a game.
Imagine when it's batting, if it's batting innings and it's getting tense and everyone's just sat there in silence and you're jumping around. Again, straight to Archie Vaughan. He does really well. Sorted his feet out beautifully. That was really quite awkward.
Okay, yeah, I say, didn't look very comfortable, did he? A bit like Bambi on ice there, trying to get his feet out the way, slipping and sliding.
Sliding there, that Eurolay speed gun up at 87.3 for that last ball. We can crank it up a little bit further. Come on, Riley.
10 like yours.
Yeah, I've not got much power over it, but I'm just backing Riley Meredith. 10 without loss, Leicestershire. Good start for them. Plenty of Leicestershire fans in. They're noticeable because their shirts are very brightly coloured.
I really like that kit.
Liz Orty says, I don't think that bat is helping you much, H.
Well, that's very unfair from Liz, actually. She was a big fan of the comms of the podcast. I've actually backed the best about the last couple of weeks.
Not a big fan of your batting.
Just yes, a bowler's allowed to bowl a good ball on a green top. Lovely, lovely shot. Only going to be 1 run, but flick off the legs, nailed off the middle of the bat. Thanks to Annie Chave, our water girl, who's just delivered the goods.
The one thing, isn't it, up here? Wonderful press box. Water's often in short supply.
She's been like treating me like she knows I'm not responsible. Only give me half a cup because I might spill it.
Have we got the lid that he normally has for his cup that he can just?
I do normally have a bottle because there's so little water up here. I do normally bring a couple of bottles up with me, but left them in the car today. Josh Davies now got cover up in the ring on the left leg. On the offside, sorry. And that is where the ball goes. It's going to be at least 2. Jack Leach in hot pursuit. He's going to dive and flick it back. Might be 3, actually. George Thomas has gone, but they are running back for 3. Really good running. He's hit him. Josh Davey doesn't need to stop the ball because Sol Bollinger's run into it. The throw coming back in. So, going to have deep third and deep square leg, the two out for the right-hander. Josh Davey, a little bit of pace off there. We might see a few cutters from Josh Davey, even early on, just test out this pitch. Bit of a soft pitch, I reckon. Chatting to Mark Davies, the former Somerset left armour, in the interval. He reckons, even though it was a high score and it's normally a bit of a road here at Taunton, he reckons it's still a little bit in the early days for the new ball. New ball from both ends, don't forget, in this competition.
Occasionally I do forget that, so I'm glad you reminded me.
It's a weird one, isn't it, when you watch the bowler chuck the ball back to the umpire at the end of the over. And that is a lovely cricket shot. Great effort, George Thomas. That is superb, superb fielding. No armbands on, no long sleeves as well, so that's going to cut his arms open. And that deserves, look at it, I love this from Somerset. Andy Mead and Sean Dixon both make the 15-yard jog over to give him a high five, just to say that is class, mate. Because that deserved 4. I was about to give that my shot of the innings so far. Well, it still could be shot of the innings so far, but only 1 run. George Thomas saving 3 there.
Yeah, great bit of work. Great bit of work. I feel like every run might count here as well.
Yeah.
Got a lot of depth in that batting line-up as well. Cox and Travaskis, 7-8. The problem is if you get 3 Leicester players early, what you're presented with is Hanscom and Rahane, so it won't be easy this for either side.
Nice single, just ticked into leg side. My Minehead mate Ian Buchanan, who we bumped into on our lap of the ground earlier, he's just texted me.
Happy retirement, Ian?
Well, yeah, he's retired. Minehead a hit for 450 by Freem yesterday. If you haven't seen the Play Cricket scorecards of the Weppel Somerset yesterday, and he's retired, and he's just texted me saying 25 runs light here. Leicestershire win with 2 overs to spare. Rahane 110 not out. Now I will admit, I have said to a few people today, I want Somerset to win, of course, but I'd love to see Rahane get a few. I wouldn't mind it's been a close game where Rahane strokes it around.
20 odd.
Not too many. Ian hitting that too well to mid-on.
Well, Sean Jarvis, the CEO at Leicestershire, he was over here a little bit earlier on. I was just having a look at the post he put up. Last 3 years in this competition, Leicestershire played 27. This is before today, naturally. Won 21, lost 6. They're a difficult team to beat. They're very, very good. They're defending champions for a reason. And they're arguably a stronger side than they were last year, albeit they haven't got much Josh Hole. Rahane and Hanscom. Hanscom, and fair play to him, because he had a really tough trot at Middlesex. They loved him as a person. He just couldn't score a run, and I think all parties in the end thought this ain't going so well. So walked away, has gone to Leicestershire and is scoring runs, which is pleasing. What did he have that run of, 5 or 6 50s in a row when he first came into the Test side?
Yep. Meredith,
Budinger on strike, he's got a dozen. They plugged that gap a little bit as well. Slips come out. Casey Aldridge with his huge wingspan. You and I have got an invite to go fishing with, actually, haven't we?
Yeah, I'm not much of a fisherman.
No, I didn't want to admit that, but I'm sure we'll learn. My uncle used to try and take me and my grandpa, so I should be able to. I just never do it.
I don't know if I've got the patience for fishing, you know. I should feel for the poor fish. Do the poor fish really want to
You'll be jumping in, like swimming around trying to catch them by hand.
Oh, there's Neil Schiller at the cameraman over the far side. Great work.
Paul didn't get everything on it, but does control it in front of square. They'll come back for an easy 2 there.
Yeah, I want to call that a short arm jab. You know what I mean? That uncomfortable, sort of awkward, get off me kind of pull. Yeah, nice there. There you go, Jamie Rose is straight in the comments. Neil Shillerbeer's Topsham St James teammate.
Topsham St James, that's a good name.
And his TSJ, do a bit of coaching there on Friday night. Term time. Lovely club. They had a few people nominated for Volunteer of the Year for the Devon Cricket Foundation do here a couple of weeks ago.
Paul, that's a good shot. Really good shot. No need to run those. Ben Green's up at fine leg. Rolls his wrists. Just turns it around the corner. It's a great start from Sol Budinger. He's more than capable. Let's have another look at this one from Meredith. just using that extra pace. You wonder, is it time for an early change? Do you go too early? Can you go too early? You've got Casey Aldridge, you've got Ben Green.
Yeah,
Plenty of experience.
Ben Green might wobble around. I'll tell you what, they might go to George Thomas.
Yeah.
He's bowled well from that end in previous games.
Got the wicket at Bohannon in that Lancashire game. Cut away for more. This is really good from Sol Budinger. He moves into the 20s, 22 without loss. Just looking a little bit too easy for him at the moment. That was in the slot to be hit, really. You know, that at Riley Meredith's pace, that's going to race away in the power play. Not the start Somerset were hoping. Brilliant stuff from Leicestershire.
Yeah, that's the worry of bowling sheer pace in the power play. Now, Matt Henry was slightly more consistent than Riley Meredith. Probably not quite as quick as Riley Meredith, or at times he could be. Well, he hasn't also played that many 50-over games. Tasmania, Hobart Hurricanes, he's played a lot of T20s. I still think he could get in the Australian ODI side if he played regularly.
Round the wicket, change of angle. It's better. No width.
Trying to keep up with all the YouTube comments, so much going on. But yeah, big shout out to the quality coverage, the best I've heard from any county on YouTube, aside from the Foxes, of course. He didn't mention the £3.99 there, but straight away someone else is in. Last couple of games have been paywalled.
Great to have you with us, New Paradigm. We hope you enjoy your stay, genuinely. We sort of hope you lose as well, even though we are neutral. But we're enjoying this from Sol Budinger. Budinger.
Yeah,
straight to a mute.
We did say that power play Somerset didn't particularly capitalise on. So Leicestershire, different here straight away. 22 off 14, Budinger. 26 off 4.
Yeah, it's a great start from Leicestershire.
I don't think Matt Henry will be playing for Somerset this year. Too late in the day for that. But
Miggy will be back. Miggy's been out in South Africa for that Test series. He'll be back, I think.
Wasn't it in the West Indies?
In the West Indies, yeah.
Yeah,
for that Test series for South Africa, yeah. I think he's a man who likes his fishing. I've seen a few photos on his social
him and
media.
Casey Aldridge go together quite a lot.
Do they? That's a good podcast episode for us.
That's it.
Oh, we'll take the microphones along.
Aren't they playing as we speak, West Indies? Just get the highlights up.
They might be finished already, wasn't it, when they're having very quick games?
Yes, it was. Second test already done. And Yumi coming in for mid-wicket. Keep that to a dot ball. So Josh Davey and Riley Meredith, a couple of overs each. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ben Green in the power play at some point, or the first 20 anyway.
Bit of George Thomas as well, as he said.
Yeah, I think George Thomas bowls early or potentially not at all. If you don't bowl George in the first 20 overs, I think they'd probably go to spinners, and then maybe who's your death bowler? No Alfie Ogborn today. Who's your death bowler?
Do you go Leach early because, like Rahane, you don't want him bowling that much at Rahane, really?
Or would you rather Goldsworthy early and then Leach bowling at Rahane?
Goldsworthy early. Say that 10 times quickly.
Yeah. Archie Vaughan with another awkward length. Does Archie Vaughan get a couple of overs in? I think Archie Vaughan will bowl before Andy Mead. It depends. He might even bowl for Lewis Goldsworthy just because it's the off spin. Something different to the left arm finger spin of Leach and Goldsworthy. So many bowling options I keep mentioning. But yeah, with no Alfie Ogborn, who bowls, say it gets to the wire, who do you bowl the last 6 overs?
Davey's going to be in there.
Ben Green's
going to be in there.
Does Davey bowl at death, you think?
I think in 50 over probably, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so maybe Davey and Green then.
But you get
Casey Aldridge potentially. That team, do you remember that 19 over chase at the Oval?
Yeah,
Somerset, sorry, I was there with Annie Chave the first few days, and she went off to a wedding and missed the thrilling finale to that game. Casey Aldridge bowled brilliantly at the death then. That's another nice pull shot. That could be 4. Is Jack Leach going to get there? No, he's not. Jack Leach patrolling the deep square leg boundary is an interesting one. Often on the 45 or in the ring. But they sent him out to deep square leg. Yeah, Casey Aldridge with the slower balls, the Yorkers. I think he could be an option. Somerset might just go for the throat. Can they get the key scalps early and not have to worry about death bowling? That's another way of looking at it. Sean Dixon, the skipper here, remember, but Ben Green was the 50 over skipper 2 years ago, so fair amount of experience in this lineup. Oh, that's a rare bye. James Rew doesn't make many mistakes like that. It stayed low, to be fair. It's not the easiest one to take. He stood back, and because it's a Josh Dovey slower ball, it's then bounced again before it's reached James Rew on the full and come off the shins of his wicket-keeping pads. And yes, I agree with some of the comments. Maybe Matt Henry's just back to come to the Ring of Bells. He loves it.
Does he?
And yes, his action is very smooth.
Oh, it's glorious, isn't it?
I watched him quite a lot. I think it's Canterbury in the Plunket Shield in the winter. I watched a bit of the New Zealand T20 stuff. And, oh yeah, I love watching Matt Henry bowl. Lovely shot from Budinger. Should only be 1 run, maybe 2. Good dive and pick up and throw. No, brilliant work out there. Archie Vaughan in the deep now. A lot of action for Archie Vaughan so far. Wasn't needed the bat. Fair play. You bring in Ben Green ahead of Archie Vaughan in this situation with a couple of overs to go. Worked well for the Somerset lineup, really. No need for Archie Vaughan or Kay Shoulders to bat, which shows the riches in this lineup. Ian Holland only on 8 so far. Picks up Goldsworthy again. Struggling to get it off the square a little bit, Ian Holland. Struggling to pierce the gap. Ian Holland bowled 10 overs. He was wicketless, up for 59 runs with 1 maiden. He's now 8 off 13 balls, which isn't a great power play innings, but as we said earlier, George Thomas and Andy B weren't particularly quick scoring at this stage. They caught it up a little bit later on, but then handed over to Goldsworthy and Rew. If you're just joining us, you can rewind and go back to watch any of the first innings. But the highlights: Lewis Goldsworthy, 115 not out off 86 deliveries. A couple of 90s in the group stage. That's his career list day best score. Against the club he was playing at last month, don't forget.
Is Meredith from the River End around the wicket. Budinger gets in through the gap between Andy Mead, the cover, and Sean Dixon in mid-off. Proving a little bit expensive here. Riley Meredith paces up on the Eurolab gun to 87.3 miles an hour, but the quicker it's coming at the moment, the quicker and easier it's going to the boundary. Just not quite getting his length right, is he?
Now, before I premeditate comments coming, a lot of Somerset locals love watching local bowlers bowl. Will some people be critical that Riley Meredith has come in and pushed out Alfie Ogden? I mean, it makes sense to play your overseas, and he's a pretty good gun quick, but you know here that if you don't get it quite right, you can risk going for a lot of runs because it's so easy to play with pace.
Just took a step across, but very casually flicked it to the leg side and then walked. I mean, he's making it look really, really comfortable at the moment. You do wonder if pace off
that's ominous
might be the way to go. Yeah.
All this talk about the quick, 87 mile an hour. If your best quick bowler has got the opening bat literally nonchalantly just whipping him, walking across to middle stump and whipping it through leg side.
Particularly, often you get bowlers who have an aura about them, and particularly in county cricket, players with real pace or someone like Harmer as a spinner can get players out just on reputation. And fair play to Budinger. He's not allowed that to happen at all. He looks really comfy. Ooh, Ian Holland looked less comfy there. That's better from Riley Meredith. Just back of a length, jagging back in at the right-hander. Hits him on the top of the pad. Rew does the fielding for no run. Need a breakthrough here, Somerset. To do with Budinger.
Yeah, the first breakthrough in the first innings wasn't until the 19th over. 91 for 1 was Somerset. Leicestershire openers already 36 for none. Ahead of where Somerset were at this stage, but it's a long way to go. That's why we love 50 over cricket so much. There's so many twists and turns. Case Rogers is quite wide. He's more of a second slip. He's got long limbs, and James Rew is pretty good with his feet to shuffle across, but he's covering some ground there, as we do actually see Sean Dixon bring a substitute fielder, Ned Leonard, up into the ring, back with third. And then square leg and fine leg are both going back.
It's better from Riley Meredith.
Do you think that's the line and length he's looking for?
He's just not quite getting it to the left-hander right, is he? Getting it right to the left-hander.
That's a mouthful.
Getting to the left-hander right. I'm like Yoda, am I?
That's right, it works. I knew what you meant. We've commentated enough together that I know what you're trying to say. Can he get it right to the right-hander? Yes. Can he get it right to the left-hander? Not quite yet, but
Not
maybe
quite.
soon.
But the decision may be taken out of his hands. Sean Dixon's got a bit of thinking to do. Sure, the ball got him. Is there an inside edge? Right, it's one of those where first slip went up, Riley Meredith went up, but he didn't really believe in it. Ian Holland was trying to pull.
Didn't look convinced.
No, Riley Meredith was never really that interested. Ian Holland didn't look that convincing. This is better. Just back of a length. No width.
Oh, that's hip, isn't it? Shirt, hip. That probably hurt, to be honest with you. He's taking it well. Newish ball. What's that ball? Not even 3 overs old yet. Hit flash.
Holland just trying to move around. And it's a no ball. Riley Meredith turns around. Ian Holland was asking for it. He did a little dancing in his crease. Ended up stepping inside it. And Ian Blackwell signals to Sean Dixon. It was over waist height, so it'll be a free hit this next ball. Has to bowl it again.
We should keep updating from the Glamorgan Warwickshire game, but it's the innings break there. Glamorgan did really well to get up to over 200. Oh, they've just come back out actually. Yates is there opening the batting after his England Lions last 4 days at New Road.
Short ball. Oh, he does get a little bit of glove on that one. It was a free hit, remember. And it's brought in 4 runs. Ian Holland, not the most convincing shot he'd ever played, but he moves into double figures. On to 12, and Leicestershire after 6 overs at 43 without loss.
The wicket's just gone actually. Yates just gone in that game at Cardiff. It'll be interesting to see who ends up playing in that final at Trent Bridge. 4 sides still in the competition. They've got to play T20s and County Championship before the final. A lot of format swapping.
It's a long way away.
Well, yeah, it's only a few weeks away, but it does feel a long way away. Josh Davies going to continue, the Scotsman. No fellow Scot, Charlie Castle, in the side today, but Andy Mead, of course, is still there. Alright, thinking about changing the field now. Andy Mead is helping Sean Dixon direct traffic here. What they're going to do here, Jack Leach is going to go out to deep cover. They're going to have 2 in that backward point and point area. Riley Meredith is now not a deep third to come into the ring. They don't seem quite sure on their plans here, Somerset, which is fair enough, really, because Buddinger's back particularly well.
I think he's disrupted them a little bit.
Yeah. There's work there. They stopped the single. Andy Mead shies at the stump. Well backed up, Sean Dixon. Yeah, that's exactly what Buddinger can do to you. We talked about his opening exploits at Notts. Did play a little bit at Sussex too, a few years back. 24 years of age now. Solomon George Buddinger is a talented stroke maker. But he's only got 29, 28 and 1 in his last 4 innings. Got 70 at Kibworth against Surrey in a good game I enjoyed watching there. Wide ball from Josh Davey. This is looking like the crowd are getting a bit quiet, a bit nervous, the Somerset faithful, because it's a good start from Leicestershire and a poor start, it's got to be said. A poor start from Somerset. Davey and Meredith not quite getting their line or length right here. Boundaries, extras. We've already seen a bye and a couple of wides and a no ball. Again, it's easily whipped into leg side, tiny bit too straight from Josh Davey. He tries to go wide of the off stump and it's a wide. He's then straightened up, 2 leg side, easy single. Although, you'd probably give Buddinger this single in this power play. Bowl it in Holland for a little while, try and open up an end. But then you've still got Lewis Hill, who's scored a fair few runs in this comp in next. And the 2 big fish, 4 and 5, the quality overseas players. Then a lad who whacked 200 in the county championship and went viral the other week for those sixes.
A good team, mate.
Then a quality wicket-keeper bat who's been around the circuit for years, and then a number 8 who scored 60-odd in the last round. So do not write off any of these Leicestershire bats. Good fielding again from Archie Vaughan. He's been good in the covers. Saved 3 runs for Josh Davey in Somerset then.
Yeah, they're a brilliant side. Lewis Hill is actually the one who's understated a little bit.
Yeah.
Had been around for a long time before, was it 3 or 4 years ago now? I think he just had his first child or something, and maybe that changed his perspective on life a little bit. But he had that season where he just couldn't stop scoring runs, and he's turned himself into someone who, you know, would have played a lot of county cricket without ever really making his mark, to now absolutely having done that. It was 2021, 944 runs.
He's over his stumps there, is Bullinger. Getting his legs in front of the wicket, so you think, can Josh Davey gamble with a speared in full ball on the pads? But then Bullinger's hitting it so well, he'd probably just whack it through the leg side for 4 or 6. I think that's the gamble here. He's confident, his eyes in, he's ready on 29. He's now toying with the bowls a little bit. We'll have a flat watch at the end of the over. Quite a few watching for the retirement flats.
One of those for a while.
No. Just Josh Davey watching one of the flat. That was the COVID times, wasn't it? Who's our number 1 fan?
John Hayes, wasn't
John
it?
Hayes
He's
loves it on Twitter and the chat. Yeah. Shout out. He loves a bit of flag watch, flat watch, or Josh Davey watch. There it is. Great work. Can't remember. They're already on it.
It's that top deck, isn't it? Lovely.
What's that funny thing in the back? Is it like a statue, that white?
Oh, yeah.
Look, is that balloons? Hey, look at that. That's Will Abel up there, isn't it? Oh, I think that's what I recognise that haircut. Oh, I'm going to have to send him a message. I think that's Will Abel on the top deck. I don't want to be wrong. He was in the ground earlier. You can see him with his haircut, celebrating Taunton CC again, top of the Whirlpool Somerset. There's 2 there for Sol Bullinger. Should be 2. A good bit of fielding for Ben Green, maybe. Really good fielding, Ben Green. Credit to Ben Green. Saved what could have been an easy 2.
So, what we're going to do here, I think Riley Meredith has his cap off. There's a discussion going on between Sean Dixon, Ben Green's involved, umpire Blackwell's involved. Now it's going to be Ben Green who's going to take his cap off as well, and Riley Meredith is going to put his cap back on. We wondered if it might be time for a little bit of pace off, a little bit of Ben Green. Man with the golden arm, certainly in T20, the number of times he would come on and take a wicket in his first over, sometimes even 2. Somerset could do with that now. So they've had Riley Meredith, who's been a little bit expensive, that extra pace, just not quite getting his line right to Sol Bullinger, who's batting quite beautifully here. 30 unbeaten. I get the sense Somerset need him early, because he's the kind of guy, if he bats 60 balls, he'll have 100. Inside 15, 16 overs, and then it would be an uphill task. Green around the wicket then to Bullinger. That's a good bit of work from Andy Hamid, one-handed.
Yeah,
extra cover. Very, very casual.
Do you think that was a misjudgment and then very well done? It was a weird sort of, he almost went to slide tackle it and then picked it up left-handed.
Can we have another look from,
I mean, it's a clean
side
stop,
on?
so
Yeah, it's a great bit of work. It was just in an awkward position for him.
There's been a few in the covers actually. Archie Vaughan has had a few that have bounced just short of him.
Turns it around the corner, Jack Leach, unable to get down. It was too wide of him. They come back for 2, George Thomas. I think does the fielding.
I was saying to the lads I was coaching yesterday, it's this stage of the year, I think when the outfield is this quick, you've got to dive early or it's past you, isn't it? So many times we saw Goldsworthy hitting the ball well, James Drew in the first innings, timing it for 4. You're not going to catch up with the ball with a chase very often in August when it's dry. Get down early.
This is good from Green. Decent start. Interesting to see what they do in terms of leaving their crease, the 2 batters here. Bullinger, he's using his crease, but actually it's more sliding to the left and right. It's almost like one of those old school computer games where the batter, you could just slide it back and forward into the side of their crease. It's batting well here. Happy to step inside of it. I mean, he's happy to do that to Riley Meredith, so he's going to be happy to do that to pretty much anyone. Very difficult to bowl at a battle like that, and that is the Leicestershire 50 up inside the 8th over now. I think Somerset 50 came up in the 13th over, so neither side lost a wicket, but that's just a mark of where Leicestershire are in the game. Reaching 50 around 5 overs earlier than Somerset did. They've been really positive. Still got a long way to go. Still over 6, nearly 7 and over for a fair old time.
I love the cricket Twitter world. I tweeted out Lewis Goldsworthy innings, what a great knock it was, and the Leicestershire members are straight on it, happily applauding his great knock.
Just read a tweet from Somerset Bagfast, Nikki, who made us our fine lemon cake. She said, I think the Leicestershire fans' relationship with Lewis Goldsworthy has just switched to "it's complicated," which I think is
very good.
Very good.
It is complicated. The complications of scoring a lot of runs against the side that have been trying to sign you.
Not quite getting the line right there. I think that's going to be brilliantly saved on the boundary. They're going to come back for free.
He has done brilliantly, but he's also palmed it about 25 yards away.
He's been in the game, Archie Vaughan, in the field.
Great work. He still saved a run. Josh Davey couldn't quite get there to help him out, but it's one of those that despairing dive when they flick it and you just see it trickle, 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 and then it still hits the rope, but no, got enough on it. Great experience for Archie Vaughan to be in this successful Somerset side in this competition. People underestimate how much you can benefit just being a fielder, being part of a successful side, watching, even if you're not batting or watching from the other end. Quality players go about their business. Even maybe later watching how Ajinkya Rahane plays spin from close quarters. That'll be the big battle. Leach on Rahane, I'm sure will happen at some point. So we've seen Green come on. Do you reckon this could be Davies' last over for Scott Pavilion End?
Yes.
Who are you going to next? Right hander on strike for this.
I'll go to a
thumping
spinner.
shot. Archie Vaughan should stop this again. Good work, Archie Vaughan. Brilliant fielding. Saved another single. That is superb work. That should have been 2, really. I think when you hit the sweeper, you probably could run to the dive. Lewis Goldsworthy, James Rue, Sean Dixon were running really hard between the wickets. Leicestershire don't want to take a risk yet, but definitely think Archie Vaughan saved a run there. You thinking Goldsworthy then? Because Leach normally likes far
I think so, yeah.
So maybe Goldsworthy after Josh Davey this end.
Particularly he's on such a high, and that is a factor, right? Maybe you could argue it shouldn't be, but it is.
No, I think so, yeah. Well, that's a pull shot into the deep. Can Archie Vaughan catch that? Massive, massive wicket for Somerset. His feet were right on the rope. He is centimetres away from that being a 6 over his head. Sol Bollinger has played a lovely little knock here, but it's a cameo. It's 33 off 28 balls, 54 for 1. And Josh Davey has picked up the crucial wicket there.
Yeah, they needed that. Somerset around the wicket. Didn't give him quite the room he wanted. He was having to force that. And Archie Vaughan, we said how he's been in the game in the field. Yet he may not have batted, he may still not yet bowl, but actually you can impact a game with what you do in the field. He saved several runs actually from Bollinger as well in the covers, had a couple of balls drilled at him, and then made that catch. Looked very comfortable. You'd expect him to take it.
Very close to the rope though, we should say. 33 off 28 balls there for Sol Bollinger. The kind of knock he's played a lot of times. And Leicestershire, although they don't want to lose a wicket, won't be displeased with that. You know, it's a strong power play.
That's how he bats.
Yeah, and I still think Leicestershire win the power play. If they're 55 for 1 after 10, I still think they'll be fairly happy with that. You generally want to get somewhere near 60 off the first 10, which they should still manage. Lewis Hill, the skipper, he's a proper batter at number 3. There was slight temptation. If I was a Leicestershire coach at the start of the season, could maybe have thought Rahane and Hampton could get your best players in at 3 and 4. Maybe could have put Lewis Hill at 5 or 6, but he's done pretty well at number 3. So I'm going to change that for a semi-final.
The finishing game for them, haven't they?
Yeah.
Still Rahane, they've won
50 overs are
games.
longer than people remember it sometimes, aren't they?
I've said it a few times, and it's always worth repeating.
Lewis played for the Unicorns, don't forget, a few years ago. Keith Parsons was heavily involved with the Unicorns. the Keith Parsons
long time
partnership,
ago,
wasn't it?
yeah.
Was it Goldsworthy and Brew nearly broke the run scoring partnership against Leicestershire? Keith Parsons, I think, now working at King's College. Was Richard Hewish. Solid defensive push down the ground. So Harry Swindles is wicket keeper. Ben Cox is a wicket keeper. Lewis Hill can keep wicket. Plenty of options for Leicestershire with the gloves. Ben Cox is one of the best glovemen of the last
he's brilliant,
10 years or so of county cricket, so no surprise that he keeps, but so many options there. Now Lewis Hill, last 3 innings have only been 4, 0 and 6, but 71 not out up at Scarborough. Yeah, 42 at Chelmsford as well. Good bit of fielding by Jack Leach. And he also had 81 at home to Knox back in the first game of this competition. So basically he's had 3 scores. He's had single figures or 3 scores, really. So if he gets past 10, he's going to get, well, 42 minimum. If you're going on his group stage stats.
What Somerset need to do here is just to put a bit of pressure on for a few overs. The runs came freely, but Holland isn't scoring that freely.
Yeah.
1 or 2 of his boundaries had a little bit of luck to them. Just put a bit of a squeeze on for the next 5 overs or so. Suddenly, if it's 65 for 1 after 15, much more in the balance. It's Casey Aldridge just doing a bit of stretch. No, it's not Casey. Who is that?
Riley Meredith.
Riley Meredith doing a bit of side stretching. Sideways plank. Vic's a massive fan of the sideways plank, I think.
I didn't hear
He's
that
often.
bit. Did I miss that?
Yeah.
Deep third and deep square leg still the 2-man out. Same sort of plan here for Somerset. No clear loud shout. Let's see a change of gloves here for Ian Holland. Surprise, he's going to be batting for 9 overs, but change of gloves it is.
How often do you change gloves during your average innings, would you say?
I don't at all.
I bet you've got one rotten pair of gloves. Thank you very much, by the way, to our friends and sponsors at WPA Health Insurance, integral in enabling us to bring you the live stream coverage that we do. It's a joy to be here, joy to have them partnering us. Will it be a joyful day though, H?
Well, yeah, we are. We are, of course, a Somerset stream, but we try and be neutral, fair to both sides. I've already admitted openly I'm quite looking forward to watching Hampscombe and Rahani bat. I should mention Hampscombe can also keep, don't forget, 4 wicket-keeping options in this top 7.
Now, interesting, Riley's back on after 1 over of Green. Buddinger's gone.
Yeah,
they've got
like
the
that.
breakthrough to the 2 right-handers. This is good, smart from Somerset. Ian Holland's not been comfortable against Riley Meredith. Lewis Hill.
I think Budinger just looked so good against the pace. I think that's very sensible. Don't waste Meredith.
Yeah.
Also, you know, he was getting whacked around by Budinger, and also you want to save him to batters who might not be as comfortable.
Yeah, and a chance now. And they've gone, right, if you can come back, Riley, and pick us up, bowl 2 more overs, pick us up a wicket or 2, and suddenly they're 3 down, it changes the complexion. I like this.
I'm pretty sure Hill and Holland do not want to be facing Riley Meredith, whereas Hanscom, Rahani and Budinger, different types of players, might be more comfortable doing so.
Nice shot from Holland, but straight to Hamid. At cover, this is what we talked about, just building that little bit of pressure since that wicket. It's only small periods. Momentum can change. They've not scored a run since that wicket was taken, so 6 dot balls in a row.
Ben Green's first over just went for 6, but that's not really the relevance. He was bowling at Budinger. Budinger's gone now, it's a different plan.
Same again. Holland driving. Oh, slight misfield, and they weren't really looking, the 2 Leicestershire. Actually, Somerset got away with one there. It was a slightly sloppy throw from Andy Hamid. But Ian Holland had gone back to rehearse the shot again, and Lewis Hill wasn't watching. I think they missed a run there. Get away with that one, that's all right. Hanscom's a very interesting player to watch. He doesn't look, the way he sets up, you think, how is this guy going to score runs? But he's just brilliant at it. Short ball, tries to pull it again, doesn't get much on it in Holland, but will get a leg by, comes through for just the one.
We'll definitely come on to it later when commentating on him batting, but he looks terrible when he's out of nick, Peter Hanscom, and he's so easy to criticise his technique. But then when he's getting runs, he plays sheer pace pretty well. You watch him facing Spencer Johnson, Mitchell Johnson over the years, and he's good on the back foot, but he looks so crab-like and struggles in English conditions with the ball nipping around medium pace.
And he just had that actually, Lord is a hard place to bat, but you don't go into Test match cricket and score. I should look it up, but it was 6 or 7 50s on the spin. And that is a quality cricketer. This is good from Riley Meredith.
Look at the Leicestershire Wackerville. No runs in that third man area. Interesting. Case Aldridge and Andy Mead both in the slip cordon now. And Jack Leach down at deep third, covering that area, but the runs have come mostly behind square on the leg side and through the covers. Maybe it's a bit late now. It's the end of the 10th over. There'll be 4 men out soon.
Again, it's Budinger. Most of the runs have come to him. Anything over pitch with pace, he was just helping himself to. Drop and run. He's just on the back foot a little bit there, Hill. So that's a good over, just 2 off it. Leg by, and that single to finish after 10 overs. Leicestershire 56 for 1. I'm going to nip out, and Vic Marks is going to come in.
Thank you, Sam Daly. So Harry Everett will continue for 10 overs with Vic Marks, where we might see a couple of changes in bowling. Now Josh Davies is going to continue from the Shoscothic Pavilion first of all. Shout out to all of those of you watching on the stream and those of you with earpieces, the Virtue earpieces living in the ground, or in the flats, even some of you listening. Vic, welcome back.
Good to be here. Game still nicely poised, isn't it? I mean, it was a terrific start. They were relieved to get rid of Budinger, Somerset, because he was looking very dangerous, especially against the extra pace of Meredith.
Josh Davey will bowl to the right-handed Hill. Not George Hill of the Yorkshire variety, Lewis Hill of the Leicestershire variety. Lewis Goldsworthy is so often found at point. Low to the ground, low centre of gravity, fields well. But so often you see a punch or a cut shot just go straight to his hands.
It's an odd position that it's become a position where you put your best fielder. But when I played one-day cricket, you didn't necessarily do that. You put I used to field there quite a lot because you had protection on either side.
Deep cover and deep third. Yeah, well, there is now.
But the ball does go there.
Is that because the cut shots played more nowadays?
Maybe. Yeah.
There was a back foot punch a few times coming up pace.
Ooh.
Jack Leach and Andy Mead not far away from that one.
Just putting a bit of pressure on Hill in particular. He's just got this 1 run from 8 balls. Holland coming down, and I guess the wise piece of advice is that don't worry, there's masses of time yet. It can all change very quickly. Jack Leach, we can see loosening up.
Yeah, interesting to see. Jack Leach keeps saying prefers to bowl from the far end, the Ian Botham stand end. That's lofted over his head though. He's not going to catch that. 1 bounce, 2 bounce onto the rope. Josh Davey. The first real sign of aggression over the top from Josh Davey. We saw Budinger play some lovely strokes, but these two have been a little bit content just to knock Josh Davey around. 19 dots, just to 2 boundaries so far of his 5.2 overs. Nice cricket shot that though. Safe enough to play that over the top.
Yeah.
Get that cleanly. Quite a subdued atmosphere here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset faithful on the edge of their seats, a bit nervous. There's that cut straight to Lewis Goldsworthy again. That's twice in the over. He's not had to move. The ball's gone straight to him. Cloth this one. The last one was a little bit harder. I wonder if, yeah, I never thought about that. I think a few years ago, less Good fielders might feel at point.
Well,
now,
less
isn't
quick
it?
fielders. I mean, I played Norman Gifford, who was about 43 at the time. Always used to field there when he finished up playing for Warwickshire and Worcester before that. And he had very good hands if it went to him. But if it didn't go to him, we let someone else chase it.
Andy Mead really swooping in at mid-wicket, but no, it's going to go behind square. This I'm just past Goldsworthy. 1 down to deep third. Ben Green down there. I see you brought one of your books in. Is this your...
Well, no, I haven't brought this in. Someone else brought this in.
Vic sat here with one of his
I
books.
know, but I promise you I didn't bring it. In fact, I haven't seen a copy of this for some time. It's a very old one.
Is this book number 3 of 25?
It's book number 1 of,
Is it?
of, well, a few.
Number 1, wow.
I was still playing when I wrote this. Well, I compiled it, wrote it. What was the point? If we're going to have a shout out. Actually, I expect you've done it already, but the Heathcote.
Yes, we should indeed.
The Heathcote Cricket Club down at Tiverton.
I've just
a
checked
wonderful
their scorecard.
pavilion. But they played yesterday, didn't they?
They're playing today. They're playing at Sanford Peveril today.
Right.
So when I was a youngster, I helped build the wooden pavilion at Sanford Peveril on Whitnage Road.
Right,
and a few years before that, people a bit older than me built the wooden one at Heathcote Knights.
John Smith was one of them.
Yes, Tiverton.
So there's a fund that people can contribute to, which you will summon up at some point. You've already shared it.
I've shared it on my Twitter page at @HarryEverett_14.
We might even want to even get a bigger audience than that.
I think it was the QR code was shown on the live stream.
Okay.
We'll get that up again.
But it was a lovely. I mean, I'm quite familiar with that pavilion that was made of wood from the estate there at Knightshays, which is now, but I'm sure it's going to be replaced eventually with something equally wonderful. But it was a beautiful building, modern wooden building.
They're playing at Wesley and then at home to Wesley in the North Dem League today. I would have been playing, but
you're here.
Somerset Cup matches take priority, I'm afraid.
Leach is on.
Yes, as we expected from the far end. Riley Meredith out of the attack again. Lovely cover drive first ball. Goldsworthy, that man who talked about a point, is now in actual extra cover.
Well, essentially where Goldsworthy is will be deemed to be an important position because he's one of the best fielders. Very quick.
There's a lot of good fielders in this side there, aren't there? Not many carried nowadays. Thomas does a lot of boundary riding.
Yeah, well, he did that well because there was a suggestion of 2. He had to move about 10 yards to his left, but he was quick. Got the ball in quickly too.
Quicker that one.
Yeah, well, like most left-arm spinners, he bowls at a fair pace, and 54.4 miles per hour to be precise, according to the radar.
Yeah, that link has just gone in the YouTube chat as well. Put the GoFundMe link for the Heathcote. That over $4,000 already. I told Chris Soul, the organiser, I said up that we're going to get way more money than that. I said they put a target of. I think it was a target of 2,000. Said, oh, we'll easily get more than that.
Well, I played a few games for Heathcote. Sometimes with Stuart McGill bowling at the other end, which was quite an experience.
Yeah, but that was pretty cool. He played quite a few games there, didn't he?
Well, he did almost did a season there. Oh, he hasn't quite middled that, and I don't quite know what he was trying to do. It bounced, one bounce to long on. So Leach, well, on target. He's been an important man for Somerset in this campaign, and I think he's probably really enjoyed playing some white ball cricket.
Yeah.
Not that he bowls much differently to start with, as he would in a red ball match. But he's been sort of pigeonholed as, oh, he plays red ball cricket, Jack. Actually, he has many attributes
We're going to see a double change here.
Yep.
Josh Davies bowled 6.
Yeah, Green's coming on.
So Green bowled 1 over from the far end, the river end. We've seen 3 bowlers from one end and only 1 from Scotland Caribbean end so far, but Ben Green will now take over. Captain, of course, a couple of years ago in this competition.
Well, then he got swallowed up by the 100.
Yeah, played on loan at Leicestershire as well in the year. Him and Lewis Goldsworthy crossed over a little bit.
Ooh. Just starting to impose a bit more pressure. They at least stemmed the flow of boundaries, Somerset, since the wicket fell.
Yeah, if you're 1 for run rates and 1 for stats, Leicestershire a bit behind the run rate currently. Need over 7 and over. Currently going at nearly 5.5, but a long way to go. If I'm Leicestershire, I wouldn't be looking at the scoreboard yet.
No.
Just back through for a little while.
I mean, what you can look at the scoreboard for, and it depends how trusting you are, is the DLS
I knew you were going to say that, yeah.
Which kind of gives a reasonably accurate assessment. I mean, it's a bit, whether it tallies with Mr. Win predictor.
Well, 76 it is that refers.
Yeah, so at the moment they're just behind Leicester, but only just.
You'd probably say that's about right, 10 behind.
Yeah.
I think I trust the Duckworth Lewis more than I trust the Winvies. Duckworth Lewis it's not going to rain, but you say it gives you a good idea of where you want to be depending on wickets taken and runs to get. Now, being requested for a Glamorgan Warwickshire update. I can give you that in the live chat. 37 for 2. Van der Houten has got wicket, and Hamza Sheikh fresh off his 90 for the England Lions at New Road against Sri Lanka. He's in. Looks like Alfie Ogborn to me down there. Yep, the left-handed pick up and throw. You look at the subfielders that can come on. Ned Leonard, Alfie Ogborn, young athletes, quick around the boundary.
So who is he on for? Is it Meredith?
Yes. Yeah, Riley Meredith. Hopefully there's no issue. Maybe just going for a bit of a break, but...
Well, he came back, he's bowled 3 overs, and then he bowled 1 over. And no, he's not on the pitch. That will obviously be monitored.
Alfie was very quick down there, sweeping round. This side, Bridgewater, and a big win yesterday. George Bartlett played for Bridgewater yesterday, but didn't need to bat until they were 250 for 1. Your relative Joseph Eklund got 100. James Regan, formerly this parish, got 150.
Did they win?
Yeah, Bath were taken down big time.
Oh,
Bridgewater Bath, the battle of the top sides in the Wembley. Yeah. No Alfie Ogborn, no Ned Leonard. George Bartlett came all the way back from Northampton to play for Bridgewater. Talking Bridgewater, Alfie Ogborn's having to field almost every ball in this over. Yeah, some good pros on show in that game. No Lintott, of course, he's playing for Warwickshire as we speak.
So I imagine, it's not definite, but when Somerset play their T20 quarter-final, Park was probably in the team. Well, he's been in and out of the Northants T20 team, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he'll probably play. Yeah, he's done okay for...
Yeah.
He played a couple of twos games at Taunton Vale. At Somerset twos in the red ball and the white ball. So.
Now, when Leicester bowled, there wasn't much turn, but there was just the odd one that looked to hold, didn't it? And perhaps Leach would welcome just a little bit of the help off the pitch. You don't often get much help here at Taunton, but just a bit.
Can they push 2 in? No, the sweeper's doing well again. George Thomas attacking the ball. Good on. Sometimes when it's this dry, the outfield can get quite bobbly and cut up and holes and cracks in the pitch, but so well manicured and well watered here. Flat and smooth.
He's a busy man, though. There's Thomas out there.
Josh Thomas having a day off. He's been in the One Day Cup squad. Thought he might be doing 12-man duty, but no, he's leaving that to Alfie Ogborn, Charlie Castle and Ned Leonard. He's watching his brother and teammates in the crowd. Interesting here. So to Lewis Hill, they're going to bring Casey Aldridge out of slip into short extra cover, quite close to Lewis Goldsworthy.
I think they're just try and sort of make it less easy for the...
Take the strike into the covers.
The shot out to the sweeper. Still a bit of a gap there. but he still finds it. He's bowling. I mean, they're taking those deliveries off the stumps.
He's making room, isn't he? Yeah, going leg side.
They're making room, and they can trust the pitch. These are straight deliveries, as far as I can see. And that's the downside of not having the slip there. It's good fielding there, just a couple.
Well, that was my next question. I was going to say, do they not mind that so much? If they take the slip out, they think to get it there, you've got to play a really late cut, which is risky, or a scoop or a dab, or a risky manipulation of the ball.
Yeah, well, I mean, they don't want to give runs away full stop, but there is a bit more risk attached, perhaps, to that shot than the punch square on the offside. Still, if you're Leicester, you're feeling reasonably comfortable. There's a knowledge to that. I mean, in the semi-final, they were 3 down for not very many, whereupon Rahane and Hanscom helped rescue the situation before, I think it was Travaskis was in at the end. But they're 75 for 1 here, and their big guns are still in the dressing room, ready to come out, which is it's relatively reassuring. So don't take anything for granted here.
Never. No, Ben Green continuing then. He's going to bowl 2 overs in a row from this end.
Oh,
that could be straight over Andy Mead's head. Okay, so it could be a run out there. Non-strikers end.
Oh, it needed to
Ben Green had got to the stumps.
Don't know.
He should have done. Really, no excuse not to. He was a yard behind. Andy Mead sent it straight away. He might have been in anyway.
I think he might have been in, but there was indecision there. It was an ugly piece of cricket. Miss-hit.
Ball watching from the striker who hit it in the air. Poor shot. He has got away with that. Ian Holland with 22 on his back, Lewis Hill with 23. So Holland could have been caught, then could have been run out. That's the kind of shot he's trying to play. Lewis Hill shows him how to do it. They're going to come back for 2 this time. George Thomas, his arm was taken on. Not done a lot wrong there. Fielder tacked, threw it in hard, but good running. Yeah, we'll get you a replay of that potential catches. Riley Meredith is back on the bench with a water bottle in hand. Again, he's picked the gap.
Well, they've just got a bit of momentum now, this partnership. Not so many boundaries, but picking up the ones.
Yeah, it's going to be that quiet sort of period of the game where they're still going to rebuild, build a partnership, take the strike around, probably not trying to take too many risks, although we did just see that reverse lap from Jack Leach, but I guess they know that Jack Leach is going to bowl pretty much the same line of length every ball. Yes, he'll vary his pace a little bit. But he's quite often in this tournament bowled 10 overs for not a lot. Another short ball from Ben Green. Some slower ball into the pitch, some genuine shorter balls, but with deep square and deep fine leg out, it's quite hard to pull for more than 1 run.
But one of the differences between 50 over cricket and 20 over cricket, if this was 20 overs, you'd be very content. Oh, they're just picking up ones, no boundaries. But of course, in 50 over cricket, at this stage of the innings, this is fine from a Leicestershire perspective.
Yeah, exactly what the comments are saying. Keep that scoreboard ticking over. Someone else says the winner of this match will take the trophy. Oh, interesting. Ed Barnard, I'm sure, would have a lot to say about that. Warwickshire, Hamza Sheikh talked about how classy he looked in that.
So
he's gone though.
You think
3 down?
Nick Glamorgan is still in that?
Yeah, 37 for 3 now. With Hamza Sheikh gone, that's a massive early wicket. Will Rhodes and Michael Burgess at the crease. Your last chance for Wednesday. Come in. The the 21st of August, Joel Garner will be here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Have a look on the website, there are only a few tickets left.
Plus a curry buffet.
There you go. You've probably heard most of those stories. Can you
Well,
give
I'm
us
not
a
sure.
teaser?
I've not really been to a Joel Garner event, and I expect some of them would be familiar, but he's been grilled by Trigo, isn't he?
Is it? I didn't realise Pete was
I think
presenting.
so.
Our double act didn't make the cut then.
No. But Joel's a legend in his own lifetime.
They're going to keep running hard. Oh, that's a bit of a filthy
It's
scuff,
a bit of a
isn't it?
hoik. Sharp piece of fielding out there.
Yeah, I can't remember midfield yet from Somerset point of view.
But not many dot balls at the moment. No, he's going to scamper. I think he'll have to give up 2 there. I think because Leach was getting hit through that offside, he's now bowling more or less leg stump as opposed to middle and off. And they were making room to hit him through the offside, so he's got a little bit more leg side. Now they're picking him off reasonably well, just in front of square on the leg side. The fine sweep is now open to the boundary if they want to go for that. Ooh, that's a great piece of fielding, that is. That's a save for.
So Lewis Goldsworthy was there. Now Alfie Ogborn's in at that cover, and Sean. I love this from Somerset again. Sean Dixon charges across, gives him a high five. Alfie Ogborn, the subfielder, one of the best fielders in this side. Him and Casey Aldridge.
Yeah.
Very quick across the ground. Alfie Ogborn swoops and picks up and throws left-handed very well. Good dive and stop there. He's right up for this. He loves it. George Thomas again attacking the ball well. Saves a second run. I reckon Somerset have saved 9 or 10 runs already in the field.
Yeah, but that's the good news. The bad news is that they're picking off runs, most deliveries.
So Lewis Goldsworthy back on the field for Alfie Ogborn now. Alfie Ogborn's slightly taller as well. Lewis Goldsworthy might not have been able to reach that stop. Not saying he's a bad fielder, but his reach isn't there. Casey Aldridge often in the key positions as well.
Leach and Rue in conversation. It's good to have a good relationship with your keeper who sees what's happening and might notice something that's helpful.
A few of the Somerset staff on stream. That's at Andy Hurry, and that's man who makes all the graphics for Somerset. Normally hides in the commercial office. But Ben Green will continue. How many times have we seen a back foot punch straight to Lewis Goldsworthy? Yeah, Ian Holland didn't play on Friday, ineligible against Hampshire because of the loan deal. That's why Roman Walker opened in that knockout match. Now to get to this game. Good tight single there.
Yeah, it's
not a lot of cases Aldridge has done wrong then. It's just been good running between the two.
Sort of almost deceived him there, Green. But they've been clever, haven't they, Leicester, with their loan signings. Obviously they've had Goldsworthy and Green earlier in the season. Holland is an experienced old cricketer.
I think I'm right in saying that Ian Holland was also playing for Cannington down in the Cornish leagues.
Well, someone else was saying he's been playing in America as well.
Yes, well he's he's got a lot of links with America. He's born in Wisconsin. That could be 2.
Could be 4.
Oh, it's 4. No dive there. I mean, really quick. Riley Meredith, the quick, probably doesn't want to risk getting injured, but maybe a slightly younger want to dive full length and maybe save that. Still, it's a good shot, 4 runs. Ben Green doesn't want to be straying that leg side. Yeah, Holland has played for the USA. Played for Washington Freedom. Also played for Victoria.
And played for Callington.
Stuff. Yeah, he's played for all sorts. We told about that Cricket Superstar TV show he won in Australia. That got him going in his career. And in 2019 he put his American passport to use. He's had a couple of loan spells. Mind you, Callington have had quite a few pros in recent years. Samit Patel, Nick Gubbins, Rola Fantamerva.
Really?
There's been a few down there,
Really?
yeah.
They've all found time to get to Callington.
Yeah, in Cornwall County side I've had a couple of Kent lads playing for them. I went and watched Devon play against Cornwall, and there were 3 lads who played for Kent in the last 5 years, all in the same. From Kent all the way down to Cornwall. Callum Haggart being the other one playing for Devon. And we've got to play against him for Shatwick and Polden on Saturday.
Well, it's great. All these, you know, people who've been pros to be playing at club level. It seems to me you want to play against those guys.
Exactly,
don't you?
yeah. It gives you extra stories to tell on comms, doesn't it?
Well,
could be
that's up in the air.
Should that carry to deep square leg?
It does.
Yeah. Brilliant catch for Somerset there. I think it's George Thomas out in the deep. He's done well at deep cover. Now he's at square leg. He's pointing up. It was a top edge, yes. And tell you what, I think he slightly misjudged that, you know.
Yeah, he did.
He had to fall forward at the end. Didn't quite get there.
He looked up at the sky. The sky it's not a sort of bright blue sky. There's this sort of fluffy white cloud, and the white ball coming out of the white cloud. I reckon he lost it for a while, but he just trusted himself. Ended up catching it a little bit clumsily, but he caught it. It's a bit of a strangle, that is. I mean, I don't know whether you give bowlers credit for that, but 2 wickets have fallen, Robin caught it deep square leg, so it's part and parcel of the plan, I guess.
I think Ben Green, we've seen a lot in T20s, he does bang it, and he's not quick, but he bowls slower balls and hits the...
I think that was a slower ball bouncer.
Yes, he bowls a lot of slower ball, off-cutters, leg cutters.
Yeah, so perhaps we should give him credit, but it's the old leg trap.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Now here comes Rahane.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching him back. Don't mind him getting a few. What did you say, Alam 20? Alam 20.
Half an hour.
Half an hour.
But it's, you know, like we were talking about having professionals playing in the odd club game, here, there and everywhere. Actually,
this is the same
taking a broader view.
Yeah.
It's great that we've got one of India's great players, really, of the last decade or so, coming out to play here at Taunton. He's marching out, and obviously he's a key man in this run chase. We'll have a little change straight away, actually. I think it was going to happen anyway. Casey Aldridge has got the ball in his hand.
Yeah, I wonder if Rahane's changed that plan, or if it was always...
Well, I don't know. I thought he might have been warming up. Leach has bowled 3 overs.
Just think we say
perfectly adequately.
Yeah.
But not imposing that much pressure, but also new batsman in Aldridge. You never quite know what you'll get, but he can produce the odd serious delivery, and maybe the wicket prompted that change. Maybe it was going to happen anyway.
Well, Ajinkya Rahane, recent scores 70, 62, 9, 28 not out, 27, 68, 37, 3 and 71, all in this competition. Pretty consistent. No 100, but often batting as low as 4, and they've won some games quite comfortably. Not enough time or runs to get sometimes. Him and Hanscom have been absolutely key in the middle order for the Leicestershire Foxes. And his last professional game before that was against RCB in the IPL at Bengaluru, when he scored 33. Turned into a slightly more aggressive T20 player in his recent years. I love the days when him and Rahul Dravid opened together in T20 cricket. Those were the days when you didn't have these pinch hitters or sloggers. You had Rahul Dravid, the wall of Indian cricket, just playing solid test match shots in the T20 arena. That was probably 15 years ago now, mind.
It's been going that long.
Yeah. He's older than you think, Rahane. Go on, how old do you reckon he is?
Okay, well, having given that clue, I shall say 37.
Pretty good.
Ooh! Is that right?
36.
Okay.
Very good.
Will you help me, Lon?
Yeah, born in 1988 in Maharashtra. You been up there? Where have you played in India? Probably most of the big grounds.
I've been to most of them.
Yeah. Good bit of work by Divi there. Not allowing the rotational strike. Let Rahane get a bit itchy. Stuck at one end.
Well, he's been around the houses, but you won't be too itchy.
I don't think I'll worry him. Ian Holland just under a bit of pressure now, though, because the two slightly bigger hitters in the top four have already gone. He's been there a while now. 38 off nearly 20 overs.
That's a good start from Aldridge.
So he bowled really well at New Road, so I've been up at Worcester commentating on the Nine Sri Lanka game. So I've had 3 days of commentating on Casey Aldridge, batting and bowling.
Right, so he got 70 odd.
Yeah, batting and bowled really nicely.
Batting with the tail, he bowled nicely as well.
Yeah, really good to see. Slightly different with the Duke's ball on a pitch that's had a bit of moisture in it, of course, but.
So Rahane's on strike, but he's not on strike. That's the last ball of the over. So I was just wondering whether they would stick a slip in early on, because they obviously want to get rid of someone of his calibre.
Very good start from Casey Aldridge. That is. It's probably the ideal time to bring Casey Aldridge into the attack as well. Bit of confidence from the wicket.
Yeah, and very often, I think, in this campaign, he's been quite late into the attack.
Yeah.
And that can work both ways. I mean, you'll find the batsman more aggressive, potentially. They may be taking more risks, so you can pick up wickets, and he picked up 6 for in one match, didn't he? Is that right?
Yes, 6 for 43, I think it was. And then the next game, he was going at 10 and over.
Yeah, so you never quite know what's going to happen.
The ups and downs of white ball cricket. Stifled appeal for LBW. We've seen 4 bowlers bowl from the River End. Meredith, then Green for that one over, then Jack Leach, now Casey Aldridge. We've just seen Davey and now Green bowl from just Gothic Pavilion End. The flexibility of Sean Dickler's captain. So he has been pretty successful so far. You saw Riley Meredith getting hit around with a left-hander, changed it up. Then when that wicket fell, bring someone else in.
Well, that's his dangerous ball, it seems, the one that's banged in short. And
he talks about the Ben Green slip cordon, doesn't he? Deep square to mid-wicket.
Yeah, leg trap,
yeah.
The old leg trap. Mind you, I got a few caught deep mid-wicket. I wasn't. Doesn't look any different to a little nicked bat pad in the scorebook.
You can sort of guess by the fielder's name who's caught it as to roughly where it might be. George Thomas always seems to be out in the deep for Somerset. Look at the open blade there. It's just the timing of that. That is sheer class from Nicky Rahane. Only 2 runs, but a simple shot like that, to me, just straight away. All the time in the world. I'll just back for punch that wider than short extra cover. Bring the 100 up.
Well, it's the first ball he's faced, and he's timed it sweetly.
I think that is, a player like Hildreth, we've seen here so many times, who can time it so well from the first ball. Says a lot. And that wasn't timed as well, but probably the placement was better. Could he try and get the 2? No, he couldn't. Actually, just 1 run. But we might see an increase in viewers. Already got 7,000 watching on the live stream. Might get a few more from India now. Wanted to watch Jinky Rahane. Remember when Pujara was here last year, scored a brilliant 100.
Oh, he's got in. Listen, I think that's a change of pace. And a very timely wicket. He played all around that delivery, but he also, I think, was deceived by the slowness of it and ended up playing across it. So that's an important breakthrough. You've got to get the big men of the opposition in before you can get them out, and you've got to get them out now. So we were expecting Peter Hanscom, who's not quite in the same calibre as Rahane, of course, but a very experienced cricketer. He's coming out now. And Ben Green, well, that's a rather conventional dismissal for him. He wasn't caught by, or perhaps it's an unusual one, because it wasn't caught at deep square leg.
T20 bowling, look how low that stayed.
Yeah, but it's a horrible shot, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. T20 lines and lengths mix-ups already.
Yeah. see that again. He ended up playing a really ugly shot, but he's been scoring freely by just clipping that ball to square leg for the single.
I think that's the pressure of needing over 300 to win.
Maybe.
Is he thinking, I can't just keep getting 5 and over and have to try and do something different? Well, he could have done for a bit longer. Rahani don't just come in, just lost a wicket.
I mean, I don't think there's been that feeling of being that much behind the 8 ball. In fact, they've got to 100 much more quickly than Somerset did, but it is a horrible shot. I mean, it might well be. It's a very nice, deceptive piece of bowling.
Now,
but it's not a pretty shot.
Now, Peter Handscomb can play a terribly ugly-looking shot, but can be very effective and go for 4. So this is going to be an interesting passage of play. 2 very contrasting styles, but equally effective. Both right-handers, both with plenty of international experience, but Rahani is one of the most good-looking batters on the circuit, and Handscomb's got his weird crabby technique. Will hit in very different areas as well. So does Ben Green keep going to cutters? Is that Steve Kirby's bowling plan? He'll have been influential in the luncheon interval, talking about where they're going to go. What's the plans? Back straight away. Solid defence. Big round of applause to Ben Green. The home crowd are loving it, particularly the James Hillgrove stand. There's a bit of red and green around the ground. Also a fair amount of Somerset red. I know they're playing in black now, but for years it's been or maroon, I suppose.
Yeah.
So 101 for 3 after 19.
I mean, the good thing from a Dixon point of view is that he's got a lot of options. I mean, George Thomas has actually bowled really quite well in this lineup. He's got, obviously, Leach. He's got Goldsworthy. Less likely to be used unless the left-handers are in. He's got Archie Vaughan, pops in and bowls a couple overs here and there and has picked up the odd wicket. But for the moment, it's Seam and it's Aldridge, who bowled a very good first over to Rahani.
Good work, Lewis goes with it. Tumbling stop, saves the run. So after 20 overs, Somerset were 97 for 1.
Yeah.
Leicestershire just ahead of that, the runs, but 3 wickets down. So we talked about Somerset not capitalising on the power play, but keeping wickets in hand.
Yeah.
They're only 1 down at this stage. Leicestershire 3 down. The pressure of what that Lewis Goldsworthy and James Reed partnership meant Leicestershire had to chase.
Oh, that's it's leg buys, I think, and I don't think there's nothing worth appealing. That's too high, but it's a false shot. I think he was whipping that.
Only 1 run. I thought maybe they could have pushed for 2.
Yeah.
So go on, we better read out a few Rahani stats, shall we? Test cricket average. Go on, Vic. Guess his test average.
Oh, 39.
You're good at this game. 38.46.
Okay, right. How many tests? I don't know. It's 70 or 80, isn't it?
85 tests. Gosh. Yeah, 144 innings. 5,000 test runs. 1,200s. Best of 188. My favourite memory of this beautiful pitch was when Kohli wasn't out in Australia. Rahani took the reins as captain.
That's right.
I was out in Australia playing club cricket out there, and I went and watched a few matches. Pujara batted quite well, and Rahani captained superbly. I think Hanuma Vihari might have played that series. I think Rahani, Pujara had some big partnerships.
Yeah.
And they were a load of their bowlers were injured.
Yeah.
I think Shardul Thakur scored a few runs down at 8 or 9. And the young seamers did the job for India, and they really weren't fancied to beat Australia on their home soil without Kohli and without some of their bowlers.
Yeah, yes, I remember.
What year was that? 2018, something like that? Between 18 and 21.
Yeah, all the portents were bad, and yet somehow Rahani took charge and everyone bound together.
One of the great series in recent years for entertainment, excitement. We do see far too much of England, Australia and India playing against each other, we should say, but that was a cracking series. These two. This is the key partnership now. There's no underestimating this. If Somerset get these 2 out before double figures, you'd back Somerset on any WinViz, Trade Nation predict or whatever. As Tom Banton comes into the dugout to sit next to Alfie Ogborn. Physio team in there. Great to see him here back where he belongs. there was, he could have played today, but Somerset weren't going to change the side they'd had so successfully well in the group stages.
He likes that whip, and that was almost a leading edge, and it's a good start from Casey Aldridge, running in with purpose and not giving Rahani anything straightforward. 103 for 3 off 20. Well, enjoying the fact that Green has conjured a couple wickets. He's going to keep going. I mean, Green is, of course, one of the experts near the death of an innings, so they'll want to keep some Green overs for later on, but he's doing quite a good job early doors.
Indeed. Well, I'll save some of my overs for later on, Vic. And
okay.
Well, you allow you
go.
and Pete Telston.
Well, no, we're having a double change, and I'm just going to wave Pete in, and then we're going to see Sam. Or is Pete going to go and sit here? Bye-bye.
He's a lovely chap, is Vic, but sometimes he just doesn't take the hint, and you've got to manhandle him out of the chair. Great stint from you two, though, guys, and you've overseen a relatively successful little period there. 20 overs, 106 on the board, but crucially 3 wickets. But it feels like, Sam Dalling, that this is going to be the partnership that's going to determine the success and failure of this game.
This is the game in patience. It's all right. If these two are still together in 5, 8, 10 overs, that's still okay. This could be a long game, a chess game. It's going to be fascinating. What a challenge for people like Ben Green, for Casey, to be up against 2 players of this calibre.
Well, 2 fine players at the crease. We know that of late they've kind of been the rocks of the order. I know in particular Travaskis had a great knock in the previous game, but these two have scored heavily through, well, certainly Hanscom through the competition, so he's going to be a big feature. But the important thing is the run rate that they require is pretty chunky.
Yeah, chunky, but these two won't be too worried about that right now, will they?
No, smart, both smart cricketers, and the way that they would have seen Somerset's innings evolve towards that back end, I think you can't take anything away from how good Lewis Goldsworthy in particular was, and James Rew, those last 10 overs going for 119 runs. I mean, that is match-winning form, and you have to say that if Leicester do manage to get closer over the line, they would certainly be deserving of winning the game. It's going to be very much so on these next sort of 10-15 overs.
Got a question for you. Well, I think it's a question for you, Triggs, right? Can the lads in the comment box let me know if these are the worst kits they've ever seen? The green and red combo. Do you like it?
I actually sat up in the Trade Nation stand for a while.
Catch that.
In the air, it's in the air. There we go, that's a huge wicket. Rahane's gone. Ben Green has bowled a bouncer onto his right shoulder. He's tried to fetch it from outside off stump. And a smart catch in the deep. Somerset have literally 1 foot in the final after that.
It's a big call early. It's a big shot from Rahane early. It's a simple catch. An easy catch really out there. Uncharacteristic from Rahane. Ben Green. Well, I don't think it was even a pace-off delivery. It was a proper bumper. And you can see what it means to Ben Green. And I'll tell you what, let's have a look at that side angle on first, actually. Should pick this catch up perfectly. There we go. Never in doubt. And I tell you what, we talked about the virtues of the county loan system, about how all parties involved get something out of it. The lender, the borrower, the player, they increase value. Leicestershire are feeling the downside of it here. Lewis Goldsworthy's gone up there. looked like he knew exactly what all those Leicestershire bowlers were going to do. Ben Green's come on. All right, he wouldn't have played with Rahane, I don't think, but he's picked up 3 wickets. So actually having that little bit of insider knowledge, that little bit of intel, both about individual players and the team, seems to be serving Somerset really well here.
Yeah, it certainly can't hurt. And with that run rate now touching 8 runs and over, and one of the key figures out, that is a huge moment in the game. Lewis Kimber to the wicket obviously has had quite a summer, certainly a summer of moments. Record-breaking double 100, 40-odd runs off of a Ollie Robinson over, so we know he's a dangerous cricketer. But Somerset are ticking at the moment. But yeah, going back to what the original question was before that moment, I was in the Trade Nation stand and sat with my sons, and they both said, "Dad, Leicester's kit, who has given that the green light?"
Here's Casey Aldridge, end of the over, outside edge. It's going to get 4. There's a big groan that goes around the Cooper Associates. County ground, 4 welcome runs, 110 for 4. Yeah, it's an odd combo, isn't it? It's like they've just mixed. Maybe there have been some issues. I'm not sure who makes their kit. There have been some issues with kit makers delivering on time. Maybe it's their T20 trousers with their one-day shirts. Benefited out. I don't know. We'll get the squatters talking about him. Anscombe has 8. That little dip he does. See Aldridge. He's charging in. I think Lady Bladebinder, who is a regular on the live stream comments, has got it right. Rahane just overwhelmed by the mullet and Tash combo.
Yeah, it is strong. It is a very strong look from Ben Green. It's the kind of like 80s Burt Reynolds, 70s, 80s Burt Reynolds look. It was just too much for him. Yeah, just the way that he kind of had to like almost like fetch the ball, you know, swivel pull, never really got quite enough power on it. It was a nice piece of bowling, in fairness, and a well executed catch. Who did take the catch? I couldn't quite work out who it was down there. Looks like Ned Leonard, but obviously it was Ned Leonard.
Sub, yeah.
I thought it might have been, yeah. So he's obviously on the field for someone, and
right,
you know, that's a massive moment. He would have known, obviously, that was off of the bat of Ajinkya Rahane, so he would have known the importance, and coming from sub-fielder to straight into the old hot zone, fair play to him.
Everyone playing their part. Alfie Ogborn's been out there fielding, did some magnificent work in the covers. As you said, the beauty of this side, you said you ran in. Was it Alfie you were chatting to early, who just said, I just want this team to win. I love what this team is all about, what the club's all about. The fact it was never really in doubt that they would just stick with the 14, 15 player squad that have got them in this tournament. Brilliant to see the rest of the lads here. Tom Abel, Matt Henry, not with Somerset. Jake Ball I saw a little bit earlier on. Thought of bringing a slip in actually, and he gets halfway there, then checks back. Now he's going to go in. He is going to go in.
I was going to say, you don't want that horse to bolt and the stable door to be left open. Get in there, try and take the wicket. Ben Cox, you underestimate him at your peril. He had an unbelievable 2020 finals day a few years back, and on his day is a very dangerous player, but you just get the sense that the big wicket of the Indian superstar Rahane is just puffed up all the chests of the Somerset players out there.
And for the Leicestershire bench, the players to come out, you can't underestimate the factor of seeing Rahane, the man they'd have banked on, falling so early.
Oh, that's a beautiful piece of bowling from Casey. I mean, Harry touched on it about having someone like Aldridge as your 5th bowler in the attack. He's come on as 5th bowler a number of times. You know, that extra little bit of pace. He's not a million miles away from Riley Meredith pace when he's on song, and he gets that bounce as we see there, and that is a massive skill to have. And it was almost, you know, it was what Jamie Overton used to do for us years ago, be that impact bowler, be able to bowl wicket taking deliveries just like that one there.
Well, I think he came on 5th chain. I think he was the 7th bowler in that Lancashire game where he got Venkatesh Iyer, ended up with 5 for. By the way, over at Sapphire Gardens, Warwickshire in a bit of trouble, and that's putting it mildly. 57 for 5 they are, chasing 248 to win, so they need 191 from 33 overs with just 5 wickets left, and that man Ed Barnard is king. But young Kai Smith, who made a magnificent 100 in the quarterfinal, he is at the crease. Can he do it attack twice in a row. We'll keep an eye on that one, but we're going to keep all 4 of our eyes on Jack Leach, who's coming on the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Good move, this, Triggs.
Yeah, great time to get the nut in the action. A wicket. Hanscom just still trying to find his feet. Can Leachy just sneak through 2 or 3 overs, get that run rate even further up? It's just on the edge of 8 runs at the moment, which even at Taunton starts to get a little bit uncomfortable with so many overs left to play.
Is that Harry Everett getting told to sit down up there?
Yeah,
he's leaning over, but actually I think it's him.
He's going from hospitality box to hospitality box, trying to find a bit of leftover grub that he can steal. He's had his 2 plates of scram, not enough.
He is like the Jeff Boycott of the Keeper Associates County Ground. I've been at Lords where Boycott used to just go around all the boxes and just pop in to chat. Harry's just regaling them of tales of how he once bowled at Ben Green. Conversation between Leach and Root. Do you think, as good a bowler as Jack Leach is, they went, let's not waste him on Rahane? As an attacking threat, does that come into your mind? You think, well, Rahane is, he's going to play spin very, very well.
You have a good, educated guess that Rahane is going to be pretty comfortable against spin, and it's only so long you can keep Leach out of the attack. There's no doubt that taking that wicket is a huge boost. Huge boost. You've got to remember, you've got some explosive cricketers still in the shed, so certainly plenty to play for, but that's an awful lot of time to maintain 8 runs and over.
See them send Cox out. They've kept that Kimber factor, the X factor, for a little bit later. Build a platform. Rebuild now. Plenty of time left in this game. It's a tall order. It's a long way up that hill. But it isn't impossible. And they've won games many a time, Leicestershire, in recent times, almost from behind.
Yeah, very good from Somerset today. I was a little bit concerned that the batter started, and I stand by it as well, a bit tentative at the start, 4 runs in the power play, but the way the team are playing with such confidence, they've posted that mammoth score of 334, and right now as we sit here, looks like it's going to take a monumental effort for the Leicester Foxes batters to get anywhere near it, let alone surpass it. Leach, Aldridge, you've got 4 more overs at Meredith. Sorry, 6 more overs at Meredith. You've got Josh Davey with overs left. Ben Green's just got that knack from time to time of having taken a little cluster of wickets and key wickets. So Dixon has got a lineup he can be very comfortable feeling like he's got all the tools in his box.
He's got 4 potential bowling options that he hasn't even had to go to yet, and he might not go to. I think we're having a look at that Ben Green. Oh no, it hasn't quite worked. Might have been that Ben Green goal bowled we were going to see. We'll see it shortly, I'm sure. Casey Aldridge ball in hand. 117 for 4 then, all approaching halfway. Couple of quick wickets. 96 for 2, 101 for 3, 106 for 4, and it was the big one. Ajinka Rahane. So going to miss good pace from Casey Aldridge. This Taunton crowd behind him. Tractor down there, encouraging him. Always offering plenty of words of encouragement.
I need to have a little word with Tractor though about his fielding early on today. Just let one through his legs.
Did he?
Rattled into the skip behind. Just not on it.
Driven upish, tracked him off. Was Tractor a supporter like that? Someone, did he give you boys a little bit of energy sometimes when long days in the field and he'd be up down the corner encouraging you?
Yeah, he had he had a lot of catchphrases that when you hear them, 150 times a year, all the year, they sort of have minimal effect. But it's nice to know that there's someone supporting. But then every now and then he'd just pull out a new one, and the boys would just buzz off it. And the T-shirts he used to print off, they were outstanding. Every one of the players had a sort of specially made T-shirt that had their name in them or something about them, which we always found quite amusing. And actually, sometimes when you go away, you're playing against Durham and it's cold and nearly one of those run-outs. I don't think Aldridge got anything on it. Yeah, you'd be, maybe having a tough session, and there'd be one Somerset fan would go to the trouble to go all the way up to Durham, to the Riverside, to watch you, and it would be Tractor. A couple of times I saw him wandering the streets of Manchester or wherever it might be in the evening. I can remember this one particular night. I think it was, we were playing at Old Trafford, and walking through Manchester, having a little look for somewhere for me and Hildy to go for dinner. We saw Tractor and we invited him to join us for a Chinese, and he said yes, and halfway to the old Chinese restaurant, we're like, hey Trees, do you think this is a good idea? He's had a few pints, he might chew our ear off. And to be fair, couldn't get a word out of him the whole time. He just sat there at his chow mein, he went, cheers blokes, and that was it. That was all he gave us. Very disappointing.
Brilliant over that from Casey Aldridge. A maiden, not able to get him away at all there. This has been superb. Aldridge, fifth bowler's come in, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 9. Not bad. Well, he saved his energy. He was just gathering his thoughts. Maybe he was in awe.
Or just hungry.
Of Hildy.
No, that's a top bit of bowling that from Casey Aldridge, as you said there. Immaculate figures so far, going a couple of runs and over. Exactly what the captain would want for him.
Jack Leach to continue. No finer sight than Leach with ball in hand. Up in the air, lovely shot. Just 4? Can't quite see, it's my blind spot.
One bounce 4 into the family stand, slightly across the line. If that just straightens a little bit, I don't think Jack Leach will be that disappointed. That's a good cricket shot, but if that just bounces and straightens, Leach will be in the game. But Hanscom looking to just evolve his innings a little bit here. Very strange little funky move he does just before he faces up to a ball. Very unusual. Okay, have a little look at that. Does a funny, also touches the back of his bat onto the crease. It's a bit unusual. There we go. There we go. Talk me through that one, Peter.
Well, Harry made the point that, and with a stance and technique like that, when he's not in the runs, people get very critical quite early. And he didn't have a good time at Middlesex. Not sure he passed 50. If he did, it was maybe once.
I would say that particular feel that he's doing there is to help him keep the bat face square / open. Maybe previously he used to close the face and miss out on balls through the offside potentially, but either that or he could just have cricket madness, which plenty of people have.
Quick look at it here.
Yeah, the way he's that's really exaggerating that blade opening to the offside. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of batters that have ticks. I mean, one of the ones that springs to mind was Jonathan Trott. He used to drive everyone on the I'm sure it cost him his wicket with a few LBWs at times where umpires just used to get fed up of him taking forever. Painful.
I think Scott Borthwick annoys a few ground stuff because he goes off and makes a mark on a pitch on the side. He walks away. Shot.
Beautiful shot there for Ben Cox. Very classical cover drive on the up through the offside, and a very good over of 9 runs for the Foxes. So this run rate of 8 is attainable with a couple of boundaries thrown in here and there. 25 overs gone, halfway stage, Leicestershire on 126.
Yeah, Somerset will be very much the happier of these two sides at drink. Still a long way to go, but they've done a decent chunk of that early work. 4 down and Green has 3 of them. How often, I've said that in the last couple of years, Ben Green has pulled out performance when you need him. Integral part of both Whitehall sides.
We got some game brewing here, Sam.
Do you reckon?
Second half tickets were £15. I reckon that's 15 quid very well spent if you've thrown a few quid over the old turnstiles. We've got the old wiggly worms here. We've got that rather sedate worm of Somerset that just went crazy towards the end with the Rue Goldsworthy partnership that was absolutely phenomenal. You see the run rate there at this stage. Leicester are just above, but they've lost those 4 wickets. Can they maintain? Have a look there, that's a better indication of the buildy, explode style that Somerset have gone with and did it to brilliant effect. Leicester, that green worm. At least on some, you know, I think you just need to stay there or thereabouts. And a great indication of how the team are doing is always Duckworth-Lewis. You have a look at the Duckworth-Lewis. If you're within 15-20 runs, that's a comfortable place to be, but you lose a wicket and those numbers can change dramatically. So we'll see where old Duckworth-Lewis is calculating the game at the moment. It's always a good indication of where the game's at. They're just advertising the Joel Garner night on Wednesday here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I haven't heard if the tickets have all sold out. I'm assuming they would. Chance to go and listen to the Big Bird. There are a few tickets available apparently, so if you get online and you haven't heard enough of my rambling, but I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be loading the gun. Joel Garner will be firing off some beautiful stories of back in the day here at Somerset. Duckworth-Lewis par is 188, so just a suggestion that Somerset very much in control.
Casey Aldridge has been in control these last 4 overs as well. Maiden previously, he's going to continue. Still can't get him away. Got your questions list ready? A bit of prep? A bit nervous?
Not only that, Sam, we actually have a meeting.
Oh no.
Not just
Do you know what one of those
me
is?
with a piece of paper and a crayon. We're having a meeting. I'm gonna get some minutes taken. We're gonna be fully prepped up, ready to go. We want to make it an awesome night. I've heard from a few of Joel's old teammates. They're going to be lurking in the back of the room, and they will be bullied and called upon by me at some stage. So that's going to be good fun. I'm hoping his captain Brian Rose might make the trip up from Weston-super-Mare. Dish a bit of dirt on each other, maybe. Who knows? Should be a great night.
Well, yeah, 2 fine quick bowlers, artists of speed gun, pushing in conversation. Lovely. Push to mid on for their run.
Yeah, I was having a look at his record again. Over 800 first-class wickets at an average of 18. 18. Test cricket, 259 wickets at 20. I mean, that's just like... There's just very few people on the planet who've got numbers like that. Unbelievable. If you'd have played in the modern era, you just imagine what sort of sums of money he'd go for in IPLs. A guy that's 7 foot that could smash Yorkers. I mean, whew.
And played in the Lancashire League with Burnley, so played at the same club as Jimmy Anderson. There you go. Not sure that would be your leading question. I wouldn't recommend it. I'm a bit jealous of that, actually. Just the 1 run from that over from Aldridge so far. 10 balls, just 1 run. Can't get him away. Just cannot get him away.
I really like what Casey Aldridge is doing. He's just being boring. He's got that ability to bowl quick bouncers and chase Yorkers, and I think at times there's a place for that, but today he's just hammering the top of the stumps, back of a length, nice and straight, saying over to you, Jack, do something special. And the batters aren't coming up with the answers yet. Just surviving on the odd single here and there. Brilliant bowling again, Casey Aldridge. 2 runs from it. He's got 5 overs for 11 runs.
Yeah, and it's at that stage where now a couple of frugal overs, as we say, thanks very much to our friends and partners at WPA Health Insurance, who very much help us bring you all the work we do on the live stream, but a couple of frugal overs pushes that run rate up now, 8.6. It's going a little bit higher. And I wondered if we'd see Mr. Thomas today with ball in hand. We thought we might see him a little bit earlier on, potentially in the power plays, but actually went to Ben Green in the power play, and he's got some runs under his belt with George Thomas, and he's picked up some key wickets in this tournament as well. Bohannon here, that was a big one. Tended to bowl at the river end actually rather than the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end. And I'm just looking across at our BBC colleagues in the next door box, because Kevin Howells is down today, and I know how big a fan Kevin Howells is of Casey Aldridge.
What, colleagues?
Well,
I thought they were arch enemies.
Arch enemies. Only some of them. Not Kevin Howells.
All good, man. Thanks.
All top draw. They don't have the benefit next door of the visuals that we do, so they've got to describe what is happening as well as commentate and have a bit of fun. It's quite a skill doing the TMS, the radio stuff.
They do it brilliantly. Ben Green's been doing what he does brilliantly. And Warwickshire is 6 down, so it isn't going to be Kai Smith's day 2 games in a row. 65 for 6. It's looking like Glamorgan have got 1 foot and have started to pull that other foot over into the final. Keeper comes up, Rue up to the stumps. Casey Aldridge at long on, drops back. Josh Davey comes up at 3rd.
What day is the final scheduled for? Beautiful shot there from Ben Cox down the ground, and off the back of 5 immaculate overs, Casey Aldridge dives, slides, and pulls that back inside the rope. Brilliant commitment there from the Somerset fast bowler.
What were you asking me? What day is the final?
What day is the final? Is it
22nd
is that
of
what day?
September. Oh, sorry, Sunday.
It's a Sunday, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be a Sunday. Sounds like a trip. Almost sounds like a date.
Well, so we've got there's potential for finals day as well. Not quite there yet, but there's got potential. Hit and run.
Oy! Too close to a call, but that's a close one. Great positioning from umpire Jack Shantry. I think he's made the right call, but that's close.
Yeah, I think it was the right call too. Great bit of work from Jack Leach. It was the cutter. He hit it and ran straight away, Cox. If he'd hesitated even a little bit.
Safe, just about.
Good stuff, Jack Shantry.
Yeah, he got into a really good position. One of the benefits of getting umpires through all their qualifications, give them experience as quickly as possible, get those young bodies, young eyes in the game.
A couple of potential trips. I've got an impending birth that may impact my availability, which would be sad. I would love to go and watch finals.
Yes, that is a day you don't want to miss, my friend.
Well, there's a sort of unwritten agreement. So early September would be fine. 2 or 3 weeks in, a day out would be okay. Or late September, post-finals, that would also be fine. But the most important thing is Somerset get there.
Babies in tummies don't listen, pal. Whatever plans you got, they're going to get in the way, I guarantee you. There's going to be a mad dash from some sports ground in the country with you involved.
Oh, yeah.
I want you to live stream. I want you to GoPro yourself. Put a GoPro on your Animaniacs hat, and I want to have the live footage of you running from train station to taxi rank to hospital.
Yes, I could be in Durham or down here when I get the call.
Brilliant times.
Take from James Reed, going to be a wide though. Good glove work.
Yeah, brilliant work from Ruby there. Just a bit offline from George Thomas, who's probably feeling pretty good about life at the moment. Another good contribution today. Can he pick up a couple of wickets or some dry overs? Just keep building up that pressure. I love the fact that Sean Dixon's come a little bit straighter there at cover, making the gap on his left side. So for Ben Cox to beat him, he's going to have to open the blade, which adds a little bit of risk to it. He's cut off that straight back shot. Very good piece of captaincy.
Partnership's worth 27, but it's taken 35 balls, going at just 4 and over for these last 5 overs. This is really good from Somerset in the middle.
Well, that was the brilliant thing about the Goldsworthy-Rue combination. Goldsworthy didn't start as quickly, but Rue did. He was scoring above a runner ball pretty much the whole time he batted, but then Goldsworthy, the way that he picked up when Rue got out, it was just perfect batting in terms of a partnership. Very, very good. Aldridge in, starting his 6th over, and it starts with a boundary. Beautiful cricket shot there from Peter Hanscom. As classic as you get there, just slightly full and wide of that off stump. And the bat face delivered beautifully into the back of the ball.
Tries to go again, this time it's straight to Andy Hamid. Just see Hanscom starting to use his feet. Realised that he's struggling to get Aldridge away, so he's just shuffling down the wicket towards him. That required rate up to 8.91 now. 6,500 of you out there on the live stream. Do keep an eye on the comments, can't always keep up. Face, just a single. Ben Green down there at third does the fielding. Yeah, that partnership between Rue and Goldsworthy you're talking about, 131. Goldsworthy 57 off 47. So he did accelerate towards the back end, I reckon, but Rue 71 from 51. And there's that Somerset bench. Relatively happy place. Alfie Ogborn with the mitt on, is it? Taken over from Curbs. Pulled into a gap.
4. Dangerous batter, Ben Cox. You don't want him getting going for too long. He's played a few exceptional shots. A little bit riskier than Hanscom. Hanscom looks quite classic in terms of down the ground in the V. Coxey, very difficult to bowl at when he gets going. He started pretty well.
And I think what Sean Dixon's about to do is potentially quite smart. I've just seen Riley Meredith down in his plank position, which usually means he's about to come on an over or 2 of him to maybe break this partnership.
Yeah, the old side plank, warming up those intercostal rib muscles, firing up the old engine, crank up that Uralay speed gun, see if he can wang a few down at 90 miles an hour and above. Yeah, he's going through the motions, that's for sure. The sweatband's on. The moustache is oiled. He's ready to go.
You have a wonderful way of explaining how there's going to be a change of bowling. But that's good. It's good to captain if he's potentially going to do that, because you don't want to allow these two to settle right.
Well, he didn't quite get it. He didn't quite get it right. As I said, Buddinger's a dangerous player as well, and I think he was, you know, looked like he was comfortable with the pace, and he got hurt a little bit early on. So I think it was good to whip him out the attack. It means you got 2 more spells of him now. You could use him in 2 little banks of 3, as a shock bowler. Because I think as a new batter coming in, you don't really want to face someone at that pace. You want to face your George Thomases with respect and Josh Davies and get yourself in maybe a bit of spin. Last thing you want in the first 10-15 balls is a 90-mile-an-hour rocket at your sweet.
Yeah. And if you do that now, while these two are still relatively fresh, what you don't want them is to both be 40-50 not out. There's Harry Everett at the back of the box.
Yeah. I think whenever he comes on, he has that potential of making a bit of impact. So, yeah, good decision to whip him out the attackers. Hanscom stands nice and tall and belts it over that wide mid-wicket region. Some would say cow corner, but it looked a little bit more cultured than that.
Dairy-free these days anyway. Well, can't say that. He's a good player.
What you say, cricketers have become lactose intolerant?
Yes. Oat milk corner it's got to be these days, I think.
We've got enough madness going on in this world. Let's keep cow corner and pick it out the stingers. They're my 2 favourite. That's my favourite cricket sayings. You occasionally hear them playing a bit of club cricket. Pick it out the stingers.
Pick it out the stingers.
Love that saying.
Bit of buzzers as well. Buzzers.
Cox on 16. He's played a few nice shots. Just giving himself a bit of time to get in, Ben Cox. There's still plenty in the shed. I know one thing with the coaching staff that the Leicestershire Foxes have. They'll be calm, considered. They won't panic. Both James Taylor and Alfonso Thomas are very aware of what's possible in that last 10 overs, as Somerset showed earlier. See, I think that's the kind of shot, or that kind of execution, has led Hanscom to his pre-delivery thing. Just looked like he hooded the bat a little bit there.
So it's
I know you're looking at me like I'm mad, but I think the way that he fans it open like that, I think hit a fault of it, so he can execute that shot. I think the one before he hooded it too early, so inside dragged it to Hamid, but that's a great shot. So I think there's a little bit of method in that funky little move he does there.
Because
he's beautiful bat swing there. The face was aligned to that extra cover. The ball before, similar line. He sort of hooded it a little bit as it closed the bat face.
Yeah, so his natural inclination is almost second or third slip.
Get a little bit strong with the bottom hand, yeah. So I think there's a little bit of a reason why he's found that little move. I think there's some extreme moves that are out there, like George Bailey years ago used to set up towards extra cover with his he wasn't even looking at the bowler at one stage. Some funky ideas, but if it works, it works. Have a look at the match summary here. Holland. Been and gone for 40, but Hanscom's going to hold a key, no doubt, today. Hanscom, Ben Cox, Kimber, Travaskis. Plenty of firepower left to come for the Foxes.
Yeah, and they're a special team capable of special things, as is the man, though, with ball in hand, as we anticipated. Riley Meredith has been brought back into the action by Somerset skipper Sean Dixon. You see that Eurolay speed gun for George Thomas, early 70 miles an hour. And they'll now be facing something a little bit sharper. Riley Meredith and Somerset will be opening it up towards late 80s, 90. Try and force a mistake. Cox on strike. It's Cloft. Not quite got hold of it, but actually, by not getting hold of it, did himself a favour. It fell short of Archie Vaughan. He's been superb out there in the field, actually, Archie Vaughan. A sign of how good he must be, actually, because you've got Vaughan and Thomas sweeping. Casey's not doing that job. That's how good those two must be, because Casey's brilliant at it.
Yeah, get your youngsters, your fast guys on the boundary ropes. Certainly sideways here. Taunton, they'll cover a lot of ground across the day's play.
There is Casey out the deep cover after he's been bowling. Always in the game.
I just think this wicket think it's the perfect wicket for Meredith. It looks to be, it almost looks like the harder you slam the ball in, the more it just holds. I don't think he's getting that zip off the surface like he was previously in the Blast with those fresher wickets. I think those 2 wickets in particular have had a lot of cricket played on them the last few weeks.
50 partnership up for these two. Yeah, there isn't that batter jumping around like we saw so much in the T20 when Meredith had ball in hand on fresh pitches. Budinger made it look really comfortable, didn't he? The way he just walked across his stumps and flicked him to the leg side. Almost like he preferred a bit more pace on.
Yeah, I said I was in the Trade Nation stand when he got out. It was just like a nothing bat swing. It's like, convinced if he would have actually tried to hit that for 6, it would have gone the distance. It was almost like a fielding coach giving a catch to the boundary rider, and that has missed thigh pad. It's missed the pad. Straight on the flesh. That'll be a bruise in the morning. Ben Cox has got one in that real awkward spot. There are a couple of awkward spots when you're batting, and that's one of them. One's a bit more central than that, but there's one just almost like back of the knee, side of the knee. Ooh, that smarts, especially at that sort of pace.
Got very little sympathy from umpire Blackwell. He had a big smile on his face.
Yeah, he'd love that. he'd be going, flesh, Coxie. Wee. Slower ball off the cutter. Very nicely from Peter Handscomb. Looks like the Foxes batters have maybe realised that Meredith's a little bit of certainly a threat, and have just come down the gears a little bit just to make sure they don't give wickets away to him. They're not really in a position where they can allow him just to bowl and block him out, but played him quite circumspect.
Fairly gone. 159 for 4. But best case scenario for them here is needing probably 10, 12 and over for the last 10 overs. That's what they've got to be looking at. Harry, you up next? Who are you in for? We're doing our live admin. Live.
Cricket Museum, and also from the SCCC shop behind the Ongashi stand.
Who's getting sacked here on the old rotor?
Up to you. Do you want to do? We'll do it live on air.
Change of bowling at the
I don't know. There's hieroglyphs going on here. So what's that? Where are we now? We're 30. Salmonari. Yeah, we'll go with a bit of Salmonari. I'll take a little break. Goldsworthy into the tack. I mean, if anyone's having a day out, Lewis Goldsworthy is. I'll see you again later. Enjoy.
Yeah, Triggs and Vic will be back to finish us off. Overs 41 to 50. Goldsworthy then into the attack. Harry Everett will be absolutely delighted. Pushed down the ground for 1 by Cox. You're a happy man, H.
I love watching Lewis Goldsworthy bowl. Big fan of his. I was just updating my scorecard, having spent 8 overs down with Mark Davis and Kay Sholdew's dad on the terrace. And I was just writing in, I was like, has Goldsworthy bowled? I'm pretty sure he hasn't. And then I realised, now he's coming on. George Thomas didn't bowl too badly, but then Handscomb just picked up a couple over the leg side, didn't he? Peter Handscomb is clean hitter of a ball. Anything straight, he'll whip through the leg side. And that just prompted the change from Sean Dixon.
Trying to sort his field out as well. They've got 2 mid-wickets in. There's Sean Dixon's a kind of straight mid-wicket, and Liam Mead's more orthodox on the edge of the ring. And when that one just pops up, sticks in the pitch, bit of hesitation is, Peter Handscomb. And Josh Davey is on the deck. He got done by the spin, but the signal Handscomb made towards Cox there was just that one's stuck in the pitch, popped up. Good start from Goldsworthy.
He probably wouldn't have done that shimmy and try and hit through the offside if it wasn't for those 2 mid-wickets. So the field placement making the error, making the mistake from Handscomb. So Lewis Goldsworthy, an underrated bowler. I reckon he might come into the T20 Blast quarter-final away at Northants, Wantage Road.
He was involved in a tie-up there. I think he was batting for Leicestershire.
Yes,
turns it round the corner to Riley Meredith, but no run. Yeah, I think you might be right there. You might be right.
And batted. Last Leicestershire T20 that was live on Sky at Edgbaston. Leicestershire lost that game, but Goldsworthy top scored. Batted higher up for Leicestershire than he would for Somerset. He still won't break into the Somerset top 6, you wouldn't have thought, but
pulled hard into the gap, 4 runs. Fielder out there, got no chance. Cox moves on to 24.
Yeah, Goldsworthy was more of a 10-11 in recent times for Somerset when he did occasionally play in the T20 Blast, allowing the bowlers to come in and swing the willow before him. But I think now he would be more like even an 8 or 9. You know, he might be more of a bowler, yes, in the T20 format, but I still think they'd bowl him, they'd bat him ahead of.
Well, I think he'd play that, and I'm not saying he should play that role because Abel and Dixon are superb at it, but that's the kind of role. If he's going to bat in the top 5 or 6, that's the role he would play, and I think that's what he's been doing with Leicestershire. You absolutely love him. They also love Peter Hanscom, though, and the reason is his last 5 or 6 scores have been 74, 65 not out, 103, 119 all in this tournament, so he's amongst the top couple of run scorers. I think he's 3rd currently on the live chart. No, 2nd now, he's gone above Sol Budinger, so only Jake Libby. Scored more runs than Hanscom. Won't get another chance to bat in this competition though, Jake Libby. Got 4 of the top 5 run scorers, 6 of the top 7 in this game.
Ever consistent, Jake Libby. A lot of 50s. But you've got to add Ed Barnard's bowling as well. Fair play.
It's not looking like it's going to be enough for them, mind. 84 for 6. Something quite special out there too.
Well, Kai Smith did so on Friday, didn't he? That was quite special.
He's in and out.
Lintop was there at the end.
Little insanity.
Jake Lintop was there, not out with Kai Smith, but
you'll know this. Isn't he going off to play? Isn't there a T10 tournament starting somewhere?
Is it in the Cayman Islands one?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think Bridgewater will be seeing Jake Lintop again. This season. You can't bowl short to Pete Hanscom, even at Riley Meredith's pace. He's Australian. He's grown up playing on hard decks against quick bowlers. Against these two, this is the one batter in this Leicestershire side who would have faced Riley Meredith more than anyone else. Whether it's Sheffield Shield, mostly I'm talking about the Big Bash. But I just think Riley Meredith maybe isn't the best option to Pete Hanscom.
I mean, he pulled that well in front of the square.
Yeah. Which says a lot,
doesn't it? Square.
Absolutely nailed it. That's an emphatic shot.
He just hung back for that one, didn't he? It wasn't so convincing.
It was a bit of a hoik and a scuff, but it didn't look scared by the pace at all. He hasn't middled it, but he's almost like, you're not quick enough, I can just biff you through mid-wicket. He just didn't get hold of it. I had a lot of Twitter interaction the last 10 overs, and you all really like this one, Sam. I'll just share this in our TMS WhatsApp group. Bit late to the party, but we're watching the live stream from Hoi An in Vietnam.
Oh, so I've liked that one. Yeah,
that's brilliant. Properly like on the street in Vietnam. And someone else on a plane from Denver to Dallas.
Oh yeah. Nice touch.
Sorry, not on a plane. The plane was delayed, so now I'm driving from Denver to Dallas all the way, having the stream on. Brilliant knock by LG. Foxes 4 down, really enjoying it. Great stuff. That's from Michael, who I met here at the ground a few weeks ago. We do love seeing people watching all over the world.
Decent enough over from Riley Meredith. There was that one emphatic pull shot, but just 5 off it. So at this stage, he's just creeping that run rate up. and it's now at 9.2.
Andy Mead just jogging off for a break. Alfie Ogborn coming on to the field again.
Good fielder, Alfie Ogborn as well, isn't he?
Yeah, save that cracking diving stop at cover a few overs ago. Save 4 runs. Casey Aldridge with that amazing diving stop, and then the very next ball, Jack Leach hitting the stumps, nearly a direct hit run out. Good running, Justin.
It was a day a couple of weeks ago, they weren't quite at it in the field, but they've been at it today.
Was that Anish Dowell day?
Yeah. Goldsworthy then. The dipping Hanscom, who chips it up in the air. I think it's going to fall safe. It was a wonderful effort from Riley Meredith, who was at short fine leg, and it went between square leg and short fine leg right on the edge of the circle, and he stuck out in that left paw. It would have been spectacular. He did everything he could there. Let's have another look. Hanscom gets down to sweep early. Just gets to top edge. Hangs in the air.
Quickly,
He gets to it, Meredith.
The only thought there is if that's Alfie Ogborn being left-handed, it might have been slightly easier going to his left, but not a bad effort from Riley Meredith trying to get there.
Full toss. So often, green wickets, I think Alfie Ogborn is going to trot out to the boundary's edge, is he? Yeah. So Hanscom on to 45, Cox 24. Field spreads a little bit. And this fine leg. It's a deep backward square leg. You'd almost call it a long leg, actually, for Cox. It pulls that in front of square. Alfie Ogborn is quick, but he can't quite get around to it. It was only 8 yards away from him, but it was struck so firmly. And that little gaggle of Leicestershire fans down at the front right of that Trade Nation stand had a little bit of Leicestershire la la la. They're not giving up, and nor should they.
Now, I do enjoy hearing away chants. Brings good atmosphere to the ground. Alfie Ogborn couldn't do any more there, diving full length on his chest. Not far away from getting there. In front of the family stand. A little bit grey and overcast, a little bit of mizzle in the air. I don't think we're going to see rain stop play, but just that little bit of moisture in the air. Might that affect the ball or the pitch slightly?
Full toss again. Swept again. Brilliant bit of work. Superb from George Thomas.
That's the best bit of fielding all day.
Stunning bit of fielding. One-handed.
Left-handed as well.
With his wrong hand, he rolls and picks it up all in one movement. Let's have another look at that.
Please
Wasn't
clip
the
this
best
up.
ball. Let's have a look at this from George Thomas. That's a superb gather, one-handed. Lovely stuff.
Alfie Ogborn just stands there and goes, "Stop it, how have you done that?" God, I don't think I would have even put George Thomas in the top 3 fielders in this side.
Saves the boundary. 8 off it so far. They make that 12. It's gone just a fraction short from Goldsworthy, and there's Alfie Ogborn at mid-wicket. And Sean Dixon at straight mid-wicket. It's gone right between the two of them. This is maybe the over Leicestershire needed just to get themselves going.
Well, we've got to be honest, a few poor balls from those guys with a couple of full tosses, then the drag down. Not good bowling. You know, sometimes they can get away with a couple of bad overs. They might even buy a wicket, a long opera full toss that Hanscom maybe top edges, like that sweep. You take that to get Hanscom out.
He sweeps that one. It's gone in the air. It's gone wide of Alfie Ogborn, and it's gone all the way over the boundary's edge. 6 runs to Peter Hanscom. That takes him past 50. 55 he has now. Leicestershire have 188 for 4. Very similar position after 3 overs apart from those wickets that Somerset were in. This game is far from over, particularly when Peter Hanscom is out the crease. He is going along really nicely. It's his 3rd 50 of the tournament. He's also got 2 centuries. Game on, H.
Yeah, don't forget Louis Kimber and Liam Travaskis still in the shed. Liam Travaskis at number 8, 60 not out of 55 balls in the last match on Friday.
Duckworth Lewis now at 214. So Leicestershire still behind, but the gap is closing. There's those Leicestershire fans who've really enjoyed that last over. And why wouldn't they?
Even Cox is playing Riley Meredith quite, I'd say comfortably, not as comfortably as Hanscom, but well.
18 off that. Yeah, he's not quite, the Euroday speed gun was for the last over, was saying 85, 86, 87, which is not Riley Meredith at full pace. Maybe he's looked at the pitch and thought, actually,
I think Sean Dixon could turn to someone like Josh Davey or Ben Green now. Just, you've got to try all your bowlers until you break this partnership, I think.
Green on with keeper up.
Yeah, and the slower balls into the pitch, maybe.
Surprised you haven't suggested another spin option yet.
I don't think. That's a lovely shot. It's going to be just one. Talk to each other, please. It's a big collision. They've not hurt each other. That is the two men I'm talking about, isn't it? Ben Green and Josh Davey. I'm just saying one of them should bowl, and they might have both hurt each other. Ben Green's come out all right. He's a bit bigger than Josh Davey, or as Pete would say, he's a bit tougher than Josh Davey. No, I maybe Jack Leach, but I don't think. Here we go. Just Josh Davies hobbling around the middle. No sympathy from the box. Riley Meredith, what can he do? He can just be absolutely nailed. That is about 3 yards from Casey Aldridge at deep cover point. Yeah, someone's put a penny in that Leicestershire fan club, and it's Peter Hanscom with his glorious shots. Fair play. I do love a bit of away support. Bit of noise coming from there. I just don't think Riley Meredith is the right option to Pete Hanscom. I keep saying it. Try something different. He won't be used to, in Australia you don't get many Ben Greens who bowl sort of medium pace or slower balls into the pitch and change ups. That's better from Riley Meredith. It's still a single. So Riley Meredith bowled really well at Lords. 4 for 27. He had 1 for 28 Northants, but before that his last game was back in July against Glamorgan, that T20 where everything went wrong for Somerset in that last game at Glamorgan. Kieran Carlson and Marnus Labuschagne having Glamorgan's best ever batting and best ever bowling figures for an individual in the same game. Talking of Glamorgan, 90 for 6 now on Warwickshire. Ben Kellaway into the attack. Pulled again. This could be another forward diving stop. Unlucky Archie Vaughan. He went with 2 hands that time, interestingly. George Thomas had that amazing piece of fielding with 1 hand. There's nothing wrong with Archie Vaughan's technique. It's just pretty hard to get there. Jack Leach, his former Taunton Dean teammate, gives him a high five. Applauds the effort, but Ben Cox looking good here. Ben Cox ahead of Louis Kimber in the scorecard.
88 from 76, this partnership now. In fact, 92 off 77 because the scorecard isn't updated.
You could say the opening batter from Friday still to bat as well. Raymond Walker still in the sheds. Ooh. That could be a wicket. Can he get there? No, he can't. Riley Meredith straight away points to Sean Dixon. Are they saying dead ball because of the helmet potentially? Sean Dixon diving in. Riley Meredith wasn't going to get there. We're going to see the physio, a bit of medical attention, come out and just check Ben Cox if he's okay. Hanscom will have a drink.
That's the first one he's got them just jumping around here. The in-hold and jumping around a little bit. That was vicious.
Yeah, we'll show you that again on the replay, but not a pleasant delivery to try and cope with.
On the back of that, do you give Riley Meredith another over?
Like a 1 ball, potentially.
Odd 7 now for 46, so
I almost feel like they've got used to the pace, these two, even though that ball, yes, did surprise Cox. You still got Travaskis, you still got Louis Kimber, and you still got the opening bat from Friday Rowan Walker. Yes, he didn't get any runs, but those 3 are still, they've got proper pedigree. We don't need to forget the batting that Leicestershire Foxes have here. So I think you've got to save a couple of overs for most bowlers, really. You don't want to play all your cards too early here. With so many bowling options, maybe keep a couple of overs for every bowler, just in case.
Yeah, I see the sense in that. But do you want... Surely you've got to go... Because if you get 1 or 2 of these right quickly, you've got to go on the attack against them to some extent.
Yeah.
You allow these to bat and
it's
knock
different
it
if you break this partnership. I just think you've got to try different bowlers to try and break this partnership.
Yeah.
They've tried George Thomas, they've tried Goldsworthy, they've tried Meredith.
That's different to keeping bowlers back. That's a different way of... Like, I know you probably end up with the same result, but they can't make decisions based on who they want to bowl overs 45.
Oh, I'm
50.
not talking about that. No, I wouldn't worry about that. You try and win the game in 45 overs if, you know, Somerset got to take the wickets here rather than try and defend necessarily. I think it's more about what bowler match up to these 2 batters. How you're going to get Cox and Hanscom out. And I like this. Ben Green, back on again. A little team talk. Not everyone, just 4 or 5 key figures involved here. Goldsworthy, Leach, Green, Brew and Dixon. Is it Green? Is it Dave? They're going to go Green.
It's Green. well,
Davies scuffing at the foot marks.
Rob Scanlon's definitely called green. And it was Travascus, as you said, with that 60 odd to win the game at Hampshire. Hanscom made 74 in that one. Cox made 45. So even if this partnership is broken, there's still plenty of batting, as you've said. It's Chris Wright's record like.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about Chris Wright. They've got enough batting. Scriven and Wright are the two they're not going to worry about too much, although Scriven was there the other day, wasn't he? So Ben Green, he's ready to bowl now.
Got 3 for already, Ben Green. Would have played a bit of Hanscom played championship, didn't he, with Marcus Harris earlier on in the season, so he knows a little bit about Hanscom, knows a little bit about Cox. A bit more nervous, that Somerset bench now. Leicestershire bench, a few more smiles. This game could go right down to the YH.
Yeah, I disagree with that comment on the stream, already saying a Glammy Somerset final. Great matchup, yes, but not done yet. Over 7,000 now on our stream. I think that's a crowd wicket.
Not quite carried.
Not sure there's an edge either.
That would do it. That bounce at Meredith Bolt was 87 miles an hour.
That's good. So far outside legs.
There was an edge there. Definite edge. Just don't think it's quite carried. Looks like it deflects quite.
I'm not sure it's a definite edge.
Do you not think that deflects as it goes past him?
He's trying to knock it down fine. Trying to beat the wide third.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a pull shot. That's going to be 6 runs. Well picked up by Pete Hanscom. Straight onto the dugout roof. Ben Green picked up well by Hanscom. He's a good player. It's cleanly over the leg side. That's Hanscom's area. He likes batting on a flat surface like this with small boundaries. The highest scoring professional T20 ground in the world, don't forget.
It's those little moments. Didn't quite carry. 204 up, so past the 200. Partnerships up to 98 from 80 balls. Green got a comeback. Slow ball again. Just dabs it down to third. Bit of thinking to do. I wonder where Winviz would be. What do you reckon? In Leicestershire's favour now? For the time being, 130 needed.
They're still behind the Duckworth Lewis par.
They are. But that doesn't account for 2 in batters.
Definitely account for the ground either.
Short, pulled. Just a single. 206 for 4. That is the 100 partnership up between these two.
Very good partnership has been too. Can't remember many chances. That Riley Meredith diving catch top edge did well, couldn't quite get there. That one that just fell short of James Rue maybe, but no genuine chances to hand.
Within 20 of the DLS, which Driggs reckons means you're in good shape, and he would know. He's played a lot more cricket than you and I. Just a single, but already 9 off the over. That big 6 from Hanscom. And with the first ball the over, took the outside edge, just didn't quite carry to James Rue. That's ball the 35th.
Wind blowing in the trees a little bit more. Bit chilly out there.
Short ball well bowled. Good finish. Ben Green gets out of his over well. Starts his over well. 9 runs off the 4 balls. In the middle, 207 before 35 gone.
I think, as the floodlights come on, I don't think it's not quite that dark, but I think bowl at Coxmore here. Try and just give Hanscom the 1. Put a little bit of pressure on Ben Cox. Hanscom smoking it.
Who's he going to? Casey or Josh Davey?
Josh Davey. Yeah, Casey bowled 5 overs straight through. Bowled well. 6 overs straight through.
Returning at the River End, number
made 21 runs. Only went at 3.5 and over. Really good economy rate from Casey Aldridge. Josh Davey bowled really well from the Trescothick Pavilion end at the start. He got Sol Bellinger out. Ben Green's going to come down to deep third. Touch and go this. Nervy. equally so at Cardiff, you know. Really good partnership from Michael Burgess and Jake Lintop. They're still in this game. Although Warwickshire do need 8 and over. That's probably a harder task than what Leicestershire need here. This is more like 7s. Only 1 run more and over. Might not seem like loads, but...
What's Dave going to do it?
No, actually it's 8. No, it's 8.6 and over here. You're saying massively more, but it's the same. It's actually more and over here, just the
6 down.
2 wickets in hand more here.
6 down, 2 in batters. I know what you mean, but if they've got Travaskis and
you think Leicestershire
Kimber
bat deeper than Warwickshire?
Well, it's more than there's 6 down already.
Yeah, 2 wickets in the middle will make a big difference. Deep point is still there. Hanscom just defending that one. Not seen many defensive shots from Hanscom recently.
Then you've got Boohan and Dolby and Ray to come in.
Yeah, I don't think that 9-11 is as good as Leicestershire's 9-11. $128 needed then in 15 overs. There'll be plenty more twists in this run chase, though, I'm sure. Let's say deep. It's not a deep cover, it's a deep point now. Hanscom playing Riley Meredith quite square. This time pulling Josh Davey. Can he get there? No, Jack Leach can't. Tractor driver's mate. Lovely one-handed pickup. Flicked off the rope. Casual as you like. One-handed catch. Tossed it back to Jack Leach. James Rouge looking an isolated figure. Not much company for the wicketkeeper. Stood back for Seymour, of course. What can Somerset do here? Josh Davey. They just need a bit of magic, a bit of a miracle, a bit of fielding, a bit of brilliance somewhere. Need to break this partnership soon. Leicestershire surging above 50%, I think, now in the WinViz Trade Nation predictor, whatever you want to call it. Josh Davey will use his cutters, his back of the hand slower balls. He's a canny bowler. Works hard.
Got to be keep going though here, Somerset. Not be too disheartened because do a wicket. Leicestershire, this is brilliant from them. These two are batting with a perfect amount of risk. They're very much. It feels like they're on top of the game, and they are, but they still have a lot of work to do, and it can change very quickly. But good, fair play to them. These two batting superbly.
So 2 comments from Somerset fans saying similar to the Derbyshire game. 3 of them now agreeing, and I do agree with that point. But I think Somerset bowled poorly against Derbyshire, and Anuj Dow batted brilliantly, and Harry Moore at the end. I don't think Somerset bowled that poorly here. I don't think they fielded poorly. That Derbyshire game, there are a few mistakes in the field. Yes, it was a Sunday. Yes, it was the same format. Only, a couple of weeks ago now. Remember, Somerset haven't played for a while. They didn't have a Friday quarter-final. They didn't have a game Wednesday, the last group stage. They were at Lord's last Sunday, and then the week before, so 2 weeks today, was that Derbyshire game. Slightly different. Leicestershire bat deeper, and they were a better side than Derbyshire. Somerset rested a couple of bowlers in that game and didn't bowl particularly well. Somerset, I still think have bowled and fielded well today. Just Leicestershire have played well so far.
I think they still batted beautifully. I think he's summed it up perfectly. Begrudgingly saying I'm quite enjoying the way they're going about it. Like, this is a proper effort from
It's
them.
a proper 50 over innings.
Yeah,
It's crafting it. It's coming together. See another little delay here. I don't know if this is mind games or what do they need now? Gloves, drinks? No? Neither batter's walking anywhere near the physio. Maybe they didn't expect the physio to come on. They both stood there looking surprised. Normally, when someone comes out with a drink or something, the batters will walk towards them.
Looks very messagey, that, doesn't it?
Yeah. Looks very much like the 2 batters weren't expecting this. They've run out with towels, drinks, gloves, the works, and not given them anything.
I think Jack Santry is just saying,
come on,
what was going on there? I mean, the batters,
is that
Bangkok's didn't want it. The
They were both
12ers didn't get anywhere near.
No.
He just stood next to them and gave him.
I've not seen that, what I think.
Don't mind it too much. Bit of a message. I wonder what the message got to be. Keep going, right? Don't change your approach. It's working.
Do you want to hear a twist at Cardiff? Colin Ingram's been hit for 3 sixes in a row by Michael Burgess. 63 not out. I still think Warwickshire got a tiny sniff there.
Well, yeah.
Only need 128.
Big fan of Michael Burgess in this commentary box.
We are. Those twin 180s I often talk about. They were pretty special. Was that last year?
Yeah. You often talk about him. Green's in. Slow ball.
It's one of those things you can't mention his name without them. You're in recent county cricket commentary.
Just a single start the over. 2:14 for.
There's no one else I can think of who's got 2 big scores without quite getting a 200. Philbin's back on the field again. He's done a lot of fielding today. Somerset like to rotate their fielders and make the most of the 12thers. Needs a deep square leg for Ben Green, often a key position.
God, I think they'll just get one.
He's so calm, isn't he, Hanscom?
That's been the key, isn't it? They haven't panicked when they look like a massively tall order. As you said, they batted like it's 50 overs. Rather than going, right, we need to get closer immediately. This partnership between these two has been superb. So they need 120 to win. 82 balls. A little bit of luck. They've earned a little bit of luck. They batted beautifully. Outside edge, slower ball from Ben Green, deceived the batter. Cox moves into the 40s with that 4.
Yeah, you can play that kind of shot because there's no slips in place. All you're going to do is beat James Drew and you're going to get 4 runs there at the thick edge. Ben Green can be frustrated, but if you're going out to off stun, that's a bit of a risk. Pace off is quite often successful for Ben Green. Wouldn't be surprised if he comes back with a slower ball here. There you go.
Pace off again. Sticks in the pitch. Into his 8th over. Green's got 3 for 44, 2 balls left in 8th over. This spell, 9 balls he's bowled, 10 balls he's bowled so far, 15 runs off it.
8.7 required run rate, but Peter Hanscom is on 74 or 55 balls without taking many risks.
Partnerships 113 off 93 without.
Yeah.
It's not felt like they've, other than that over to, they need to accelerate.
Cox not even at a run a ball.
Should just be 1. Down to Riley Meredith at fine leg. He's in complete control of that short ball. 1 ball left in the 37th. This is going to be fascinating, H.
Yeah, absolutely. Every cliche you want on a knife edge here. 125 off 98 need Warwickshire with 4 wickets left. 115 off 79. We had 2 cracking finales on Friday. 2 more brilliant games in this Metrobank One Day Cup. Good fielding, Andy Mead.
Sweeping at the wicket. End of the over, 37 gone. Floodlights are on here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. If you're just joining us, as you see, we've got a bit of a thriller potentially on the cards. Chasing 335. Remember, there's a place in the Metrobank One Day Cup final on Sunday, the 22nd of September, on the line. A few smiles, nervous smiles you feel, down there on both benches. They know it can go either way and go either way very quickly. This partnership, when we saw that wicket of Ajinkya Rahane, you felt that was the key. Leicestershire, they would have been demoralised a little bit by that, but Hanscom and Ben Cox batted superbly.
Good work for Lewis. Goes well. If he hits this out, oh, I say that, maybe I could be wrong actually. I could be wrong. I meant the other end. I thought he was going to go to the keeper's end. I think that was the wrong end. It was great work from Lewis Goldsworthy. Impressive running from Cox to get in. I thought he could have gone keeper's end slightly closer to Lewis Goldsworthy.
Crucially there, the ball didn't fly off too far. That could easily hit the stumps and gone away for 4.
I thought it would have been 1 overthrow, but I immediately thought he'd go keeper's end. It was a hit to the fielder and ran. Yeah, I think Hanscom could have been in trouble if he'd gone straight away. You've got to say good running. They just look so calm.
Yeah, they do.
9 and over doesn't worry you at the Cooper Associates County Ground anymore.
And although the crowd have got excited and that was a direct hit, I don't think they'll feel that was a risk. I think they'll see that as a good run.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Well, it's like there's only 2 types of leave, aren't there?
Well, yeah, but in terms of the sometimes people are like, oh, what we're doing is a run out coming. I don't think that.
Andy Reid creeping in at short extra cover. Back of the hand, slower ball from Josh Davey. This could be 4 more. Jack Leach can't get there. You can hear the Leicester fans piping up near the effects mic. If you're at home, you sound like there's more Leicestershire fans than Somerset fans. Well, They are in good voice near the effects mic, but also the Somerset fans have gone pretty quiet during this partnership. Lovely tickle from Ben Cox. Tractor driver, this is where he gets right behind Josh Davey and the Somerset faithful. Raising, you can hear shouting. That was a slightly poor ball from Josh Davey, but there haven't been that many bad balls, I still don't think. It's been good batting. Also, Somerset need to keep calm. The two batters are keeping calm. Somerset don't need to panic. As you say, yes, Leicestershire bat deep, but if you get rid of Hanscom, then suddenly it's a completely different game. Yes, if you go to Cox too, things are going to change. New batter's got to get going and score pretty quickly straight away. Chavaskis would help the right-left hand thing there. That's another separate challenge. 1 wicket falls. Slightly grey, the floodlights coming into effect. What difference will that affect the fielding, the sight of the ball?
Didn't quite carry.
Hands on heads for Josh Davey. It's a flying Scotsman.
It was glove, wasn't it? And it just looped up. Let's have another look.
I think it was shoulder, wasn't it?
Was it? I think Davey's quite keen.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's got the crowd going.
It's almost Somerset against Leicestershire. La la la. The chant off. What can Josh Davey do here? Last ball of his 8th over, the 38th of the match. 38th of this innings. Lewis Goldsworthy often in the game at point. Don't forget his marvellous innings, 115 off 86, whatever the result. He has played brilliant innings. Man of the match if Somerset win, I'd have thought, but Somerset have got to get over the line. Casey Aldridge back from the Trescothick Pavilion end. Now this is a change of ends. Interesting call. I said before, I don't think it makes too much difference here which end you bowl from. Casey Aldridge bowled really well earlier on. What can he do differently?
Yeah, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 21. Can that little bit of extra pace get that wicket Somerset so desperately need? 238 is the Duckworth Lewis pass score. So 12 behind that. It's an indication it's pretty level. Would change quickly with wickets. Jack Leach going through his action again. He's bowled 5 overs, 0 for 31 so far. So we've got 12 overs left. Meredith's got 3, Green's got 2, Davies got 2, Aldridge has 4, Leach has 5, Goldsworth and Thomas have both only bowled 2 each. Aldridge to Hanscom, who just looks so calm. He's batting on another planet right now. Picks up a single. He won't be far off being the tournament's top run scorer either. If he wins this game, I think he probably will be the tournament's top run scorer. He's within 22 of Jake Libby now. Passes 500 runs for the tournament. If he can make it 300, then Leicestershire have a good chance here.
Jack Leach has only bowled 5 overs. Peter Hanscom played him quite well.
It's the difficulty, isn't it?
It's a gamble, isn't it? If you don't bowl Jack Leach now, you're not going to bowl in the last 5 overs, I would have thought. They've gone to Casey Aldridge, so do Casey Aldridge, Ben Green and Josh Davey finish off? Even then, that's not announced.
And 2 right-handers. So we're up at Durham, seen a few games that league. The left-arm spinner, if you just make the batter play.
But Goldsworthy went at 12 and overs. You can't see them going back to Lewis Goldsworthy, can you?
No, I can't.
George Thomas would be a hell of a gamble. He's going at 8. He didn't bowl badly, though.
I think you've got to go for Leach. I think you have to go to your senior guys here. I think you go Leach. Yeah. I think Meredith has to bowl his couple of others. Davey is in. Davies in as a death bowler. I know it's a shame Alfield one's not playing as well. I think Meredith's got to have a couple at the end. If they get a wicket, then Meredith almost comes straight back in.
Yeah,
I think you try
agree,
and blow the side away.
I think Ronnie Meredith comes on at a new bat.
Cut. Just one.
I think Jack Leach has to bowl at least 1 more over.
I think he bowls the next
try
over.
something different, yeah.
That required rate is sneaking up. It's at 9.2 now.
It's a proper juggle for Sean Dixon. I don't envy him in this position. It's really hard to juggle who you bowl when. If they lose, he's going to come under criticism for his bowling changes. If they win, he could be a hero. because it's not easy when you've got so many bowling options. Who's to turn to?
That's going to go wide of Archie Vaughan. Will they come back for 2? They're going to take him on. No, they're not. Good decision.
Archie Vaughan.
Very good decision. He's been exceptional out there, Archie Vaughan.
One misfield, which is a hard diving two-handed stop that went for 4, but they got 2 hands to. Other than that, he's done really well.
He's probably saved 6 to 8 runs out there and in the covers today.
It's the 2s he saved, isn't it? The sprinting and the picking up and firing in.
Brilliant arm. This is good from Casey. Really good over. Every dot ball will get a huge round of applause here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's getting tense. His dad downstairs will be feeling the tension too. 1 ball left.
Really good over.
Just 3 off the over so far. Can he get out of this over? Just a dot or a 1.
Casey Aldridge has as many dots as Josh Davey has in 8 overs already, and he's only bowled 7.
This is brilliant. That's really good from Casey Aldridge. Just what Somerset needed. 3 off the over. You can hear the applause around the Cooper Associates County Ground. 39 overs gone. Casey Aldridge doing exactly what his skipper asked of him.
His first over from this end, having bowled from the river end earlier on. Alfie Ogborn comes back on the field. Riley Meredith off the field. Right, so he's probably not going to bowl anytime soon. Josh Davey again. I'd have probably gone Jack Leach. Yeah, I agree with you. I'd have saved Josh Davies' last 2 for the back end. I think now you have got to think about 45 to 50.
Unless Leach bowls it, unless they take Casey off. And
I don't think Jack Leach will bowl from this end. He's just always bowl from the far end, doesn't he? The river end. So Casey Aldridge, absolutely brilliant over. So much confidence he's taken from his bowling and batting for the Lions this week. Not even needed with Willow in hand today. He's now at mid-on. A crucial position off Josh Davey. Slower ball into which, can he get there? No, he can't. Sean Dixon and Casey Aldridge bisected 4 runs.
It's just a little bit too short, that, from Davey, and at his pace he can't do it.
I just think this was the over to go Jack Leach, something different. With the keeper up, you can go long on, long off back, see whether Hanscom would use his feet, see if he's going to sweep.
You send the keeper up now?
Yeah, Rue could stand up to Josh Davey, couldn't he? Casey Aldridge going out to cow corner, basically. 3 back on the leg side. Deep third comes into the ring. Deep point is still in place. Really, really tense at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Viewers flocking into the live stream for the crucial stage of this game. Well played. So calm, Hanscom. He's not looked nervous, not looked jittery. That's what you sign your overseas pro for. I mean, Jinky Rahane, people say let side down in out for 3, a rare failure for the quality Indian Test batter, but Hanscom, the other, it's pretty rare they're both going to fail, isn't it?
Certainly in this tournament.
Send for the Leachinator, says the live chat. We both agreed. Don't think he's going to bowl. No, listen, remember, 1 man can go outside the ring, 1 extra player outside the ring after this over. That will make a bit of a difference. Don't forget the 3rd power play. Could that be crucial?
Good comeback this from Josh Davey. 4 off the first ball. Couple of dots. Rates up at 9.7. Changing every ball.
Very subdued atmosphere here. I can feel the tension from even in the commentary box. Those lurking over our shoulders, looking nervous. Four in the ring on the offside. Deep cover point. Hanscom barely played a false shot. Picture of himself goes over and just tennis forehand, pulls the shot really.
You were just trying to talk him into one there, weren't you? The commentator's curse doesn't work when you try and set it up, H. There they are in the back of the box. That tension.
You cut it with a knife. We should have a happy birthday cake for Somerset, really. That would cheer us all up. 149th birthday. Where's the birthday cake for Somerset CCC?
We had one, the lemon drizzle that Nicky brought up. It was gorgeous.
I didn't even touch it, Sam.
Surprised you haven't pocketed it for later.
Didn't have any of it. You must have wolfed it early.
Delicious.
2 balls left in the 2nd power play. Good gap finding. Got to credit these two. Cox on to 49. Cox and Hanscom have found gaps at will.
Did notice actually that the tin had moved from the general area into the media team's room, though. So
I presume it's all gone, is it?
I don't know. It's
It's
busy press box today.
He's very busy. Right, I'm going to listen to the comments. In one ball's time, I'm going to send Vic on comms for a 3 for the live chat request. Vic Marks 3 for.
Have a double change to see you home. See someone home.
Sam and I have not done the goods for Somerset in this 10 over spell. We'll be sacked. Again, very similar. This one a little bit quicker, but crunch to deep mid-wicket. Casey Aldridge picks up and throws it in. Somerset have got to do something soon now. Your win viz is going, even though the required run rate is nearly 10 and over, you're still backing Leicestershire here because they've got the 2-set batters. Owen Harry Everett and Sam Dowling will make way for Vic Marks and Pete Trigo to see through remaining potential 10 overs or 6 wickets or 99 runs of this thrilling One Day Cup semi-final.
It is tight. We've mentioned Duckworth-Lewis score. It's a kind of barometer. Well, Leicester's total is currently 236 for 4. If you have enormous faith in the DLS par, well, that's currently 250. So, according to that, Leicester just fractionally behind. But it doesn't really feel like that because this partnership has been going on for so long now. It's up to 130 this pair have put together. So I'm not sure how reassuring that is from a Somerset perspective. Somerset's most economical bowler in this innings so far by a margin has got the ball in his hand, and that's Casey Aldridge, who's bowled at a better length, apparently.
Yeah, it really is brewing up to be an absolute classic here at Taunton, but you know us old pros, we've been back at the back of the commentary box.
Yeah, we've
been moaning about the lengths, haven't we?
We may have been moaning, but we'd like to point out that we were not lurking.
We were lurking with intent.
Oh, were we? Oh, right.
Well, I was.
I was just... Anyway, let's settle down.
We were talking, and it is... It's a brutal place to bowl sometimes at Taunton, but there's... Your little ray of sunshine as a bowler is the top of the knee roll to the top of the stumps, and it's a small margin, it's a small window, but we had that period where it felt like 40 runs were gifted to Leicester by us bowling waistband to belly button length. Nick! Oh, has he caught it? Has he held on? That's a massive wicket, Ben Cox. He's found that length, he found that window of sunshine there, Vic, and we've got a wicket.
Was it between the knee roll and
I think it was. It absolutely was.
Well, I tell you what, if anyone's deserved a wicket, you haven't got one.
Oh, look at it.
Aldridge. Did he take that cleanly? He caught it anyway, but he is persistently, actually, he's avoided the trap of bowling too short. He's just kept it in that corridor there, just short of the length, but not pullable. You don't want to pull him too much. He comes from a height, of course. And outside edge and relief celebrations. There's a long way to go still in this game, but they've had to wait a long time for that wicket. Cox looked very fluid throughout, apart from being hit on the head once by Meredith. He's progressed easily.
He's played a great knock, very dangerous player. They've got a couple more dangerous strikers to come, but you have to say that's in the ray of sunshine little length there, Vic. Perfect length, neither full nor short. 40, 50 runs gifted to the Leicestershire Foxes, in particular Peter Hanscom. You know, it's almost like an unwritten rule. You don't bowl short to the Aussies. They love it, especially at the pace that Josh Davey bowls and Ben Green bowls. But Casey Aldridge has found the length today, and that's why he's been the hardest to get away. Brilliant piece of bowling there, and it looked like a little bit of a scrambled catch, but Somerset fans will care not. It stayed above.
OK, well, we've got Lewis Kimber in, and we know what he's capable of. He's played one of the most astonishing innings in the history of the game, actually, in Championship cricket, down at Hove when he got a double 100 in no time. He doesn't do it all the time, but he's obviously dangerous.
Can he do it in the big time? That's going to be the question. 10 overs remaining. 10 runs and over. Somerset batted magnificently well. Managed to get 119 in the last 10. So it's on. but that took a monumental effort from Lewis Goldsworthy. It looks like Peter Hanscom is probably going to have to get 140 here. He's the man, he's the key.
Well, don't go away, is my advice. Leach is warming up mid-off. He's going to probably bowl the next over.
Oh, what a beautiful strike that is.
And that's a very good piece of bowling again from young Archie Vaughan. You know, that would have been 2-2, one or two people. He had to move quite quickly to his right when he got the ball in his hands and away from his hands very quickly. Just a single. Well struck though by Lewis Kimber, second ball.
Yeah, he's a strong boy. That was a clean crack off the middle of the bat there. Aldridge to Hanscom. Beautiful play there. Looks like he is seeing it like the proverbial beach ball at the moment. Peter Hanscom, he's been in fantastic form all summer. The Victoria captain. He's doing the captain's job at the moment, even though he's not the captain of this particular team. But
for Kimber, they send out a man to deep mid wicket. Oh, it's in the air and it's safe. You can hear the crowd's getting into it now. You can hear the sort of collective. Oh, but they like that over from Aldridge.
That's a good over that from Casey. Again, that length, knee roll, top of the stumps, making it awkward.
He's bowled 8 overs now, and I think we're at a stage of the game that if he's on song, you don't worry about saving an Aldridge. You just keep him going. If he's your best bowler at the moment, I think you stick with him. Probably bowl him out.
Yeah, this is going to be big now. It's a pretty short chip down the ground. Kimber's on strike. Leach into the attack. There's a little bit of hold, little bit of straight in at the best of days here at Taunton. Could we see Kimber go early? This is a...
I think I would have done this. I think...
fraction of a gamble,
it is a bit of a gamble, but Leach has had a terrific campaign. He's been there and done it. He's good under pressure. Kimber's just come in. Better to bowl him now than when Kimber's really got the flavour, or indeed Hanscom already has the flavour. But let's see. It could. I mean,
good thing about Leach is he bowls with a good pace, doesn't he? He doesn't really lob the ball up.
I tell you what, that's a good piece of fielding. That's a good shot for Rose just come in too. They tended to play Leach off the back foot, haven't they? He doesn't bowl that short, but they've got confidence to stay back and hit square of the wicket. That's high in the air.
Oh, he's gone big. He's got nothing on it. Casey Aldridge under it. And that's the wicket. The gamble has not paid off. The dangerous Kimber is on his way back. Leachy is the man. King Leach of Taunton strikes. That's a huge wicket.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. I think when I used to get caught on the boundary, I said, what a shot, terrible shot that was.
That's like...
It went up a long way.
But I think first slip these days, long on.
Yes. I think it was... We have to credit the team out there for making that decision. It's a good time to bowl at Kimber in the sense he's not in. He is dangerous, but he's taking a bigger risk by having to go after Leach straight away before he's really settled. It went up an awful long way, and there was a sort of collective sigh in the relief, even from those, well, there aren't that many lurking in the background, when they saw the man who was underneath.
Well, the lurkers are gone, they're sat up front now, that's the problem.
Yeah. Anyway, it was good. It was a good man to see down there, which was Casey Aldridge, and because the chances of him dropping it were rather slimmer than one or two others.
Yeah,
he's
Craig Overton, Mark II, doesn't drop many, but I think Kimber's gone too early. He could have just easily given himself an over and you know, knocked it around, get the gun batter that's in on strike, you know, and maybe just take the game a little bit deeper. Because let's be fair, he's, you know, even though he's got none of that's nearly gone for 6. He could easily park 4 or 5 in a row. He's that strong.
Well,
but he's gone too early, just a little bit too early. But another dangerous player to the crease, Travaskis.
Well, he of course got Leicestershire into this situation by winning the game against Gloucester. Was it Gloucester? He got them home anyway.
Yeah, he got a set of 70, a quick 70.
Yeah, that's right. He got 40-odd not out to guide them home in their last game, not against Gloucester, but against whoever they beat the other day.
I think the important thing for us to reflect on is now the lurkers are up front. We've just taken a little quick 2 wickets, me and you, Vic.
Yeah, but
it's
not enough. It's never enough.
I don't know what Sam and Harry were up to.
It's never enough. Anyway, left-handed Travaskis, of course. These games are never over, but there's just a bit of a buzz around Taunton. 2 wickets and a couple overs.
Never over here at Taunton, especially when you've got someone in and ticking on 85ers. Peter Hanscom is at the moment 11 runs and over. It's a tall order. If they get anywhere near this, it's going to be an absolute epic.
Got to from a fielding point of view, it's got to the point where a single is a win for the fielding side, which is well, the return of Aldridge was significant, and 23 runs in the last 5 overs. I'm hearing.
Well, I think it's happened a couple of times. I made the comment, it's flat out to Umid. Nice piece of fielding, another little win for Somerset, a single there. I think in the Derbyshire game I made the observation, I find it unusual that we have medium pacers that bowl with the side fielders out and no one out straight. At Taunton you've got to keep the wickets in play and you can't bowl above the stumps, because anyone that can play a short pitch ball is just going to smear you all over Taunton. And I think there was just that strange phase that we went back into sort of Derby mode and started banging it in. And you just open up so many scoring opportunities for the opposition. I think Davies really got to look at having the keeper up in that middle phase and bowl that fuller length. Yeah. There's no real place for bowling halfway down here at Taunton. Green and Davey bowl a similar sort of pace, and Peter Hanscom was just saying, what part of the pavilion do you want me to put you in, tier 1 or tier 2 at one stage?
Yeah, I mean, he's played some glorious pull shots, but he's given ample opportunity. Anyway, for the moment, as requested from up here, we've got Aldridge continuing, and unless something goes awry in this over, I think if his rhythm is good, he's Somerset's best bet, and you just want to keep going at this stage and get that asking rate rising a bit further if possible.
Well, we've got 3 more overs of Meredith as well.
Yeah, well, actually, he's been less reliable than Aldridge today, which is unusual, but...
Yeah, he's bowled with beautiful rhythm, he's bowled consistently, he's bowled in that area, top of the pads, top of the stumps, more often than not, around about the off stump. There's no fluke that he's bowled his 8 overs at the moment for under 30 runs and picked up a key wicket of Ben Cox.
That's his left-handed. He's going to stay. Is he going to stay over the wicket? I think. Aldridge. He's only got. Hang on a minute. Has he only got 3 men on the leg side? He is, I think. No, he's got 4. Oh, that's up in the air. Oh, Aldridge is after it. And he catches it.
There we go. What a great catch. He didn't want anyone anywhere near that. That's mine. I've got the biggest hands. I've got the biggest spirit. I'm going to take the catch.
Well, what a game he's having, you know. And he didn't bat, but he's put in a real spell here. 2 critical wickets, and he's bowled economically throughout. Just almost a leading edge. It went up a long way. There was no one at mid-wicket because on the leg side there were 3 boundary fielders and a fairly straight mid-on. I think that's it. Mid-on could have got there, but Aldridge, if there's any man you want on a ball coming down from the sky, if Craig Overton's not playing,
especially when you've bowled the ball as well.
Yeah, exactly. Either it's James Rew or it's Aldridge, and he took charge of that pretty early on in proceedings. and he got into position perfectly well. So that really has swung the balance.
Yeah,
Hanscom's still there. Let's have a look. Who have we got now?
That makes it a bit of a problem there for Hanscom. He's going to have to potentially thinking about farming the strike, taking some more higher risk shots. It's going to be a lot trickier now for Peter Hanscom. It's just falling away here for the Foxes. Somerset have got to keep concentrating.
Absolutely.
Take a leaf out the Aldridge book.
And you want to really put pressure on the newcomer. In other words, especially when he just comes in, you want to try and keep him on strike. Get those people in the ring pretty tight, I reckon, just for the first few balls. Every dot ball now is a real bonus.
Yeah, a couple
no
of
easy
yards
singles.
Point, extra cover, mid-wicket in particular, right there.
He's done. He's
Can
done
you
well.
cut that
Scriven.
one off?
Yeah, well, fair enough, and he's played it nicely, but you want to be tight in there just to start with. He actually played that. I don't know much about his batting credentials, but he actually played that quite impressively. But the situation is getting trickier, and we keep looking at the scoreboard to tell you a lot nowadays. Duckworth Lewis par's zoomed up a bit, and the run rate required is zooming up. That's that short ball, but
At one stage,
they have protection.
I think the Foxes got within about 12 runs of Duckworth Lewis, and there was always like a bit of a dressing room chat that if you were somewhere in the region of sort of 20 below,
you can
obviously
get there.
if you're with it or above it, that's absolutely fine. But with 20 or 20 below the score, that's one good over.
Yeah,
and especially
so
when you've got
no
batters
need to panic.
so there's no need to panic.
Yeah.
If it starts 40s, 50s, then you know that you're in the mire. But which is somewhere in the region of where it is now. I think 40 runs. Now all of a sudden, Somerset are really, really on the front foot.
So you would look at when you were playing. You would look at if it was available. You would look at that score, would you?
Believing that works.
Yeah.
And the fact that I can't count, it was the easiest thing for me to be able to keep concentrating, Vic.
Okay.
And it does work. The DL sort of algorithm.
Yeah. Well, he's hit that well, and it's just a single. It's probably only the Aldridge, is it? So they probably only won a single anyway, but that is another good over from Aldridge, and I'd keep him going and work out what I do with the rest of it afterwards.
Yeah, I agree. He's hot at the moment. Keep him going. He's leeching in a bowl, another one. They can change it up now. Riley Meredith has got the cap off. They're going in for the different kind of kill.
Okay, I would have given him one more, but then who am I? I like a bit of spin.
You're Vic Marks, mate, and you've just been part of a 3-wicket combination.
Yeah, I don't think we can take all of it.
Well, it's the only thing we can do these days, Vic, and unfortunately, is claim the occasional thing.
Okay, well, he's gone. I think it was young. Anyway, we've got Meredith, who's not had the best of days with the ball so far, but he's still a handy asset to have. And, well, I suppose if you're Tom Scriven and you had a choice, you might have said, I think I prefer Leach to Meredith. So on that basis, it might be a good move. Hanscom has played Meredith pretty damn well so far.
Yeah, can Scriven do the same?
Well, yes. Could be a little bit quicker than he's used to.
Yeah, 9-10 Jack often are massive fans of the balls whizzing around at 90 miles an hour. But, the game has changed, Vic. There aren't many tail enders in the game now. They all practice just as much on their batting as they do their bowling these days.
Well, on the evidence of 2 balls, he's no muck.
No, he's played beautifully so far. Hanscom's going to be the key. He's going to have to start boundary hunting at some stage, and I suppose how long can he leave it? The run rate is at 12s now. Every single or dot ball, the run rate exponentially grows. Oh, and there's a boundary. What a great shot that is. Beautiful hands from Peter Hanscom into the 90s.
Well, that was a slower ball, wasn't it? Sort of an off-cutter he tried with a little bit of width, and Hanscom kind of picked it up and pummeled it wide, extra cover.
You always think, watching these games, what would captains that you've played under, played with in previous years, what would they have done? Well, I know there's a former Somerset captain listening right now. He's in Melbourne, Chris Rogers. He's the head coach of Victoria, watching his captain at the moment. What would Bucky do in this situation? My gut feeling is he'd pick on me, he'd get me moving left one ball, then right the next, and blame me if it beat me on the wrong side.
Okay, well, and one of my captains, I know what Brian Rose would do.
Declare?
No, Peter, no. He'd say, I think I'll put Joel on.
Yeah,
Trouble is he could only bowl 10 overs.
Joel from 11'3", if you can just bowl the base of leg stump, that would be great.
Yeah.
No, it was awesome to get a message from Chris Rogers earlier. He's enjoying the live feed, and I'm sure he's enjoying what his captain's doing at the moment. Great shot from Scriven.
Well, I'm now going back to the notion that I would have given Leach one more. He can control where the ball's hit. That's the only place they could hit Leach really is the big shot that Kimber tried to play. Otherwise, you had confidence that Leach wasn't going to give you an easy boundary. They'd have to beat that long on. Anyway, that's a fine shot from Scriven. They're not dead yet.
I think maybe we should think about some sort of like sign paddles. You can sit up here. Captain, every over looks up at you.
Ooh,
you could have like a number for each bowler.
Well, they tried that somewhere when Morgan was captain, didn't they? They had all sorts of numbers being held off. No one quite knew what they meant. However, I think you might overrate what players in the middle regard as sages in the press box.
Maybe.
Even if it's you.
I couldn't rate you any higher, Vic. I've got to be honest.
Well, this has been a good over so far for Leicester. That was some pull shot from Scriven.
Hasn't it just? We were waxing lyrical about what Riley Meredith was going to bring to the party at the moment. He's brought quite a few runs to the Leicestershire Foxes. Hanscom just clearing a bit of room for himself. Nice bit of fielding there, Goldsworthy at point, but another expensive over from Riley Meredith. But only there or thereabouts what the Foxes need. They're going to have to do that 6 more times to have a chance of getting close
to that
chat, 3-3-5.
A little chat between Captain and James Rue. I think, from what I gather, James Rue's cricket brain is pretty mature, and of course the keeper, especially in these tight situations, he at least has a view and has a feel, and it's great if you've got a keeper who's always thinking and a good communicator of what he sees happening, and he's in the best place to see anything. Aldridge is going to continue.
Shot nice and straight, should pick up 2, but Amid's quick. Nice bit of running there from Scrivens, running to the danger end. Hanscom definitely camped on that pull shot, but just because Casey Aldridge is that fraction fuller, he's not able to time it, he's not able to get that leverage underneath the ball like he was earlier on in his knock.
Yeah.
But he's 1 hit away from what would be irrelevant of the score, a magnificent 100. And there it is, over, lid off, all the way for 6. What a magnificent way to bring up 100. I'm pretty sure that was 6.
I think it was.
And they've called it a 4.
It's an amazing shot, really. He was loitering on the back foot.
There's been a lot of loitering and lurking.
Well,
in
he
the
was
last
saying
20 minutes, Vic.
He was lurking on the back foot.
Oh, yeah, that's 6 runs. He's missed out on a couple there. Yeah, that's gone for 6. A little bit of a... I'm pretty sure down in the bottom of the Trescothick stand there's a lot of Somerset fans. There can't be many Foxes fans. Will this game go down to 2 runs? You never know, but you wouldn't bet against it. God, that would be frustrating.
Okay, well, they've eventually got Hanscom off strike, but not before he's already done some damage.
Serious bit of batting there from the overseas staff.
Well, he's looked very capable since he's come in, as Tim Scriven. And, you know, there's a bit more tension in the air from a Somerset perspective now. They've just started a little partnership. Added 23. Quick time. Over's ticking away though. He's got, that's a slower ball long up. A little bit wide, but it's duped.
Very close to that wide line as well. He's just got away with it.
He was just making a bit of room that may have kind of saved the wide. Been very few wides today, actually. One-day game, to be honest.
Swatted away. Just worry that Casey's just got sucked into banging it in and the runs are flowing. Join the dot, Somerset bowlers for the rest of this knock. If Somerset seamers come on now and bowl waist-high bouncers and sort of waist to chest-high bouncers, I think Leicester have got a really good chance of chasing this total. They've got to bring the stumps into play.
Okay, well, there are 5 overs left. Meredith's got 2. Ben Green's got 2.
Meredith coming again.
Davies got another one. I would have given Jack that one more, that extra one, myself.
I think it's too late now.
It might be too late. I would have given him that first, you know, after he came back for 1. Kimble was caught.
It's the only danger that the
anyway, that's
spinners
happened.
in the last 10.
It's happened.
Tailenders with a bit of long handle. You could easily sort of lose 3 sixes.
I trust Jack.
Leach is better than that, I agree. 13
anyway,
runs.
It's Meredith.
Over
It's
needed.
Meredith to Hanscom.
He's gone block hole. A little bit too full, but he's got away with it. One of those little mini wins, as Vic mentioned earlier, a single.
I mean, what a day's cricket. Whatever happens, actually.
Very, very, very good. It's ebbed and flowed, hasn't it? There was that slightly slow start, the brilliant knock by Rue and Goldsworthy in particular. It's been top drawer all day.
Yeah, and really polished innings from Hanscom. There's a sliced pull shot.
That's a little bit Bon Jovi, that bouncer, Vic.
Bon Jovi, what does that mean?
Slippery okay. When wet, one of the 1981 album.
Thank you.
That was very slippery. He's one of those sliding into the ribs, do you? Ooh, uncomfortable. Yeah, I think that's going to be, you're going to see a lot of that, I think. I think Scrivens is going to get his fair share of balls up around his throat. Hanscom, he's going to focus in on the base of the stumps. Or?
Well, it's strange cricket in a way for old timers, but it's 1.
Slower bounce.
1 for the over. How many can you have in an over?
Only 1 in between, like the shoulder and the top of the helmet.
So that's the 1.
So that's the 1. Anything over the shoulder now.
Which is a bit of a pity because he
wants a free hit.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the consistent sort of moan from the bowlers in one-day cricket. They want to be allowed to bowl that extra over, extra bouncer, sorry. Bowled and in the gap. Can Davey get round to cut it off? I don't think he will. That's the 4 they wanted for this over. Poor delivery from Meredith. He's gone for the block hole.
Slower ball too,
83 miles an hour. I just don't don't feel like it's coming out quite the same today. He hasn't bowled with that zip, that pace. That's way offline, way off length, and Scriven's managed to QN that away for 4. All it takes is one big ball, though. That's what Meredith can do. He's got that wicket-taking delivery in him. Oh, that's quick. That's quick.
Yeah, well, let's see what our new bit of machinery gives us for that.
Eurolay
87.8.
87.8 miles an hour. That's...
Well, it's quicker than the previous delivery.
It's just skidded onto him just a little bit. 3 wickets in hand. 58, 25 balls to get them. You'd say that the odds are massively stacked in Somerset's favour at the moment, but they've got a guy of Hanscom's quality, 105 not out.
Yeah, and there's tension out. There's tension for the batsmen. There's tension for the bowlers coming out. I mean, they're green, I imagine.
Well, I did say earlier that he's probably going to have to get 140. It certainly looks that way. Great delivery to finish the over. Big one that, because it keeps Hanscom off strike and a dot ball.
Okay, well, it's going to be green. And I guess what's in Dixon's mind is that he needs 4 overs. He could bowl Meredith out next over, or he could put Davey on.
I think this is a big moment in the game. I think Ben Green has picked up a lot of wickets recently in the T20s, but occasionally when he's been asked to bowl at the death, it hasn't quite worked out. He doesn't have that extra pace that Meredith has. That last over going for 8 runs. The run rate's up to 14.5 now.
Yep. You'd think one will go up in the air in a minute, but you never know. Well,
It'll definitely go up in the air. It just depends how far.
Yeah.
He swatted that down to long on, and Aldridge is there to do the fielding. Hanscom on strike. I think it's going to be swing for the fence every ball now for both batters. I don't think Hanscom can do anything other than go boundary hunting now.
He's got, he's just changed the field. He's brought a long leg up to short fine leg and put out a long off.
Got to try and find that Yorker. Got to try and find the Yorker. Swat out to the leg side. He's only going to pick up one. Rapid bit of fielding out there from George Thomas.
Yeah, well, they're recognising that 1 run's a result. You need an iron temperament, don't you, to bowl these overs. I know that the situation favours Somerset at the moment, but you need one to bat them actually as well. But oh, it's a drop ball, my goodness me. The crowd like that, listen to the applause.
I mean, he showed a lot of nerve there, Vic. Those last 2 balls are big cutters, in particular the one to Hanscom that he's dragged to the leg side. You know,
well, he's
getting away with it at the moment. He's got some nerve as Greener.
What's he going to give him this time?
Another into the pitch delivery. He's going to pick up single. Another smart bit of fielding there on the boundary from Riley Meredith. You can tell the heckles are up. Everyone's buzzing in the crowd. Fans are on their feet.
Hang on a minute. We haven't got enough people in the circle. I hope someone notices this. Whoever's down at Meredith should have come up. They've got to stop. Well done, Ben Green's got it right.
He's a cool character, isn't he?
Just as well. He's captained the side, of course, but Meredith was sort of dozing there. He had to come up because he wants Jack Leach on the boundary at long off.
Good spot from you, Vic. Oh, that's beautifully struck. He's only going to pick up one. Ramid is scuttling across the ground, rapid across the turf. Some good athletes on the field at the moment. I think that's one of the real shining lights of the Metro Bank. Some of the old boys are off playing the 100, and you've got the athletes out here at the moment. The youngsters, hungry.
Well, that's out. Unless it's no ball. It's a no ball. It's a no ball for height. I think.
Very rarely does that get called. Very
well,
rare. Twice now.
Twice by Somerset.
Twice in my life I've seen that.
And it's been in the last 2 weeks.
It's above the helmet, so he's called it a no ball even though he's hit it. Very big call there
is
from
this
Ian.
a free
This
hit?
is an Ian Blackwell at square leg has called it.
It's above head high, that's the thing, isn't it?
I think it's the right call, but it very rarely does get called. That's
Yeah. Well, but Ian Blackwell called it
the
other day. Was it against Derby? I think it was. So history repeating itself, but hopefully not entirely.
Free hit.
So it's a free hit, you reckon? Yeah, I suppose it is. Well, do we know it's a free hit? It's a free hit for 6. It's got a
not definitive at this stage, but that's a big moment. That's certainly a big moment. You've gone from wicket
to
7
more.
runs.
Yeah, or 8 runs even.
That many.
That was in the start. He hit it well, but
1 for the no ball and 6 for the 1. I think
it's one. Okay, so that's...
I accept your apology.
Turning at the river end, number 13.
Just take it as red. So that just adds a bit of spice.
15 and over needed.
Yeah, I mean, that's still obviously in the fielding side favour, but it's, it's a setback. They were just about to celebrate, but there's still cricket left in this game.
We'll
At
get
the
a
moment...
Could do with a replay of that, I think. I'm sure.
What, the
no ball? If we've got a side-on view, see if umpire Blackwell's got that one right. My gut feeling was it was the right call, but you just don't often see it called.
That's a great shot.
Beautiful shot there from Hanscom, opening out over sort of wide mid-off, maybe straight cover. 4 runs. He's seriously good player.
Beautiful placement, because that was actually pretty good delivery. It was practically Yorker length, but he just managed to get underneath it. And his placement, well, it's like hitting a golf ball between 2 trees. With no great pace, but just beautiful placement.
He's split them there, hasn't he? It's all hands to the pump here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, I think that's right. He could have. He played an orthodox shot. They might have wided that, but he was moving all over the shot.
Must have been very close to the stumps there. Normally, it's given out. I think we've got a replay coming up of that over the head height delivery. Let's have a look.
No, that's
that's
not
that,
over
that was
head
in
height.
the slot. That one. We'll check that out later. Davey to Hanscom, 111 not out. Oh, he's found the fielder. The Somerset man's not going to drop that. Andy Mead takes the catch. That's the wicket Somerset needed. Josh Davey has struck. Peter Hanscom has gone. A magnificent 111, but you'd think it's not going to be enough tonight. Somerset are flying and looking likely to be driving up the M5 in a few weeks' time.
Well, it's a grand innings, a terrific innings. It's got Leicestershire very close. Shouldn't be enough, though. Quite good piece of bowling. He's tried to bowl that Yorker. He's got it. Couldn't quite get under it. Near the bottom of the bat. Still went to long on. Good, well-judged catch. He had just enough time to think about, hang on a minute, I better catch this, otherwise we're in trouble. He had to dive forward just at the end of me, but the standard of catching generally, the Somerset side, but also the sides all around the country, is very high nowadays. They don't drop much.
Exceptional catch that he just couldn't quite get under it.
The celebration too. He turns round to the Hildreth stand, which has been crammed full all day, and celebrates with them.
Pleased for Josh Davey there. He's worked hard. He's taken a bit of damage like all bowlers have, but he's stepped up and he's got the key wicket at the key time. Put Somerset in a commanding position
Okay,
now.
well,
16.8 runs
Yeah.
required and only a couple of wickets left. Roman Walker, he's a big, strong lad. He's going to have to find a few in the middle.
Oh,
Another
precious
Yorker from
ball.
Josh Davey, and real sense that the momentum Somerset's way at the moment.
Well, obviously Roman Walker can bat a bit because he opened the batting in their last game as a sort of pinch hitter. But every dot makes a huge difference. Sort of sends it up by a ball, by a run. Where's he at that? It's going to be 4. He tried one of those slower ball bounces. Why bother? I think the Yorker's looking really quite well. It's 4. Brings a silence over the ground.
Yeah, I think I think the supporters have seen what we've seen. The balls above the waist have gone for quite a few runs today. I get that you can't be predictable, but
well,
I'm pretty sure that's a lot easier or harder to hit than a full-length delivery at the stumps.
Where's he going this time? That plan A, which I quite like.
Yeah. Very good from Josh Davey. We've gone for a few runs, 10 overs, 2 for 54. You have to say, in a game that's played at 6 and above, that's a very good spell. And I suppose the defining point of that spell is the wicket of the Centurion, Peter Hanscom, for 111. Probably, quite obviously, the key moment of the game.
Yeah, but it's not quite done yet. 37. Needed for Leicestershire to win.
Just keep opening the door, don't you? You've got to keep that door open. 20 run, 18.5 runs and over. You got 10 and Jack in.
It's not my media training to keep everyone interested. It's not. It's my paranoid Somerset supporting, probably. That's a lovely little offcut.
Well, Ben Green, no, you are right. It's just such a... It's why, I've always been amazed that the ECB don't try and get more international cricket down here. Yes, it's a small ground. Yes, it's a good
just
pitch,
produces
but
great cricket.
Great, every time they have had one down here, it's an absolute barnstormer of a game. It's a brilliant place to play cricket, especially with a white ball.
It's the length. It's a lovely length. It's in the situation.
Super bowling from Ben Green. I think he's pretty much fixed on the 6 Yorker plan here. Not many people in the ground would disagree with that.
Scamper. That's good fielding. Fielding's been terrific, really. I barely think of a misfield, and certainly not.
Yeah, I like
a
this.
drop catch.
There's almost a, and I mean this in the good sense, there's a desperation about the fielding. There's a real desire to get to the ball and save too and cut off boundaries, and I think that's been exceptional today from everyone that's got a black and grey shirt on today. They've been awesome in the field. Everyone's clapping, encouraging, shouting.
All 13 or 14 of them, because we've had quite a few on, haven't we? Ned Leonard's come on well.
Ned Leonard came on, took the catch of Rahane, which was absolutely key. Cool as a cucumber. Real feeling that the squad are all involved here in this campaign. A couple more good overs. 8 balls, 8 good balls, and they'll be on the way to Trent Bridge to fight out another one-day final.
Who'd have thought it would, actually, because before the season started, you look at the setup, the schedule, and obviously you think there are 2 tournaments Somerset could win. T20 class, I won it last year, and with everyone fit and firing, the championship. That's a terrific over. I know the pressure's starting to come off, but it's a terrific over. With essentially 5 or 6 years. We're not venomous, but impossible to hit for certainly numbers.
Certainly control where the batsman can hit it. Yeah, he did brilliantly there, Ben Green. 6 singles, an absolute win for the over.
But at the start of the season, and you thought, well, and we'll make the most of what we can with the 50 overs, judging by history. It'll be great experience for some of the young lads, and they'll learn something, and that's an investment for the future. To be honest, I don't think. Well, I don't know, perhaps I'm wrong about the coaching staff. All said, well, we think we can get to the final. We should get to the final. What do you think you might want?
Well, they've been brilliant.
It's been astonishing.
They've played in the true sense of the word. They've played like a team. There's been different people stepping up. Casey's bowled a couple of brilliant spells. Umid's had a couple of great knocks, 100 early. Goldsworthy's piled on a few runs. Rui scored some great. Everyone's chipped in from time to time. A real team performance.
And amazingly, some of the key elements have been players who didn't get in the team today. Josh Thomas got runs. Alfie Ogbon's bowled some terrific spells and looked really promising.
It's been good. And it's certainly going to.
Ned Leonard's bowled some good spells, some reasonably good spells, and learned quite a bit. And they're not in the team. So.
Well, it's exciting times. All 3 trophies are
are
available.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose.
Dream big.
You're being
dream big.
Dream
big.
Okay.
It's on.
I'd take one.
Yeah, well, I know which one you want as well.
I know.
Same as everyone else. It's been brilliant. Nice piece of bowling.
Yeah.
He's not quite on song today, but
over the campaign when he's played, he's made some really significant contributions.
Well, he took the heart out of Middlesex in the previous game that he played, and that was big in terms of securing the semi-final here at Taunton. It's quite obvious that even though it's always a challenge defending totals here at Taunton,
sides are
I think the lads love playing here. You saw that reaction from Andy and me where he took that catch in front of the full Hildreth stand, turned down, give it the old big yeehaw. The crowd right behind him. You can't buy those sort of experiences.
Well, that's a very good shot in a way, but he could be out. He's not. It's the first blemish we've seen. Well.
Oh no, he's had an absolute mad.
A double blemish. I think probably he's got a report for duty at 8:15 tomorrow morning. No, but it is about the first blemish.
That's good. That's even the boys in the dugout are having a little chuckle there.
Only one who's got chuckling is Riley Meredith.
He's had a Reggie Blinker there as George Thomas, but he's played his part. Oh no!
And he's very fed up in life briefly.
Yeah. It's amazing how quickly a good day can turn into a nightmare. Anyway, fortunately it doesn't matter, and he's dismissed him. The very next ball. Riley Meredith's a happy man.
We've got another one. I think that's the last ball, but well, the sad thing for George Thomas is that in another era, this game has not been covered on television, as we know. In another era, there will be no footage of that.
Oh, there's a high possibility.
But in this era, sadly, there is footage.
There's a high possibility his phone's probably going to run out of battery tonight, the amount of times that's going to ping up on his social media. But if there is a man that probably really doesn't want to be out there now, it's Chris Wright to go and face Riley Meredith. He's going to be...
He's still growling because of that fall.
He's going to be locking his crosshairs on his big toe or the badge of his helmet. Oh, cheers, lads. One ball, nothing to get out of it. And the only thing that's going to happen is I'm either going to lose me hoof or me nose. Cheers, lads.
I think he might have his shoulder arms.
He's got the mattress on under there. He's got the chest band. He's got the arm guard.
I mean, in some sense, of course, there'll be, although he'll be disappointed, there is this relief in knowing that he cannot be blamed for this defeat, for his tail-end back.
This is true. This is true.
But he's defiantly taking guard. Well, he's not really bothered to take guard. He's now waiting in the orthodox position.
Surprised he hasn't gone full Jack Russell and put arm guards on both arms. He's got away with it. Not out. Good for the average.
Right, well, there you go.
Superb performance there from Somerset. It's been a day that's ebbed and flowed from start to finish. Clinical Somerset, Goldsworthy the star. Some brilliant performances throughout the game from both sides. Bit of an epic, this, Vic.
Yeah, I mean, it just in the last couple of overs, even though I was guarding myself, 37 off 2. That was about the first time of the day I thought, well, this is fantastic. But it was, I mean, a great day's cricket for everyone here. A good crowd. You wouldn't get a crowd like this in any other places in the country for this particular game. And as we're getting used to, it's players who don't actually play in our blast or not been selected for the 100, but have done consistently well against Goldsworthy, terrific against his old mates, for instance. Rue again got that momentum in the innings going beautifully, and was so clinical in his placement, finding the band. And I thought in the field, because there were times where Leicester were winning this game just about, when that big partnership was going on. I thought Aldridge was terrific. We know he's got huge potential, but we never quite know whether it's going to be his day or he's going to go 7 and over, or whether he's going to pick up wickets. We sort of did neither today. He got 4 or 5 overs for 10, which in context is just terrific. And then when they desperately needed a wicket, he managed to conjure one, got behind, and then the bowler took a while to get through. Yeah, he was the outstanding bowler of the day, probably.
Yeah, it was a super performance. You know, they're all clapping Lewis Goldsworthy off. He's had an absolute day in the sunshine. Brilliant performance from him with a magnificent 100. But yeah, I think there are a couple of moments during the Leicester knock. I thought the game was almost, done and dusted, maybe naively when Rahane was out, not realising. I haven't seen huge amounts of PNs. I know he's a good player, but I think today I saw how good a player he was, and he kept Leicester in the game. And even if he wouldn't, even getting out when he did, the game was still on the line. If he'd have carried on, it would have been real squeaky bum time. So he was exceptional. Doesn't really deserve to be on the losing side there. But it's one of those, like, if you were a neutral watching this on the live stream or in person, you've had a hell of a day.
Yeah, absolutely. And, no one went home early, obviously. Actually, spectators, certainly in this part of the world, they like 50 over cricket. I often wonder whether nowadays players like it much, though. I know in the press box people do, another 50 over cricket, go and watch it. But actually, for the punters, I mean, this is a great day out. And I hope the players, well, certainly this bunch of players, will relish playing 50 over cricket. What worries me a little bit is, taking the broader view, is that actually, if you're clinical about your career, 50 over cricket, how's that going to earn me pots of money? Unless I get in the England team, it doesn't. Well, but that's by the by. That's for another day. It's a great
stepping stone for a lot of players. You see what Andy Amina's done. Here's the match summary. We've got all the stars on show. 2 centuries, one from Peter Hanscom, but the winning one from Lewis Goldsworthy, 115 not out. Some good performances with the ball for Leicester, but just lacking that real cutting edge, and left them a bit exposed towards the back end of the game. But I think Aldridge, standout performer, 10 overs, 2 for 41. And do you know what, Vic? We've got some great partners here. WPA Health Insurance, Hygos, Virtue Motors, excuse me, but our Cairnhill Moment of Steel, I think it'd be easy to give it to Lewis Goldsworthy. But how do you feel about Casey Aldridge?
I feel very positive towards it, but is it up to us? No, I think
it is actually up to us, Vic. That's why I'm asking you.
No, I think despite the long ups, I'd give it to Goldsworthy, but I think those figures, 2 for 41, look, routine, but it wasn't quite routine from Aldridge, so I think he needs to be recognised. But I think if I was doing the man of the match, I think I'd have to go Goldsworthy and tell him to brush up on those left arm spinners that have been so good. in recent times.
I thought maybe he's bowled a bit of a tired over, take a few runs
Anyway,
off his 100, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Aldridge, what a performance. But the Cairnhill moment of steel was the moment that Lewis Goldsworthy accelerated the back end of the innings. The last 10 overs, 119 runs for the team, and him ending up with 115 not out. Well done, Lewis Goldsworthy. Well done, team. Thanks to all our partners. And we've had over 10,000 people listening at certain times today to us, Vic. And what a spell, what a closing spell from us.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what Sam and Harry were doing, really. Well, no, it was a very fine partnership. That Hanscom-Cox partnership just about had Leicester winning the game at one point, and then it turned for the last 10 overs. It was all about the last overs, 40 for 50 in both innings in this match. Somerset conjured 119 in 10 overs. At 40 overs here, it was anyone's game, and Somerset found a way.
Yeah, they certainly
they're off
did.
to Trent Bridge.
They found a way. So keep an eye online. I'm sure there will be, offers and packages to go to the final. Somerset have deserved their spot in the Trent Bridge Metro Bank final coming shortly. What a great day that will be. If you haven't been to Trent Bridge and you're from the southwest and you fancy a day out, highly recommended. Thanks to Sam and Harry, Vic, Annie here, who's been supporting us throughout the day. Not quite sure what she's been doing, but she's been around, which is great.
The team of researchers and technicians, engineers,
the
just down the
stats
corridor
we get
there.
through, the coffees, teas. I was a bit annoying to miss out on the old lemon drizzle, but we've had a great time. We've seen a great game of cricket. Thanks to everyone from the live stream crew, and thanks for your attendance. And push those like buttons, because all our YouTube channels need a bit of that. And encourage your mates to subscribe. We'll see you all again soon.